Right, the clerk will now proceed to read the orders of the day.
Ways and Means, adjourned debate on question.
Now.
The questions on the order paper, I call Secretary of State Wes Streeting.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This budget is the moment we turn the page on 14 years of Tory neglect of our NHS, when we begin to fix the foundations of our public finances and public services, when we wipe the slate clean after 14 years of stagnant growth and underinvestment, when we start to rebuild Britain. This government was elected to deliver change, from economic chaos to stability, from crumbling schools and hospitals to first-class public services, from short-term sticking plasters to a decade of national renewal. On Wednesday, the Chancellor took the tough decisions to set our country on a better path to a brighter future. Labour's manifesto promised to protect the pay slips of working people while asking the wealthy to pay more, and the Chancellor delivered. We promised economic stability through new fiscal rules, and the Chancellor delivered. We promised more teachers in our state school, paid for by ending tax breaks on private schools, and the Chancellor delivered. We promised to end the non-dom tax status to fund 40,000 extra NHS appointments a week, and the Chancellor delivered. Our country, our economy, and our NHS were crying out for change, and the Chancellor delivered. She did so against the backdrop of the most appalling inheritance faced by any government since the Second World War, and not just the £22 billion black hole in the public finances. Let me set out to the House exactly what I was greeted with in my own department alone when I walked through the door on the 5th of July. The Conservatives had told the country they were on track to build 40 new hospitals by 2030. The former Health Secretary told this House that the funding had been provided. Putting aside the fact that there were never actually 40 new hospitals planned, I was informed in July that not only was the programme years behind schedule, but the funding runs out in March. The only place these hospitals existed was in Boris Johnson's imagination. The Conservatives promised to cap the social care costs by October 2025, just 15 months after the general election, but there wasn't a single penny set aside to pay for it. Not one. The cupboard was completely bare. And within weeks of the general election, councils were warning it would be impossible to implement the cap by next October because the preparations hadn't been made. These were fantasy pledges which they never intended on keeping. I'm happy to give way to the honourable gentleman to tell us why.
I'm grateful to the Secretary of State for giving way. On the new hospitals programme, in the budget, the government committed to move swiftly to rebuild RAC hospitals. The Queen Elizabeth Hospital in King's Lynn is very keen to make progress with its plans, so will he meet with me and the Trust so we can unlock the funding and get that hospital ready by 2030?
Mr. Speaker, that is a commitment that we will make, we have made indeed, and a commitment we will keep. And I'm very happy to make sure that the member can meet with the relevant minister and project team as we get underway on delivering that project. I did actually go back, Mr. Speaker, to check the pledges made by the Conservative Party in their 2024 manifesto, just to see how extensive the work of fiction was, only to find on the manifesto page on their website that it now reads "page not found." The truth is, had they won the election, it would have been deleted just as quickly. This wasn't all I was told when I became Secretary of State in July. Despite 18 months of strikes in the NHS, there was no funding put aside to end the junior doctors' dispute. What's more, the previous Health Secretary hadn't met the resident doctors since March. They'd given up even attempting to end the strikes. Remember that this winter. For all the challenges the NHS will face, this will be the first winter in 3 years where NHS staff are on the front line, not the picket line. That's the difference a Labour budget makes. I was told that GPs would be qualifying this year with no jobs to go into. This government found the funding and we're hiring an extra 1,000 GPs this year. That's the difference a Labour budget makes. I certainly will give way.
Very grateful to him giving way. In the budget, both GPs, hospitals and care homes have been found to either not be exempt or be exempt on the NIC's contributions. Would he clarify that point for hospices, care homes and primary care? Are they exempt or not? Because that really matters to their costs.
I'm very grateful for that intervention for two reasons. Firstly, it gives me an opportunity to say to GPs, to hospices, to other parts of the health and care system that will be affected by employer national insurance contribution changes that I'm well aware of the pressures. We haven't made allocations for the year ahead, and I'll take those representations seriously. It's also a chance for me to ask him and the party opposite, do they support the investment or not? Are they choosing to invest in the NHS or not? Because they are now confronted with the hard reality of opposition. Just as when we were in opposition, we had to set out where every one of our policies, how much every single policy would cost and how that policy would be funded. They have to now. If they oppose the investment, they have to tell us where they would make the cuts in the NHS. If they impose the investment, they have to tell us where they would make the cuts in school budgets. Those are the choices we have made, and we stand by those choices. The opposition will have to set out their choices too. And I was told that because the Conservatives ran up huge deficits in NHS finances, I wouldn't be able to deliver the 40,000 extra appointments a week as we had promised. In fact, I was told we would have to cut 20,000 appointments a week instead. Well, the Chancellor and I weren't prepared to see waiting lists rise further. She put the funding in, and an extra 40,000 patients will be treated by the NHS each week. That is the difference a Labour budget makes. I'll give way to Honourable Gentleman.
Can I thank the Minister? I think it'd be churlish of anybody in this House not to welcome the £22 billion that's been allocated to the NHS, and that will, everyone will benefit across the great United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. But I want to ask a question, if I can, Madam Deputy Speaker, and that's in relation to the GP surgeries. I've had a number of my GP surgeries have contacted me to do with their NIC contributions. They see this as being the catalyst to perhaps maybe ensure that they can't deliver with what they want to do for their patients. So I understand that Labour Party and government are looking at that in a consensual way. Can I ask the Minister and Secretary of State, please, what is the latest position that, so that I can go back to my GPs and tell them, look, this has been looked at and there will be something coming? Thank you.
I'm grateful for that intervention. Of course, it's for devolved administrations to decide how to use the Barnett consequentials that the generous uplift in funding provided by the Chancellor provides. We make no bones about it. We had to make some difficult choices in this budget to plug the £22 billion black hole that we inherited, and also to deliver on our promises, and also to make sure we are fixing the foundations of our economy and our public services. So we have asked businesses to make a contribution. We have asked some of the wealthiest to make a contribution. And I just say to people right across the House, you can't welcome the investment at the same time as opposing the means to raise it. And if you do, you have to explain how you would find the money. I'll give way to my other friend.
I'm very grateful to him for giving way, and I congratulate him on his success in getting this extra money for our National Health Service, which is incredibly needed. He spoke a minute ago about the extra GPs that he's taking on. Can I say to him that the doctor's surgery in Staveley, in my constituency, has told me that doctor's surgeries in the most deprived communities are seeing patients 2 or 3 times more a year than those in wealthier areas. So can he say something about how we make sure that the extra GPs we get particularly look at those more deprived communities that have greater health inequalities and more appointments needed?
Secretary of State.
My honourable friend is absolutely right about equity and fairness of access. This is a government that is determined to close the gap in healthy life expectancy and to close the health inequalities that blight our nation. GPs, primary care are an important part of doing that. Unless we fix the front door to the NHS in primary care, then we will not solve our NHS crisis. Unless we address the crisis in social care, we will not fix the NHS crisis, and we will only be able to do that if we do that right across the country. I'll give way to the right honourable gentleman.
For giving way, and I fully understand the crisis that he's inherited on becoming Secretary of State. He will be aware that most hospitals are running at a deficit. Many have quite substantial debts. and many are spending up to 15% of their income on servicing private finance initiatives. Is his department prepared to make some kind of intervention to reduce that burden, maybe taking over the PFIs directly into the department in order for our hospitals to be able to spend more on what they're there for, which is, of course, patient care?
Secretary of State.
I'm grateful for that intervention. The right honourable gentleman is absolutely right that we walked into a position in the NHS of enormous deficits and where there was an enormous black hole in the public finances left by the last government. That's why we've had to make some difficult choices. It's why we have to learn from the mistakes of the past and not repeat them in future. We are doing as much as we can, as fast as we can, and that's why it was important the Chancellor made the bold choices she did in her budget, so that as well as plugging the black hole, we are fixing the foundations. And thanks to the fiscal rules adopted by the Chancellor, we will make sure that this government doesn't repeat the waste, the profligacy, the irresponsible spending of our Conservative predecessors. Speaking of the Conservative Party, I was going to make some more progress. Speaking of the Conservative Party, can I welcome the right honourable gentleman to his new position as the Shadow Health and Social Care Secretary, the best job in opposition. In the 2.5 years I was doing his job, I faced 5 health secretaries, and I'm determined to make sure he faces only one. I had differing relationships with each of my predecessors. At its best, the relationship meant we would go hammer and tongs in this place, thrashing out our disagreements, but we would also get on the phone and work together when in the national interest, particularly during COVID, when I had a particularly constructive working relationship with Sir Sajid Javid. I hope we can work together in that spirit. And of course, if he has any ideas to fix our broken NHS, I'm all ears. He just needs to go to change.nhs.uk, as hundreds of thousands of people across the country have already done. I must disappoint him, however. I will not be fired out of a cannon. Choosing to serve, of course, is not always easy, especially in a job as thankless as being a member of His Majesty's loyal opposition. So let me applaud him for stepping up to the plate. And having done his job until recently, I have some advice. First, it is easy to oppose for opposition's sake, but the public rightly expect you to have an alternative. The Leader of the Opposition refused to say at the weekend how members opposite will vote on the budget. Apparently, whether they support or oppose £26 billion worth of investment in our NHS is, to quote her, inside baseball. If they finally decide to oppose the Chancellor's measures, they will need to say what they would do instead. Would they keep our investment in the NHS? If so, how would they pay for it? Or would they cancel our investment, cancel the extra appointments, send doctors and nurses back out on strike, or cause waiting lists to soar even higher? The Conservative Party has to choose. And at the moment, the only clue we have about the future of the Conservative Party is the Leader of the Opposition's comments about charging patients to use the NHS. She gave an interview to the Times newspaper just weeks ago where, on the principle that the NHS should be free at the point of view, she said, and I quote, "We need to have a serious cross-party national conversation." Well, I'm happy for the Conservative Party to start that conversation anytime. As far as I'm concerned, it will be a short debate and we will win. The answer is no. The Labour Party will never surrender on the principle of the NHS being a public service, publicly funded, free at the point of use. And I think it's time the Leader of the Opposition made her position clear. Although she's taken to opposition with such vigour, she tends to oppose things that she said herself only days ago. I also welcome the Leader of the Opposition's call for honesty. The public have lost trust with politics, and all of us have a responsibility to rebuild it. And if we're not honest about the scale of the challenge and its causes, we don't have a hope of fixing them. So wouldn't it be a welcome start to the role if the new Shadow Secretary of State began by admitting what a mess his party made of our National Health Service and said sorry? It's not all the right honourable gentleman's fault. In fact, he and I have something in common, because when he walked into the Department of Health in 2019, he also inherited waiting lists already at record levels. And while it is true that waiting lists soared during the pandemic even further, they were already at record levels before, and they continue to rise afterwards because of the damage the Conservative Party did to our NHS. The Darcy investigation was clear on what's to blame: the top-down reorganisation, the chronic underinvestment and the undoing of the last Labour government's reforms that saw NHS productivity fall off a cliff. So can the Shadow Health and Social Care Secretary do what his predecessor couldn't and accept the doctor's diagnosis? Does this new Conservative leadership finally accept Lord Darcy's findings? And if he can't accept the work of an eminent cancer surgeon who has served both Labour and Conservative governments, I wonder if he might agree with this damning assessment of his party's record made by one of his former colleagues, who said, and I quote, "British citizens have the worst rate of life expectancy in Western Europe. We have higher avoidable mortality rates than our neighbours. Survival rates for breast, cervical, rectal, lung, stomach and colon cancer are lower in the UK than in comparable jurisdictions. NHS patients who suffer heart attacks or strokes are more likely to die than in France, Spain, the Netherlands, Canada, Italy and New Zealand. More than 7 million people are on NHS waiting lists. Every month, tens of thousands wait for more than 12 hours for treatment after being admitted to A&E wards. It is then no surprise that the number of wealthier patients opting to pay to be treated privately is at record levels. So we have, I'm continuing to quote, a two-tier health system in this country in which the rich secure the best care, those in pain wait in agony, and those with life-threatening conditions know their treatment will be better in Marseille or Madrid than in Manchester or Middlesbrough." Madam Deputy Speaker, the author of that quote was Michael Gove. If Michael Gove can be honest about the mess the Conservatives made of the NHS, I hope he can too. And while the Conservatives work out what they stand for, we're getting on with cleaning up their mess, rebuilding our public services and reforming our NHS. As I said before the election, there is no point pouring more money into a broken system. Next week, I will be setting out a package of reforms to make sure that every penny going into the NHS is well spent and benefits patients. Unless I'm convinced the money going in will deliver results, it isn't getting out the door. Every bit of investment announced by the Chancellor last week will be linked to reform. So the budget will fund 40,000 extra appointments a week, and the appointments will be delivered through reformed ways of working. They're already being used in the hospital across the river from here, where they run operating theatres like Formula One pit stops. We'll get hospitals motoring right across the country using that reformed way of working. We're not just investing in new scanners, but AI-enabled scanners that diagnose faster and more accurately, increasing productivity and busting the backlog of 1.5 million patients waiting for tests and scans. And the investments in the budget have fired the starting pistol on the 3 shifts that our 10-year plan will deliver. The budget increased the Disabled Facilities Grant to help people stay well, independent and out of hospital, funding an extra 8,000 adaptations to people's homes. We're raising the carers allowance worth an extra £2,300 to family carers so they can stay and work while looking after their loved ones. That is the biggest expansion of carers allowance since the 1970s. We're expanding NHS talking therapies to treat an extra 380,000 mental health patients. And we're investing in bricks and mortar outside of hospitals, opening new mental health crisis centres and upgrading 200 GP surgeries. Certainly will.
I thank the Secretary of State for giving way, and I congratulate him on the extra investment that he has secured for the National Health Service. Does he agree with me, against this Chancellor, but does he agree with me that primary care needs to be diversified? And can he outline whether that, in his vision, includes walk-in centres? And if it does, could I ask him for a meeting to discuss a new walk-in centre at Fareham Community Hospital in my constituency?
Secretary of State.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm not sure if this is within the rules of the House, and you'll tell me if not. I'll do him a deal. If he votes for the investment, he can have the meeting. Turning to the second of the big shifts that we need, from analogue to digital, the Darcy investigation found the Conservatives left the NHS 15 years behind the private sector on technology. This budget invests £2 billion to arm the NHS with modern technology so staff spend less time pushing paper and more time on the front line. In 2024, the NHS is still using paper records to store patients' medical history. It's absurd and actually it jeopardises patient safety. The investment in this budget will provide every trust with electronic patient records and upgrade the NHS app so patients can access care with a few taps on their phone. And we're backing Britain's scientists and researchers to develop the treatments of the future with record investment in the National Institute for Health and Care Research, support for life sciences innovation and strengthening the UK clinical trial network. We're also shifting from sickness to prevention. Today we have announced the biggest public health reform in a generation. We are raising the legal age at which people can buy tobacco by 1 year every year, protecting children and young people from the harmful effects of second-hand smoke outdoors as well as indoors, and cracking down on the marketing and targeting of vapes at children so we can create the first ever smoke-free generation. And the fact is that unless we act on public health reform and public service reform, the demands and costs on the NHS will spiral and the service will become unsustainable. If we want the health service to survive and we don't want to pay ever higher taxes to fund it, then we have to help people stay healthy. Prevention is better than cure. That's why we're introducing this bill, and I hope it will continue to command cross-party support. It's not just smoking, of course. Obesity costs the NHS almost $12 billion a year. That's why we've already introduced a motion to ban the targeting of junk food ads at kids. We're strengthening councils' powers to stop fast food shops setting up outside schools. And in the budget, the Chancellor increased the soft drinks industry levy so manufacturers continue to reduce their sugar content while we review the exemption for milk-based drinks. Madam Deputy Speaker, as you know, it was a Conservative Chancellor who introduced the sugar tax, and a Conservative Prime Minister who introduced the first tobacco and vapes bill, because he's sensible. I know the Shadow Health and Social Care Secretary will support those measures, but I can't say the same for the Leader of the Opposition. So trapped in the prison of ideological dogma is she. So scared is she of the reform dog that's barking over their shoulders. So I hope the Shadow Health Secretary will continue to hold the torch for one nation conservatism, even as its light dims in his party. And if we want to know when the Conservative Party has changed, maybe we will know when they have learned once again to love George Osborne. Madam Deputy Speaker, fixing the foundations of the NHS starts with fixing its literal foundations. Lord Darcy pointed to how the Conservatives raided capital budgets time and again to plug the gaps in day-to-day spending. Indeed, the position we found ourselves walking into this year. A combination of austerity and capital starvation, Lord Darcy called it. This budget will begin to rebuild our NHS with the biggest capital investment since Labour was last in office, including £1 billion to tackle dangerous RAP and the backlog of critical maintenance and repairs across the NHS estate, keeping staff and patients safe and boosting productivity. So in conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, we can't fix 14 years of mismanagement and neglect in one go, but this budget marked an historic turning point for our country. For years, the Conservatives pretended the problems facing Britain didn't exist, leaving them to grow. This week, the Chancellor ran headfirst into those challenges, taking the tough, difficult decisions on tax, on spending and welfare, because the choice was stark. We could stick to the status quo of 14 years of underinvestment, which has kneecapped our economy and crippled our NHS, or we could begin to fix the foundations, kickstart the economy and rebuild our health service. The choices the Chancellor made will give the NHS the investment and reform it desperately needs, to cut waiting times, to rebuild crumbling buildings, to arm NHS staff with modern technology, to get more out of the NHS for what we put in, to fix the foundations and rebuild Britain. That is the change the country voted for. That is the change this Labour budget delivers.
Shadow Secretary of State, Edward Argar.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure and a privilege to be working once again in health and social care, although a disappointment to be doing it from this side of the chamber. It's a privilege because I had that privilege in government as a minister of working with, as he is doing now, the amazing and dedicated people who work in our NHS and in social care and up and down this country. And it's a pleasure to be back. It's a pleasure to be opposite the Secretary of State, as he now is. I remember our tussles back in the day when I was sitting there and he was sitting here. Now, I'm sufficiently fond of him, I won't encourage him to get himself fired out of a cannon, as he alluded to. Although I would say one thing for it, it would certainly draw attention not only to his day job, but possibly even aid him in his ambitions to secure his boss's job in due course. In respect of his comments about the Leader of the Opposition, I would only say very, very gently, I think she should probably take that as a compliment, because when the Right Honourable Gentleman attacks someone in that way, it probably means they're somewhat frit of her. And I think he will see in the coming weeks and months why that is so. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, we've already heard over the previous days of debate and seen shown unequivocally that this is a budget of broken promises. That despite the pledges made over the course of the election, the commitments given to the British people, those words in reality meant nothing to the party opposite once they'd secure the keys to number 10. Instead, we've seen taxes hiked on working people. The people who provide food security and food every day, our farmers, hit hard by the changes that have been made. We see living standards set to fall and mortgage rates likely to rise. We see taxes up, we see borrowing up, we see debt up, and we see, in just a moment, I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman, we see growth will be down on where it could and should be. And unfortunately, that pattern of broken promises, I fear, also applies to the NHS and our social care sector. Of course, I'll give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
Well, I'm grateful to him for giving way and congratulate him on his new appointment. Can he just clarify? He's obviously very critical of the way that the government has attempted to alleviate the nation from the appalling financial legacy it inherited from his party. Does he actually support the extra investment for the health service? Is it just the ways of paying for it is against, or is he actually opposed to that investment too?
Grateful to the Honourable Gentleman. In his allusion to the party opposite's inheritance, he missed the fact the OBR singularly failed to back up the assertions made about the quantum of challenge the incoming government faced. Time and time again, in both opposition and government, the Right Honourable Gentleman opposite the Secretary of State has promised that any more money for the NHS has to be linked to reform. He's done it again today. The week before the budget, I'll come on to that. The week before the budget, the Secretary of State said, and I quote, the extra investment in the NHS must be linked to reform. In September, the Prime Minister himself said, no more money without reform. And they're right on that. We, on this side of the House, support this condition, for it is only with reform that the NHS can sustainably continue to look after us for years to come. Yet I fear this, again, risks being another broken promise. Where he is bold and provides genuine reform to benefit patients, I say to him now, he will have our support. But equally, if he bows to internal pressure and backs away from that radical reform that is needed, we will hold him to account. Yet, I'll make a little bit of progress and then I will give way to the Honourable Gentleman. I do congratulate him on winning round one with the Treasury, as I look across at the Chief Secretary as well, in securing extra investment. And he's secured more than 22 billion announced for the NHS. But again, without, as yet, any detailed indication of where that funding will go. And I look forward, I think he said next week, he would return to the House to set out the detail of that. But what it must do is genuinely improve outcomes for patients and for our NHS, rather than simply be focused on the headline figure of the inputs to it. There are, as yet, no clues as to whether it will be spent on wages or recruiting more staff or medicines or equipment. No clues as to how it will deliver the 40,000 additional appointments that have been promised, and no conditions linking the funding, as yet, to productivity improvements, modernisation or better outcome for patients. What we need to hear next week from the Secretary of State is an actual plan. The Right Honourable Gentleman, as he mentioned, became Shadow Health Secretary 3 years ago. I hope that in that time he's had an opportunity to think about what he wants to do and will actually set that out to the House next week. I give way to the Honourable Gentleman.
Can I welcome the Honourable Member to his new position? And on the theme of broken promises and capital investment, and in the spirit of a fresh start, I wonder if the Honourable Member would extend an apology to my constituents who were promised a new hospital under the new hospital programme, which was never funded in any forward-looking budget document.
I'm grateful to the Honourable Gentleman. If he pauses for just a moment, I will turn to capital investment, so I will seek to address his point there. But if I can make a little progress, then I'll happily give way to the honourable gentleman. Apart from the press releases and the reviews, where is the action? The need to see where this £22 billion will be spent. What plans does he have for additional investment for the NHS this winter? He knows, as I knew when I was a minister, winter in the NHS is always challenging. I look forward to him setting out what additional investment he plans. Is the right honourable gentleman, I'll give way to my honourable friend in a second, nice try, Secretary of State, is the right honourable gentleman directing where that NHS funding goes himself, or will it be for his officials or NHS England to set the priorities for that, and who will be held accountable for ensuring it's prioritised in the right place? I give way to my honourable friend.
I thank the Shadow Secretary of State for giving way, and my friend, I congratulate him on his appointment. Does the Shadow Secretary of State share my concern that, although welcoming this extra investment into the National Health Service, the lack of clarity from a budget that's growth has actually been revised down compared to what growth should have been, means that actually what we could see in future years is additional investment in the NHS actually being cut back because this budget doesn't deliver the growth for the public service investment?
Well, my honourable friend is absolutely right. You cannot tax your way to growth, and you cannot invest in public services without that growth. So there is a real risk that if the predictions we are seeing about growth are borne out, there is a real risk to our public services sustainability in the future. Now, the Chancellor set out that the funding would help deliver 40,000 more NHS appointments a week. But again, we still have no specific action setting out how that will actually be achieved. It seems the government doesn't know the difference between a target and a plan, and simply restating their ambition while throwing money at the challenge will not be enough to deliver on that commitment. There were elements of the budget in relation to DHSC, as I've said, that were to be welcomed, and one of those being the Secretary of State's 1-0 win over the Chief Secretary in terms of funding. An additional £2 billion to drive productivity is important. But I fear it does appear to be a slimmed-down version of the £3.4 billion NHS productivity plans we announced and funded. But I will study it closely. And similarly, his plan for mental health is deserving of serious study. We both, on both sides of this chamber, recognise the importance of investment in mental health, of not only parity of esteem, but parity of services. So it is right that we scrutinise very carefully how he intends to further build on the success we had in driving that agenda forward. And now, turning to capital investment, the honourable gentleman touched on that. I am concerned that the right honourable gentleman, the Secretary of State, has still not, as far as I'm aware, set out exactly when his review of the new hospital programme will report and set out the future for each and every one of those hospitals that he committed to delivering in the course of the election campaign. The programme which the previous Chancellor had committed funding for, building on the original £3.7 billion allocated in 2019. So the question to the government and to the Chief Secretary when he winds up is, when will that review report, and when will each and every one of those colleagues and communities who are looking forward to a new hospital know whether it will be delivered in line with his pledge or whether it will be cut? Now, nearly a week on from the budget, members will be familiar with the Office for Budget Responsibility's verdict on the budget, that the £25 billion assault on businesses risks lower wages, lower living standards, lower growth. And let us not forget what this tax hike will mean for those providing essential services across primary, secondary and social care. GP practices, care homes, adult social care providers, community pharmacies on our high streets, hospices and charities such as Marie Curie and Macmillan, who provide additional care to patients alongside the NHS. And I was deeply disappointed that the Secretary of State did not take the opportunity offered by my honourable friend, the member for Hinckley, to set out clearly that all of those groups would be exempt, that they would not be hit by this hike. And I hope that when the Chief Secretary winds up, he'll be able to give that reassurance. I'll just finish this point and then, of course, I'll give way to the right honourable gentleman. The Royal College of GPs has warned that the extra costs of the national insurance hike could see GP surgeries forced to make redundancies or close their practice altogether. And the Independent Pharmacists Association warned that community pharmacies will have to find an extra £12,000 a year on average to pay for the employer Nick's hike. Of course, I give way to the right honourable.
And I'm very grateful to the right honourable gentleman, and I also welcome him to his place. I was waiting for the Health Secretary to turn to devolution issues, but he never quite did, because we have a particular issue in Scotland. Up to £500 million. Up to £500 million of extra costs will be forced onto the NHS in Scotland because of the national insurance hike on employers. We have had no commitment from the Secretary of State that he will meet that in full. We look forward to hearing that commitment. So I'm absolutely sure that the right honourable gentleman will share my concerns about what this is doing to devolve services across the United Kingdom.
Well, I'm grateful to the right honourable gentleman. He's absolutely right to highlight the ill-thought-out consequences of this hike on hospices, on GP practices, both in Scotland and elsewhere. And while I would dearly love to be able to answer the honourable gentleman, sadly I'm on this side of the House, not that side, so I'm sure the Chief Secretary will attempt to do so. Now, while the Nuffield Trust has also said that without additional financial support, the tax raid will likely see social care providers forced to pass higher costs onto people who pay for their own care or indeed potentially financially collapse. Charities are not exempt either, of course, because between the increases to the national living wage and employers' NICs, one of the UK's largest social care charities is saying it's facing an unfunded increased wage bill of £12 million a year. And I'll finish the point if I may, and then I'll come to the Honourable Lady and take her intervention. And Marie Curie has warned that rises in employer NI contributions will only serve to put the services they deliver on behalf of the NHS under further pressure. So they will be looking to the Chief Secretary in his remarks to say what succour he can offer them that they will not be hit by this in a financial way. Of course, I give way to the Honourable Lady.
I thank the right honourable gentleman for giving way, and I welcome him to his place. But before throwing stones, could you just remind the House that under his government's plans, before, they would have had £15 billion less money in the NHS, leaving the NHS broken?
Well, I am grateful to the Honourable Lady, and I welcome her to her place. I think it's the first opportunity I've had to respond to an intervention or a question from her. The point I would make about funding for the NHS is we put in record funding to the NHS, £164.9 billion a year. And on top of that, we recruited more doctors and more nurses. And we did not do it by piling tax hikes on hospices, on GP practices and on others. I want to make a little bit of progress, but if I have time, I will come to the Honourable Lady. I am not clear how hitting primary care or social care or charities supporting NHS services will help the right honourable gentleman, the Secretary of State, deliver his aim of cutting the waiting list. But I hope that the Chief Secretary, when he winds up, will set out what steps the Treasury is taking to ensure that those organisations do not get hit by these changes. And I'd like to take a moment to consider what was not included in the budget. There were no plans for social care reform I'll make a little bit of progress, if I may. After the Chancellor broke Labour's promise to deliver on the cap on social care costs, I hear what he says about a willingness to work on what is a challenge facing our whole country and our whole society with an ageing population, how we address the challenge of social care. But again, there were no further detailed plans for NHS dentistry, despite the election pledges to deliver more dental appointments. No support for pharmacies or the day-to-day running of general practice. And again, still no additional resources announced for the NHS this winter, nor indeed the detail of the reform to go with them. I will give way to the Honourable Lady because I said I would.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I thank the right honourable gentleman for giving way. The right honourable gentleman speaks about the investment that the last Conservative government put into the NHS. Could the right honourable gentleman tell me what the outcome of that investment was? Because from my point of view, the outcome was longer waiting lists, poorer health and bad patient care.
Yeah. Well, I'm grateful to the Honourable Lady. We increased investment significantly, not only to tackle the inevitable consequence of a global COVID pandemic, which we all know hit our NHS hard, but then to build back better subsequently, which is the task we began to set out on. Now, we have always said that investment in the NHS must be married to reform to deliver better patient outcomes and value for money, building on the reforms we put in place in the 2022 Health and Care Act, ensuring the NHS will be there to look after us for decades to come. And we will work, and he's worked with me before, we will work with any party, including the Right Honourable Gentleman, that wishes... I've given way to the Honourable Gentleman before, so I'm afraid I want to conclude my remarks. I'm keen that others have a chance to speak. And I would say to the Right Honourable Gentleman, that offer stands. I'm always happy to work constructively with him where he is willing to work constructively with me, and he knows we have done it before, not least as we emerged from the pandemic when I was still a minister in that department. Unfortunately, despite the rhetoric, I fear this budget was a missed opportunity that will not achieve the ambitions the government has set out. As I have said, you cannot tax your way to growth, and without growth you cannot sustainably fund public services. So I urge the Right Honourable Gentleman to be brave, to stand up to those in his party who would have him back down or water down reform, and to deliver a genuinely radical plan for the future of our NHS and for social care that works for those who work in it, but also, crucially, for all those people who rely on it. Our constituents deserve nothing less from him.
Kate Osamor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, for calling me so early in the debate. I was not expecting that. I very much welcome the investment in our NHS and our renewed focus on our public services. This budget marks a break from the approach of the previous government, which presided over the decline of our health system. With this renewed investment, the biggest since 2010, there is now some hope that we can turn this dire situation around. Because we must improve patient outcomes, reduce waiting times, support the hard-working staff who form the backbone of our health system. However, I would like to stress to the Secretary of State, my neighbour, investment must focus not only just on delivering numbers, but on quality of care, with a human touch and equal access for all. That requires us to reject the creeping privatisation of our health service, which has proven costly, inefficient and bad for patients. Madam Deputy Speaker, before coming to this House, I worked in the NHS. I worked as a practice manager in the London Borough of Enfield. Also, I worked in an out-of-hours GP cooperative which covered North and East London. So I know firsthand that GP surgeries and core NHS services must remain publicly owned and accountable to its patients, staff, the public and stakeholders. Furthermore, I do have deep reservations with the current plans to grant the NHS data platform contract to Palantir, which raises some serious questions about privacy, security and the future of our NHS data infrastructure.
Thank you very much. I thank the Honourable Lady for giving way, and I was listening very carefully to what she was saying about her experience as a practice manager. Does she share my concern that over this past weekend and the last 2 days I have had numerous contact from local practices in my constituency concerned about the impact of the national insurance changes and what they will do to their ability to provide patient care, and that vital first step in getting people into the hospital, getting through the waiting lists. Does she agree with me that we have to address that as a fundamental problem created potentially by this budget?
I thank the Honourable Member for her intervention, and what I would add to what you have said is it's important that patients, the doctors and everyone is listened to, and I am assured the Secretary of State will be listening to all voices. Thank you. NHS data is a public asset and its management should be rooted firmly within the NHS and not placed in the hands of private interest, especially one controlled by an individual so hostile to the principles of public health care. Our NHS thrives due to the work of everyone in the system, from nurses to administrative staff to healthcare assistants, who each play a critical role in patient care. We must listen to all NHS staff, with everyone bringing valuable frontline perspective on improving efficiency, patient experience and accessibility, and not just those in the highest ranking medical roles. I would especially like to draw attention to the hard-working staff who provide out-of-hours services for our communities, often doing this on top of their normal hours that they work. The government must ensure that these professionals receive not only recognition, but also the resources and support they need to continue serving our communities in this vital way. Staff in out-of-hours services often only work in these settings part-time. However, they are often the last resort for people unable to get appointments with their GP or access the care they need. We must also address the postcode lottery in healthcare. Disparities persist in access to specialists, waiting times and outcomes along grounds of area, ethnicity and gender for various conditions. It is a stark reality that mental health services remain woefully inadequate. We are facing a medical health crisis, especially amongst young people, impacting personal well-being and ruining life chances. We urgently need targeted investment in mental health services, and I look forward to supporting the government in ensuring that the crisis in mental health support is treated with the seriousness it demands. This budget is a strong step in the right direction, but we must go further in ensuring that the NHS remains public, that mental health is prioritised, and that all NHS staff have a voice in shaping the future of our health system. In closing, Madam Deputy Speaker, I ask the Secretary of State to focus in all of these areas, because I believe with us being consistent and the investment throughout this whole Parliament, we can ensure we make progress towards an NHS that works, where everyone is able to access the quality and timely care they all justly deserve. Thank you.
Liberal Democrat spokesperson Helen Morgan.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and I will just declare an interest as a Vice President of the Local Government Association. I also welcome the Shadow Secretary of State to his place. He responded to my first adjournment debate on a late Thursday before Easter, and I was very grateful for it, but he will be disappointed to know that we haven't seen the improvements in ambulance response times in Shropshire that maybe we would have liked to have seen. Last week's budget brought £22 billion of investment for the NHS, and I think by anybody's standards that's a big number. And so Liberal Democrats welcome that investment. The NHS was left in a dire state by the Conservatives, and it's clear that something radical must be done. So what is that Conservative legacy? Well, we all know it's crumbling hospitals, 7 million people on NHS waiting lists for secondary operations, our constituents struggling to access a GP when they need one, dental deserts like the one in North Shropshire, appalling ambulance waiting times with horrifying outcomes, and a tsunami of a mental health crisis waiting to overwhelm us. So it's clear that investment is needed, and it's why Liberal Democrats put the NHS at the front of their election manifesto and at their campaigning since. But it's very important, isn't it, that this £22 billion of money is spent wisely to keep people healthy and to save money in the future. And so I really look forward to hearing in the closing remarks how this is going to impact the public health grant and mental health services in particular, because those are two really important areas where we can invest to save taxpayers' money in the future and invest to get better health outcomes for people and avoid their suffering in the future. And it's also really important that that £22 billion of investment isn't undermined by a decision made by the same government on the very same day. It's hard to believe that a decision to increase employers' national insurance contributions and also lower the threshold at a cost of £566 per person can have been properly thought through before the budget was delivered last Wednesday. That decision is going to hit GP practices, it's going to hit hospices, it's going to hit social care providers, and it's going to hit the charities that provide so much additional care outside the formal NHS structure. A local GP got in touch with me over the weekend to say this decision will serve to directly undermine access and patient care at a time when practices are already under strain due to years of neglect. Another said it will kill the family doctor. And why will it kill the family doctor? It's because GPs' practices aren't eligible for employment allowance. They can't put up their prices, and their only option is to cut staff and services, and that would be a disaster. The Conservative government proved that if you cut the number of GPs, you end up with a really big problem in the NHS, one that we're fighting now. So Labour's plan to increase the number of GPs, which is welcome, is surely in jeopardy from this measure. So Liberal Democrats are calling on the government either to exempt GPs from this NIC hike or to ensure that they are funded to cover it. Otherwise, no one is going to see their GP within 7 days, a right that Liberal Democrats think that people should have. I also want to touch on social care, which feels a little bit like the elephant in the room and is also likely to be significantly affected by the change in thresholds and rates of employers' national insurance contributions. Now, we all know the sector is in crisis, and the budget took note of this but didn't really go far enough to address it. And we also, I think, are probably all agreed that you can't fix the NHS without fixing social care. We know that there are thousands of patients in hospital who are medically fit to be discharged, who would recover better at home in their own bed, but who are stuck in a hospital because the social care packages aren't available to allow them to return to their home. That bed blocking, which is a horrible term, but that bed blocking causes patients to be unable to flow through a hospital when they arrive to be admitted. It causes those queues of 12, 13, 14 ambulances that we see outside hospitals in Shropshire on a regular basis. And it means that those ambulances don't arrive when somebody is in a life-threatening position in their community. And so social care is so important to dealing with this urgent problem. I will give way.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've sat on the same meetings as you as a South Shropshire MP and your North Shropshire, and the impact that we have in Shropshire on social care is about 80% of the council funding goes towards that. Do you believe that we need a fairer system? Does the honourable member believe we need a fairer system to support funding for social care in Shropshire?
Well, I thank you for his intervention, and I think that fair funding for rural authorities and indeed all local authorities is a point that I've made many times in this House, and I absolutely agree with him on that. So we saw in the budget £600 million allocated to social care and an increase in the national living wage, and both of those things are obviously welcome. But the huge pressure on private providers from the NIC increase is going to be really problematic unless councils are funded to pay for those additional costs. And it's not clear to me that the funding announced in the budget will really touch the sides of the crisis in local government funding and the crisis in social care. Now, we all know that this is a thorny problem, that funding social care is extremely expensive and it's difficult. And that's why cross-party talks are so urgent. And so I urge the Secretary of State to instigate those as soon as possible so that we can work towards a permanent fix for social care. Liberal Democrats believe free personal care on the Scotland model would be the best way of achieving that. And the Institute for Public Policy Research says that we could save £3.3 billion by 2031 by implementing that. And I think that would be a good investment because it would save taxpayer money and it would keep people in their homes with dignity where they wanted to be. Now, the debate today covers other public services, and I do want to touch on a couple of other areas. Education being one, I think, which is of importance. And again, we welcomed investment into education. But I just wanted to talk a little bit about SEND budgets and local authorities. Schools are under enormous pressure to provide SEND measures for the children that they look after. And local authorities are under huge pressure to provide SEND transport and specialist places. And the £1 billion for local government, I think, is going to be insufficient to deal with social care, to deal with the SEND crisis, to deal with SEND transport. And as the Honourable Gentleman mentioned, Shropshire Council is spending about 80% of its budget on social care at the moment. So without adequate measures for social care, it seems unlikely that this budget is going to address all of those problems that local authorities need to deal with. And therefore, we're also concerned about the decision to put VAT on private school fees, because schools like Oswestry School in my constituency take a relatively large number of pupils who have failed to thrive in a larger setting. They have special educational needs but no EHCP, and they might even have refused school altogether. And there's a risk that these children, whose parents are saving very hard to put them into that alternative place, will end up back in the state sector where their needs aren't met, they refuse to go to school, and the school itself struggles to cope with those additional children. So the CapEx is welcome. I hope the demountable buildings at the Corbett School in Bastchurch benefit from that announcement, but I would urge the government to reconsider some of those measures. Quickly on transport, disappointing to see the fare cap reduced. In Shropshire it won't make any difference because it's almost impossible to catch a bus anywhere anyway. And so we would really like to see some detail behind the public transport plans that were announced by the Chancellor, particularly on the bus service improvement plan that Shropshire Council has put forward, and railway schemes like the Oswald Street to Bowen railway line. And finally, stretching the point on public service, but farmers provide an essential public service in feeding us and in looking after the countryside and protecting the rural environment. It's disappointing to see that there's confusion between the numbers in DEFRA and the numbers in the Treasury about how many farms will be affected. My sense from talking to local farmers in Shropshire is that the numbers in DEFRA are more accurate. I will give way.
Does the Honourable Lady see that by opposing every measure to raise money in this budget, while supporting every measure to spend more money on our vital public services, she is creating a bigger problem than the one we inherited from the past government?
Well, I thank him for his intervention. I think the point that we're trying to make is that some of these measures will cost extra money. If you look at the detail on the national insurance hike, for example, changes in behaviour and exemptions for the NHS reduce that amount of money raised to about £10 billion. And we've absolutely put forward alternative measures to raise £10 billion, whether that's by cutting the Tories, reversing the Tories' cuts to the banking taxes, or by putting taxes on online media giants. We would find alternative ways to raise those funds. And I think the point about private school fees is the same. If we overburden the state sector with children who have special educational needs and difficulties and disabilities, then those children aren't going to have their need met. And that's going to cost us more in the future. So this is all about making sensible choices to save taxpayer money in the future, but most importantly, to deliver public services to the people who need them most, whether they are trying to access NHS care or whether they need help to get through their school career and thrive and achieve their potential. I'm just about to conclude, actually, so I will carry on, because I was about to talk about farmers, and I was addressing the concerning differences between the numbers held in DEFRA about how many farms would be affected and the numbers held by the Treasury. My sense from talking to farmers locally is that the numbers in DEFRA are more likely to be accurate, and therefore I think there may have been a serious misstep to raise what will be a relatively small amount of money. In conclusion, Madam Deputy Speaker, Liberal Democrats welcome investment in the NHS. We welcome the ambition to undo the damage wrought on this vital service by the previous government. But we are concerned that in social care in particular, we are in danger of kicking a thorny problem down the road. And we urge the government to consider immediate talks, cross-party talks, on funding social care and providing a long-term solution. We're also really worried about the impact of national insurance contributions on key providers outside hospitals, because we can't be in a situation where GPs go out of business because of a government measure that was intended to improve what they were up to and expand their services. My constituents were fed up of being taken for granted by the Conservatives and voted emphatically to change that situation. And I'm sure that they are very worried that they are about to be ignored by Labour. So I would urge the government to rethink its damaging policies on national insurance contributions and the care sector. Have another look at the impact of the budget on family farms, which I think may have been underestimated, and back the infrastructure that rural areas need. Thank you very much.
Members will be aware this is a very heavily subscribed debate, so a time limit will be coming, but not until after we've heard from some maiden speeches. Juliet Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's an honour and a privilege to be making my maiden speech in this budget debate. Our plans for the NHS and public services give me hope and a sense of pride that they will once again be here, ready for all of us. I make my maiden speech today with a sense of gratitude and humility, and I thank my Broxtowe constituents for putting their trust in me to represent them here in this esteemed place. To my predecessor, Darren Henry, I pay tribute to all you have done for the residents in Broxtowe. Darren worked hard to establish banking hubs and continued the efforts of Anna Soubry, working with local groups to fight for our railway services. Their work in securing step-free access to Breaston Station will give everyone the opportunity to visit our brilliant constituency. Yeah. And I look forward to expanding upon Labour's legacy in Broxtowe, which last made its mark under the tireless efforts of Nick Palmer. Nick represented Broxtowe from 1997 to 2010, bringing about reform through many successful bills. I'd like to thank my family for their support and encouragement, particularly my son and my daughter-in-law and my brothers. I'd also like to thank all the members in Broxtowe who have been a tremendous help to me, and to those who have gone above and beyond. You know who you are. I will never forget your kindness and generosity. Yeah. Madam Deputy Speaker, I began my career as a civil servant before moving into the NHS, where I worked my way up to become a senior manager. But it was education that brought me into politics. And in 2011, I set up a not-for-profit organisation that focused on dyslexia. I sincerely hope that my advocating for reform for the teacher training curriculum with regards to SEND provision for dyslexic students can make it onto the education reforms soon. I was elected as a councillor in 2018 and I had a cabinet brief which was quite varied. It included public health and well-being, equalities, refugees, violence against women and girls and community safety. I wanted to be part of the change that this country so desperately needed after almost a decade of austerity and decline that hit every single community in this country. Madam Deputy Speaker, Broxtowe is a wonderful, thriving constituency. It's of two parts, the north and the south. In the north, I have a particular soft spot for Eastwood, as it borders Bilborough, where I was raised. Eastwood, of course, is the birthplace of one of our most popular English novelists of the 20th century, D.H. Lawrence, who showed British society much more clandestine side of immigrants. So as well as risque classic novels, Broxtowe's beautiful and diverse landscape hosts the brilliant Atkinson Nature Reserve, located in the southern partmost of the constituency. It spans 540 acres of conserved land, wetland, woodland and lakes. And if you visit, you may spot one of the 250 species of birds, including several nationally rare species of heron and rail that have been spotted there over the years. Broxtowe is also a home to business, from small and independently run to the headquarters of large international companies such as Boots, Worldline and the UK arm of Raleigh Bikes. And I've had the pleasure of visiting Corton Engineering, a steelwork company whose excellent apprenticeship scheme offers brilliant opportunities to young professionals. Broxtowe also hosts Forever Stars. It's a baby loss charity that supports families who lose their children during pregnancy and shortly after birth. Their sensitive and innovative work with hospitals is truly inspiring. At the heart of my constituency is Chilwell, and it is the home of the impressive Chetwynd Barrack, which has resisted closure 3 times in the last 10 years. Chetwynd is home of a reserves training mobilisation centre that specialises in engineering. My dad is an engineer, and he received his training in Nottingham through the Territorial Army Reserves, and I am committed to ensuring that the voice of our armed forces are heard here in Parliament. Yeah. Madam Deputy Speaker, I stand here today as the youngest of 5 children born to parents who migrated to the UK from Jamaica in the 1960s. My parents brought me up to believe that I could do anything I wanted, and that the only barrier in front of me were those that I chose to notice. I took notice of none of them. Too often, factors such as class, race, gender and disability can be perceived as hurdles in the pursuit of ambition. They should not be, and I've dedicated much of my career to both challenging and advocating for the removal of barriers so that all can have the opportunity to reach their potential. Now, as I reflect on my journey, I must say that I've thoroughly enjoyed my varied career. But today, as I stand here in this great house, giving my maiden speech as the Member of Parliament for Broxtowe, I think this is my best role yet.
Esther McVey.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And first, can I congratulate the Honourable Member for Broxtowe for her maiden speech and her personal story too. And thank the Deputy Speaker for calling me in today's budget debate on fixing the NHS and reforming public services. The truth is, however, that this smash and grab of a budget on UK's businesses will mean the money won't be there to pay for the excellent public services the country requires. The issue is, Labour has never understood the concept that it is private enterprise and businesses that pay for public services, and that it is only with a thriving private sector that the country can have the public services it wants and it needs. Make no mistake, this budget will be catastrophic for the economic health of this country. It is the biggest tax-rising budget in British history, and it will turn out to be the longest suicide note in Labour's political history too. The budget is socialism at its worst. High taxes, high spending and massive debt. They're laughing, but this is massive debt for future generations to come. This budget is anti-business, anti-farmer, anti-aspiration, anti-wealth creation and anti-worker. Yes, Madam Deputy Speaker, anti-worker, despite all of Labour's promises not to tax workers before the general election. They are, as they raise national insurance contributions for employers, which I have to say begs the question, does the Chancellor and the Prime Minister not know how the economy works? They certainly don't know how business works. Not one of the current bunch of Cabinet Ministers has ever set up a business. No wonder they don't have a clue about national insurance contributions. But for clarity, both the Independent Office for Budget Responsibility and the Institute for Fiscal Studies have come out to say 80% of these employer national insurance rises will be paid for by the workers through lower wages and reduced employment levels. No wonder they've gone silent listening now. And the Chancellor's raid on the unfairest tax of all, inheritance tax, will double the number of estates which have to pay it, and disgracefully will virtually make it impossible for family farmers to pass on their business to the next generation. Farmers are most definitely working people, just in case those on the opposite benches, the Labour benches, don't know. This budget will be disastrous for our rural areas and for the country's food security, and all because of good old-fashioned socialist envy. No, I'll carry on, thank you very much. And in addition to huge tax rises, the impact this budget will have on the country's debt is eye-watering. Debt interest payments will be more than 100 billion each year and every year, and will reach an astonishing 120 billion by the end of the decade. To put that into context, I will carry on for a little bit longer. To put that into context, it dwarfs the UK's annual defence spend, which stands at 55 billion. This is money being wasted instead of being spent on public services. And if all that wasn't bad enough, the Office of Budget Responsibility has downgraded the growth forecast to a measly 1.5% for the years running up to the next general election. So much for Labour saying this was going to be a budget of growth. This budget from Labour has taken our country back to the 1970s with crippling taxation, unsustainable levels of borrowing and the trade unions in control. It has also broken
virtually every single economic promise Labour made during the election. In fact, maybe even worse than the economic misery this budget will bring is the further mistrust in politicians this will cause. For Labour ruled out tax hikes on working people more than 50 times and ruled out changing the fiscal rules to fiddle the figures. Mark my words, on top of the betrayal of pensioners with the scrapping of the winter fuel allowance, this budget will be a nail in the coffin for this government, only 4 months after securing a huge majority. In closing, I know at the weekend the Chancellor eventually came round to admitting Labour will be taxing workers, but I'm afraid saying it now, whilst denying it at the general election, does not wash, and it is way too late to be admitting it. All it has done is expose the fact that this Labour government was elected on a false premise and does not therefore have a mandate for this budget. Laughing while telling the public not what you are going to do, I'm afraid, is why I certainly will not be supporting this budget.
Maiden speech, Lewis Atkinson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and it's a pleasure to follow my friend from Broxtowe, who spoke movingly about her experience in the NHS and the barriers she's ignored and indeed knocked down. I also want to start by paying tribute to my predecessor, Julie Elliott, who not only worked with commitment for Sunderland Central, but also provided political leadership and mentorship across the North East. Julie understood that organising and advocating on a regional basis is often the best way to deliver for our communities, and I hope to follow in her example. It is the honour of my life to be here to represent the city by the sea that I love. And I'm pleased that my first debate contribution is on the budget and the NHS. For what is our purpose here if not to improve the economic conditions of our constituents and the care available to those who we serve? Health and wealth have always been linked. Twin assets, as families like mine, forged in the Durham coalfield, know well. My grandparents were only able to toil at the pit, in the munition factory or in the home for as long as they were healthy. Working-class communities have always feared illness and injury, not just in its own right, but also because the resulting inability to work was disastrous to family finances. The introduction of the NHS and national insurance by the Attlee government were intended to protect against such calamities. We have important work to do to repair and renew those civilising protections today. The link between inequalities of health, wealth and indeed power have been impressed upon me by the privilege of working for 2 decades in the North East's NHS. Whether managing dentistry, mental health or cancer services, I saw firsthand how the poorest generally experience the poorest health outcomes. I intend to spend some of my time in this place working to right that situation. The qualities of innovation and hard work have always been the building blocks of Sunderland's economy. From the introduction of glassmaking in Britain at Bede's Monastery of St Peter's, through the education of light bulb inventor Joseph Swan, to becoming the UK's leading digital smart city, Sunderland has always been a home of innovation. We've always made things. For 600 years, that meant ships. At our peak, the people of Sunderland were hard at work, macking 1/4 of ships produced globally each year, and we were likely dubbed Mackhams as a result. Wealth from shipyards and pits built Sunderland, but such work also often caused a thirst. So it was handy that the most popular stout in the country was produced in the centre of town at the Vaux Brewery, until, that is, the Second World War interrupted production. In that war, as in others before and since, the patriotic people of Sunderland answered their country's call. This weekend, I will be honoured to play a small part in what is thought to be one of the largest remembrance services outside of London, reflecting the high number of veterans in our city and the sacrifices made by so many, including my constituents who served in Iraq and Afghanistan. While the bravery and fortitude of Sunderland's people has never been lacking, too often they have faced the headwinds of economic change without a government on their side. By the end of my childhood, the pits, the shipyards, and even Vaux had all gone. But the people's spirit and an understated determination remained, and it is thanks to them that our city is now on the up. I'm not just referring here to the top of the Championship Sunderland AFC, a football club which has provided me with more agony and ecstasy than even the Labour Party has managed in recent years. Our Stadium of Light stands on the site of the Monk Wearmouth Colliery, but now instead of coal, we produce a rich seam of talented players such as Jill Scott, Jordan Pickford, Lucy Bronze and Chris Rigg. I also celebrate the workers at the most productive car plant in Europe, Nissan, which, though not in my constituency, is the modern cornerstone of our city's economy, continuing our advanced manufacturing heritage and skills. Elsewhere around the city, where there was previously decline, we now see new beginnings. On the banks of the Wear, we no longer have shipyards, but we do have the Crownwork studio site, ready to be transformed into a landmark film studio. Where the brewery once stood, we have cranes in the sky for Riverside, Sunderland, the most ambitious city centre regeneration project in the UK. We have our excellent university, with particular strengths in media and healthcare, and we have a city that loves a good time, where growing hospitality and cultural businesses provide plenty of decent days and nights. That might be a show at the Sunderland Empire, a meal at one of our many excellent British Bangladeshi restaurants, or a gig at one of our independent venues. For where passion and identity is strong, there is music, and Sunderland is a music city. Having produced talent from Dave Stewart to the gone too soon Faye Fantaro, our city's artists reflect who we are, honour our proud heritage, and point towards our bright future as an inclusive city. Nowadays, we celebrate that Mackhams are found in mosques and churches, in our community centres and our Gurdwara, in our social clubs, and now there are even 2 Mackhams in the cabinet. All of my constituents, no matter what their background, deserve a strong economy and quality public services. Because Sunderland was built on hard work, its people rightly expect nothing less from their politicians. It is in that spirit that I recognise the privilege of being here on behalf of our entire community, and I will do what I can to serve them and repay the trust they have placed in me.
Adam Dance to make his maiden speech.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker, and congratulations for both members of Broxtowe and Sunderland Central for fantastic maiden speeches. On this of all days, I'd like to thank you and your team, and as well as all of those who make Parliament work for the people and keep us safe. I hope that our friends in the USA appreciate the task they have before them today, not only for America but the rest of the world, to provide leadership in promoting opportunity and fairness for all, a theme into which I will return. I want to thank my predecessor, Marcus Fish, for his 9 years of service to our community. Whilst we certainly had our differences, I must say, I know we both share the deep appreciation for the privilege of representing the place we proudly call home. When I arrived at Parliament, a member of staff greeted me with, "You're the new member for Yeovil, aren't you?" "Yes," I nervously replied, and I was promptly told, "You've got big boots to fill." It was a proud moment of mine, one I will strive to live up to. No maiden speech of mine would be complete without acknowledging the influence of one person in particular. The Right Honourable Paddy Ashdown inspired me and so many across the country and across the world. It was him, alongside David Laws, who encouraged me to campaign to say South Peverton Youth Club when cuts threatened to close it. From there, my journey into public service began, first on the parish council, where I became chair at the age of 20, followed by the district, the county, and then Somerset Council. I say to young people everywhere, don't let the system put you down. Don't let them tell you, with ADHD and dyslexia, which I have both, you need to find suitable work, as you won't make anything of your life otherwise. With good teachers, and I have several, excellent ones, one just up there, it made it up through the political system to the top representative role for around 100,000 people in my constituency. If I can make it, so can everyone else. As lead member of Public Health, Equality, Diversity at Somerset Council, I campaigned for the local health services, fighting to resolve the crisis caused by the Conservatives' mismanagement. I'm glad to see the new government has used this budget to begin reinvestment in our NHS, starting to reform our national and local health services, which is desperately needed, but this is just the tip of the iceberg. Yeovil constituency is rich in both history, ambition, comprising the towns of Yeovil, Chard, Crewkerne, South Peverton, Ilminster and many surrounding parishes, built on agriculture and the gloving industry. The area has evolved into a hub of engineering excellence, with Petter's engines, which created Westlands and now Leonardo as the engineering heart. I'm pleased to receive written confirmation from the Right Honourable Member of Liverpool Garston, Minister of Defence Procurement, confirming that Leonardo Helicopters is the sole remaining bidder, will be put forward to the next stage in the procurement process for the new medium helicopter. The previous government delayed this for decades. Last month, I had the privilege of opening the single-site logistics hub in Yeovil, a joint investment of £30 million by K&N and Leonardo, with much more to come. Government backing of this fantastic project could see export orders follow this country's desperate needs. Last week's announcement that the Chancellor put in place a £1 billion package for MOD procurement, some of which, for the South West, puts place in the national funding to make this happen. But Yeovil constituency isn't just helicopters. Chard is home to Pneumatic, the birthplace of Henry, everyone's favourite vacuum, and his friends. John Stringfellow flew the first powered aircraft over Chard in 1848. In 1979, the Wood Screw Company started in Yeovil, which became Screwfix in 1992, the year I was born. Last Friday, I visited Screwfix HQ in Yeovil, which has now over 900 stores nationally. In 1986, a Lynx aircraft set an airspeed record of a helicopter just over 250 miles per hour, a record that remains unbeaten today. HMS Victory proudly went into battle with sails made in Crewkerne and ropes crafted in West Coker. Finally, I'd like to honour a less-known daughter of Yeovil, Miss Marion Wright, who set sail for a new life in America in 1912. Daughter of Thomas Wright, a farmer, she was a carer for her 3 stepsisters, and on the 10th of April 1912 she stepped aboard the Titanic as a second-class passenger. Just days earlier, the great liner set out on her sea trials, designed to test the ship's capacity, readiness for a journey ahead. They confirmed her strengths, but did not prepare her for the real challenges and unseen dangers ahead. The trials could not account for the class disparity abroad, where first-class passengers were guaranteed lifeboats, but those in third-class below deck fought for survival. Marion Wright was one of the lucky ones, surviving and making the new life in America. She went on to marry Arthur Walcott, who was likely a draftsman for Petter's engines when he lived in the UK. The couple enjoyed a long marriage of 53 years, raising 3 sons and welcoming 8 grandchildren. Today, the United Kingdom faces its own sea trials. The icebergs on the horizon are clear: desperate inequality, the housing crisis, and ironically, climate change. The class disparity which doomed so many on that most famous ship in history continues to manifest in our societies today. Access to opportunity is still often determined by talent or hard work or even wealth and privilege. Too many are left behind, crawling for their own chance to succeed. Our nation is built on a rich history of achievement, resilient ambition and hope. But for too many, this is not enough. And at the time, the Titanic was a marvel of engineering, the height of ambition, a ticket to new life, some would say. Today, she is a powerful reminder that even the greatest, most advanced ideas, if not prepared, do not serve the needs of the most vulnerable. We must learn from these lessons from history. We must unlock the gates of division and ensure that everyone, the readiness of their background, has a fair shot at success. Failure risks allowing our nation to sail badly towards disaster, missing the repeated warnings of inequality and division. We can instead act with the foresight that was lacking all those years ago and ensure that our great country, as can our friends in America today, and chart a course towards opportunity and fairness for all. Thank you.
It's not the time to make a point of order. Cat Eccles to make her maiden speech.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker, and may I congratulate the members for Broxtowe, Sunderland Central and Yeovil on excellent maiden speeches. To be here representing this place, my hometown and the community I hold dear is an honour beyond words. Stourbridge has a history of electing female MPs, and I'm proud to be part of this latest cohort with the largest number of women in Parliament ever. Yeah. I'd like to pay tribute to my predecessor, Suzanne Webb, who represented the constituency since 2019. She was a vehement supporter of the Justice for Ryan campaign, as was Margot James before her, and I will continue to work with the Passy family to get justice for Ryan, and I hope stricter laws around knife crime being brought in by this government will ensure no family has to go through the same ordeal. Prior to 2010, Stourbridge was represented by Linda Waltho and formerly Deborah Shipley, two fantastic Labour women who were a great support to me during the campaign. I'm Black Country through and through, growing up in Halesowen and later moving to Stourbridge. The town itself was first mentioned in 1255, named for the bridge which crosses over the River Stour, and legend has it that King Charles II hid there from the Roundheads after being defeated in Worcester in 1651. Since the 1600s, Stourbridge has given its name to glass production, and the rich local resources of coal and fireclay made it the perfect location for the industry. This summer, Stourbridge hosted the last International Glass Festival, featuring contemporary work by glassmakers from all over the world. Stourbridge has long produced sporting, musical and artistic talent, from England football star Jude Bellingham to Ned's Atomic Dustbin, Pop will eat itself, and Robert Plant. One of my priorities during this Parliament is to promote and protect our varied history, heritage, music and arts, and I'm already working towards keeping our own glass festival at home in Stourbridge and celebrating homegrown music with a local festival. Across the constituency, there is a rich industrial history to discover, with the sky once black by day and red by night from the many factories. Wollaston produced the Stourbridge Lion, the first locomotive to run on a commercial line in the USA. Round Oak Steelworks in Brierley Hill provided employment for thousands of local people and was a world centre for iron making during the Industrial Revolution. Netherton was the home of Hingley's, whose most famous product was the anchor of the RMS Titanic. Lye was famous for manufacture of nails, anvils, crucibles and fire bricks, and the Stourbridge name can still be found embossed in many old bricks. Linking all these places are the many miles of canal waterways, once the highway for transporting goods, now a tranquil place to enjoy a walk in nature. The Black Country is no longer the heavy industrial power it once was, but I believe with the right investment and opportunities provided by this government, it can thrive once more with modern technology and green industries. In last week's budget, Brierley Hill got a mention as the Chancellor confirmed funding for the stalled Midland Metro extension. This is welcome news as we work towards a joined-up transport system along with West Midlands Mayor Richard Parker. The constituency is also home to the Stourbridge Shuttle, the shortest railway line in Europe, running between Stourbridge Town and Stourbridge Junction, where you'll also find our most famous resident, George the station cat. George was the perfect mascot for the Save the Ticket Office campaign, which I ran with a local resident last year. Over 5,000 flyers were handed out at the station, and Stourbridge had over 3,000 signatures for the Parliament petition. the highest constituency number in the country. I'm honoured to be here to see the passenger railway bill go through the House, which will not only improve reliability and efficiency, but also protect our precious ticket offices. Speaking of cats, it would be remiss of me not to mention Mimi, Penny and Hugo, who along with my husband John help keep me sane, and I understand the value a pet can add to our lives. I look forward to new animal welfare laws and the Renters' Rights Bill that will allow tenants to keep a pet. I am so proud to be making my maiden speech during this budget debate on the NHS and public services. I welcome the £22.6 billion commitment to frontline NHS services to cut down waiting lists, investment in cancer treatments and additional funding for social care. I am the very first operating department practitioner, or ODP, in Parliament, a milestone for our underrepresented profession. We are specifically trained to work in operating theatres across 3 key areas of the perioperative environment. You might find us passing instruments to the surgeon during an operation or assisting the anaesthetist with a patient's airway. With nearly 15,000 registered ODPs in the UK, it's likely that you have encountered one at some point. My career in the NHS spans nearly 20 years and I've seen the best of our health service, but sadly I've also witnessed it crumble before my eyes. The impact of austerity on the NHS is what first politicised me. We saw procurement taken away from clinical staff, vacancies frozen, pay frozen, senior staff forced to reapply for their roles, older staff encouraged to take voluntary redundancy, and many more layers of middle management introduced, removing a lot of day-to-day decision-making from clinicians. During the pandemic, I was working on the front line in emergency maternity theatres. The early days of lockdown were chaotic, with official advice changing by the day. We were given items that weren't fit for purpose, face shields that fell off our faces, and out-of-date masks. Sadly, we lost some colleagues along the way, including neonatologist Dr. Vishna Rasaya and midwife Safar Adam. I hope the contributions of ODPs during the pandemic will be recognised. So many stepped up and fulfilled roles in ITU, on wards, in emergency departments, a true demonstration of the flexibility and skill of our profession. I'm pleased that this government will appoint a COVID Corruption Commissioner to fully investigate fraud, errors and underperforming contracts during the pandemic and ensure this country is fully prepared in the future. And it is also an honour to be in this place as the COVID inquiry is published, so I can speak up for all the NHS staff whose voices were not heard. Despite the difficulties at work, I was grateful to be able to maintain my daily routine, unlike so many who were forced to stay at home. When I wasn't on shift, I was helping to run the Stourbridge COVID support group, with over 100 volunteers who helped more than 200 shielding residents, with shopping, prescriptions and friendly phone calls. We made over 10,000 face shields for care homes without PPE and raised over £8,000 for our local food bank and provided Christmas food boxes for families receiving free school meals. The community really pulled together during this difficult time, and many of our volunteers are still in touch with their clients. When war broke out in Ukraine in February 22, the community rallied again to help those less fortunate than ourselves. Large shipments of clothes, toys and sanitary products were transported to the Ukrainian border. I recently had the opportunity to visit the Ukraine and see for myself what people there are dealing with. There is much to be done to ensure victory in Ukraine, and I hope to play some small part in this. I welcome this government's commitment to provide unwavering support to Ukraine and to combat Russian aggression. As we see global conflict heightening, I hope for peace everywhere and that this government, along with world leaders, can influence change to keep everyone safe. And I look forward to working with all colleagues in this House to bring about much needed change, not just for Stourbridge, but for our entire country and the wider world. Thank you.
Following the next speaker, I propose to put a 4-minute time limit on contributions. Tom Tugendhat.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. May I pay tribute to the Honourable Lady for Stourbridge, who just gave a very full description of the constituency which she's privileged to represent. And her predecessor, Suzanne Webb, was a great friend of mine, and I'm delighted that she's taken over that role from her, a very fine individual who is now contributing in many other ways to our national life. May I also pay tribute to the Honourable Member for Yeovil, who has the great good fortune of representing my godson, a farmer in his constituency, who will no doubt be contacting him shortly about some of the issues which may have arisen in recent days. And in fact, it's about those issues that I really wanted to speak, because the truth is, today we're quite rightly speaking about public services. We're speaking about the NHS that we all rely on. We're speaking about those important elements in our life that keep us together, that underpin our economy and that really hold us strong. But we're not just speaking about the product, about the outcome, the output of those doctors, that money, of that service. We're also speaking about the input, because you simply cannot have one without the other. And this, Madam Deputy Speaker, is where I'd like to touch on the issue. But what we've seen in this budget, is not just the largest tax rise in decades. It's not just the highest level of tax take since the war. It's not just the greater indebtedness, effectively putting onto the burden of our children the costs that we're spending today. But it's actually looking at the fundamental challenge that we have in our economy, when what we're actually doing is failing to understand how an economy works and why the relationship, I'll make some progress before I give, and why the relationship between generations matters so much. Because what this budget sadly fails to understand, what the story that it tells is of a government that doesn't actually understand what a family is, doesn't understand what a generation is, doesn't understand what a business is, and doesn't understand why investment today, by businesses today, need to have long-term planning ability and not just to be taxed halfway through. Now, you see this most obviously in the tax on farming, the attack on the inheritability of farming property. Because the truth is, unlike many businesses, you can't simply salami-slice a farm and hope that the business will survive. It just doesn't work. So you end up forcing individuals to decide not just to pay the 20% that the government asks for, but actually to sell the 100% in order to liquidate the assets that are required. Now, this is injecting a level of short-termism into the economy that is really dangerous, because the truth is the government really only has two things that it can do. The first, the really important thing that the government can do, is to keep us safe. Now, we all know that. The first job of government is national defence, national security. But the second, that is often overlooked, is the ability to extend time horizons. Because the truth is, it's very difficult, very, very difficult for individuals. I'll still make some progress if you don't mind. It's very, very difficult for individuals to have time horizons beyond a certain point. In early human existence, of course, that was a harvest, a season. In the Anglo-Saxon period, you may have got it to a generation, possibly even to a reign. But the genius of the industrial age, the genius of our democratic age, is to extend that time horizon over generations. And we've done it through the rule of law, we've done it through understanding taxation, through understanding the predictability of an economy. And we've done it because we've understood that where parents invest, children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren can reap the rewards. But what this government has done, I'm afraid, is it's reversed that. What it's done is it's shortened that time horizon. It's assumed that people, all of our citizens, are not investors in the future. They're employees of today. And that misunderstanding, that fundamental misunderstanding of what it is to grow an economy, is why this budget is so bad. Because the honourable gentleman is an old friend, I will, but for 1 minute.
Thank you very much. I thank him very much for that. The right honourable gentleman is on the Tory benches, which are singularly understaffed right now. But it's the almost criminal levels of understaffing of our NHS that affects most of our constituents. He is an honourable gentleman. Does he not feel a sense of shame that every single day in our NHS there are midwives, doctors and nurses who cannot fill their staff rota every single day, and that they cannot do the job they want to do and that we need them to do?
It's a pleasure that the honourable gentleman has come off the fence and has now got a seat, and he can express his views freely. What fills me with sorrow is when I look at the future, when I look at the businesses that have invested so hard in places like Tonbridge and are now seeing their inability to pass on that over generations and over time, and so it's reducing the investment timeline, so it's reducing the growth. Now, don't just take my word for it. The OBR has been clear on this. Don't just take my word on it. The NFU's been clear on this. Don't just take my word for it. Every business in this country has been clear on it. Because the truth is, what this government is doing is making sure that it's not just taking the eggs from the golden goose. They're slaughtering the goose and try to get the eggs out quicker. Now, that just simply doesn't work. And so I'm afraid I know what's going to happen next. We all know what's going to happen next. What's going to happen next is the government's going to have to come back for more. Now, you just need to look at the predictions that we've seen by various of the financial bodies of the last few days, talking about running out of the money raised in this budget in the next 2 or 3 years. Now, we know why that's going to happen, because this budget isn't investing, and worse than that, it's not encouraging investing. What it's doing is it is trying to exploit. I will give way to the honourable lady.
At the time of the disastrous mini-budget, does the right honourable gentleman seriously expect us to take lessons from him on how we grow the economy, return to economic stability and get the desperately needed investment into our public services that you have failed for the last 14 years?
Yeah. The honourable lady can play politics if she likes. I'm trying to think about the future of the country. The truth is, Dyson wasn't in any government and is pointing out the problems that are being raised. Minette Batters wasn't in any government and is pointing out the problems that are being raised. The truth is that, no, I won't give way just now. The truth is that what we're seeing is a level of short-termism. Now, this is completely clear in agriculture. It's completely clear in industry. But the tragedy is, it's also clear in education. Now, one of the great privileges about being the MP for Tonbridge is that I represent some of the finest schools in this country. Now, I know others may claim that title, but I know I speak the truth when I say it. Many of those schools are grant-maintained in different ways. Others are private. They are, in many ways, a pattern, a web of education that works extremely well together in our community. We have some that I was privileged to be, no longer, but was privileged to be on the governing board of. Hillview, fantastic school. There are others that are grammars like Judd, and one that is private, like Tonbridge. And the truth is, the 20% plus the business rate, what does that come to? I think it's about 40% now, the extra costs that are going to fall on these private schools, means that actually every single kid in my constituency is going to have to pay for this VAT in some way. They're either going to have to pay for it because the fees go up, or they're going to pay for it because there are larger class sizes. Because I'm afraid the schools are not going to be able to swallow the costs. So what we're going to see is we're going to see pressure all the way through. Now, that's not just a burden on those kids. I won't, because I've been asked to be quick. That's not just a burden on those kids. It's also a rejection of that relationship between family members, of the willingness and the desire to invest in the future. Now, I know that the party opposite, that the government, claims that the only way that investment can be done is by the state. The only thing that really matters is when it's done by a bureaucrat and a civil servant. The only thing that really counts is when the government pays for it. But, Madam Deputy Speaker, we know that's simply not true. We know that the truth is that in any economy, it's business, it's freedom. It's that freedom to invest, that freedom to plan, and that freedom to forecast the future that makes an economy grow. And sadly, what this government has done is try to nationalise the future, to shorten the time horizon and to make us all pay for it. And that's why, Madam Deputy Speaker, that's why growth is falling, taxes are rising, and the future is made worse again and again under Labour.
Meet Osborne.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And can I just congratulate all members doing their maiden speeches today, especially my regional colleague from Sunderland Central. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm proud that our first ever woman Chancellor, whilst making history being the first woman to deliver a budget, honoured a true hero of my constituency of Jarrow and Gateshead East, Jarrow's Red, Helen Wilkinson. Helen was a remarkable politician and trailblazer for women everywhere. It's about time we had some recognition of women in this place. And I'm pleased the Chancellor has made a start on the artwork with that fabulous picture of Helen on the wall in number 11 Downing Street. We need many more pictures of women trailblazers across Parliament. This budget shows we are a government that will work for the people. There's a lot to celebrate, from the largest ever increase in carers allowance, closing the loopholes on inheritance tax, additional funding for further education, increasing the national minimum wage, investing in breakfast clubs, record investment in the NHS to ensure former mine workers get the money that was kept from their pensions, something which is hugely important to my constituents. And the setting aside of funding for the contaminated blood scandal and for the victims of the Horizon scandal, something that I have long campaigned for with my constituent Chris Head. I will continue to push for people to be held to account for their role in this scandal and for a speedy resolution to the outstanding claims and for them to be paid in full. Nothing should stand in the way of them finally getting justice. They should not have been left waiting decades by the people sitting opposite. You would think from some of their contributions that the last 14 years never happened, when the reason our public services are at the point of collapse, when the reason we have no youth centres left, the reason we have crumbling school buildings, the reason our NHS is in crisis, and the reason they crashed the economy is because of their gross incompetence and deliberate mismanagement, putting their cronies over the people of this country. Finally, we can move on from 14 years of Conservative destruction of our communities. This was a budget where the poorest households gained the most and the wealthiest pay the most. It shows the difference a Labour government can and will make. Of course, I wish we could have done much more. I wish the budget had been able to lift the two-child benefit cap. I wish we would have been able to right the injustice for the WASPy women. I wish we could have increased the pension credit threshold, and I wish we would have been able to invest more in our local authorities. Yet let us be very clear, the reason we cannot do any of that is entirely down to the party opposite. As chair of the North East APPG, I know that transport is one of our most important challenges alongside employment opportunities and investment. And I will continue to work with our front bench, celebrating the clear wins, but also asking for more investment to help improve the lives of the people in the North East, and particularly for my constituents in Jarrow and Gateshead East. Thank you.
Gavin Robinson.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and because it's a pleasure to follow the Honourable Lady, but in reflecting some of the maiden speeches that we've heard this afternoon, can I just comment on the Honourable Member for Yeovil and his reference to Titanic, just to add to the analogy that he likes to share. As the Member of Parliament for Belfast East, we always remind folks that Titanic was built by Ulstermen but navigated by Englishmen. Madam Deputy Speaker, I do wish him well. Madam Deputy Speaker, I had hoped that in delaying my contribution in this debate to today, we may have reached a point where there would be perhaps less politics and a bit more accurate reflection on the challenges that we face as a country and how we proceed. And I am pleased that the Chief Secretary of the Treasury is here, because he is a man of substance and he understands the challenges that we all face. I think one of the most accurate portrayals of the budget thus far has been that of a sugar rush. Something that will make you feel good immediately, something that will see an initial injection of cash into our public services over the forthcoming number of years, but they peter out. The benefit of that sugar rush peters out. You hit a low. You will crave more in years 3 and 4, and yet without sufficient growth, the means will not be there to pay for it. And I say that not with any glee, but as a genuine challenge as to how we fund public services and how we put the investment rightly in public services, but in a way in which will produce private growth, because it will be that private growth that allows the future investment in years to come. The Chief Secretary will know that from a Northern Ireland perspective, there has not been a resolution to getting our finances into a firm foundation. Fixing the foundations is what we hear from government, and the negotiations we had with the previous government saw an injection of cash which was considerable. But in attaining pay parity, and knowing that today is about health, when we think of all the NHS workers in Northern Ireland, the nurses and the doctors and the auxiliary staff and the carers outside in the social care setting, who are not paid like for like to their colleagues in England or Scotland or Wales. We attained the money to get pay parity just 1 year ago, and yet it's in danger of being broken. And money that we secured for Northern Ireland that was about stability, we were told by the previous government, we'll just use that stability money for years 2 and 3 to maintain parity for such important workers. It doesn't work. And I had hoped for more from the Labour government, and I do hope that the Chief Secretary will continue to engage in those discussions. Politically, I can see that there are a number of occasions whenever decisions are taken which feel like they are the right decisions at the time, but they are decisions that will not be easily forgotten by a jaded electorate. And the removal of the winter fuel payment is one of those. The decision on inheritance tax for family farms is another. Decisions that will rest long in the mind of constituents who place their trust in members opposite, who have joyfully brought forward all of the enthusiastic lines to take from their party. But those constituents will not forget the damage and the pain that will be caused by the decisions associated with this budget. Madam Deputy Speaker, I had hoped for more. I can't be churlish and not recognise the investment that is there in public finances, but it is not going to encourage us along a positive path. There are challenges ahead, and I think we collectively, politically, irrespective of your party outlook or difference, are going to have to engage in those more thoughtfully in the future.
Sarah Smith.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This budget provides absolute clarity that the government is focused on putting working people right back at the heart of economic decision-making. This is most evident in the Chancellor's decision to protect and support public services, enabling the government to kick-start the mission-led approach to reform. Because let us be frank, this government have inherited public services which are falling apart at the seams, and we know that our constituents deserve better. I commend the Chancellor and the Treasury Ministers for taking the difficult decisions which will raise £9 billion per year by the end of the forecast to support public services. The tax decisions that have been taken are difficult, but I thank Ministers for being transparent, as restoring economic stability to put the country back on a trajectory of growth is absolutely essential. I think it is important to highlight that money invested into our valuable public services is also about securing growth in the long term, as my right honourable friend, the Chief Secretary to the Treasury, has remarked, because enabling a worker to get that quicker GP appointment so they can return to work quicker, or supporting that parent who wants to take the job which starts an hour earlier because they can now access a breakfast club before school, that supports growth. In my constituency alone, in Hyndburn, the impact of the last 14 years of economic failure is that over 7,000 children are living in families facing absolute poverty. Investment in people and public services has real economic payback, as well as being the right thing to do. The notably empty benches opposite refuse to say what choices they would make differently. Is it that they would choose not to invest in public services? Is it that they would choose to not lift children out of poverty? Or is it that they would choose not to get public finances back on a firm footing? The increase in the national minimum wage is also welcomed by many of my constituents in Hyndburn and Haslingden, who work tirelessly to support their families and the local community in the skilled but often undervalued jobs, be that in retail, hospitality or care. But currently in my constituency, we are facing entrenched problems due to a lack of investment in our public services. And nowhere is this more clear that where we face the closure of our highly valued Accrington Victoria Hospital. This was due to the fact that the building is now entirely unsafe for both patients and staff. Neglecting public services leads to real consequences, and my constituents have been left to pay the price for the Conservatives' dereliction of duty to manage health services sustainably. I therefore particularly welcome the Government's announcement of a £1 billion investment to reduce the backlog of critical NHS maintenance. If this had been available previously, and maintaining NHS facilities at a local level had been a priority for the former government, we might not have ended up in this unforgivable situation. I'd like to ask the Minister if they are able to share any further information on this funding. I would also kindly ask if he or a member of the health team would meet with me to discuss how we can work to ensure that Accrington's health services are both retained locally and align with this government's national strategy for community-based provision. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Jess Brown-Fuller.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And I would like to start by recognising that this government is facing an enormous challenge in clearing up the mess of a decade of Conservative mismanagement in this country, and that failure is no more apparent than in our NHS and care sector. Every day, thousands of patients across this country are facing agonisingly long waits, often in severe pain, just to see a GP or get an appointment with a dentist. Madam Deputy Speaker, I met with a constituent yesterday whose 45-year-old husband, a well-loved, energetic and creative man, never regained consciousness after being left in the A&E waiting room in my local hospital for 6 hours after suffering a brain hemorrhage. James Palmer Bullock leaves behind 3 wonderful children, a loving wife and a devastated community. And his wife's request to me to ask that no family ever suffers the same neglect again. And I hope that the Secretary of State will meet with me to discuss the experience that my constituent faced and what could be done to prevent it in the future. New funding for day-to-day spend in the NHS is welcomed across this House and is desperately needed if we're ever going to get a chance to address the crisis in the NHS. But there is no point in pouring money into a leaky bucket if it doesn't get to where it needs to go. I will give way.
Thank you, and I thank the Honourable Member for giving way. It's not just public services that we need to focus on, but also the third sector that provides vital services that so many of our constituents rely upon, in particular children's hospices. And I'd like to highlight to the House the Acorns Children's Hospice in my constituency that provides really vital work, provides vital support to so many local families in a really acute moment of need. In 2019, Madam Deputy Speaker, NHS England decided to increase the Children's Hospice grant.
That is an intervention that's far too long.
I thank the Honourable Member for his intervention, and he'll be pleased to know that I'm going to mention hospices as I continue. In order to fix the NHS, you must fix both the front and the back door. Taking the pressure off secondary care can only be achieved by properly funding primary care. This is why the decision to increase employers' national insurance contributions is a significant mistake, as it risks worsening the crisis in the NHS and care sector. Increasing the rate will drive up GP surgery costs, significantly raising the annual expense of GP practices. GP practices are not eligible for the employment allowance that protects our small employers, so surgeries in Chichester and across the country will bear the full weight of this rise, a burden they and my constituents simply cannot afford. Surgeries such as Southbourne Surgery, Langley House Surgery and Selsey Medical Practice have already reached out to me with concerns on their ability to continue providing services amidst these financial challenges. They all agree that this increase will directly undermine patient access and care. Madam Deputy Speaker, charities have long suffered the burden of failing statutory services, and Chichester boasts some of the most amazing charitable organisations, and it's one of the great pleasures of my role to spend time with the people at the heart of those organisations. Charities such as Stone Pillow, working to prevent homelessness in our area, are now facing an increase in costs of £125,000. I also visited St Wilfrid's Hospice after the budget announcement, an incredible hospice providing palliative care for hundreds of people every year in their hospice and also in the community. They're now facing an increased bill of £175,000 that they need to find annually. Only 17% of their annual budget is covered by the NHS. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, I urge the Government to consider exempting the health and social care sector from the national insurance rise, so the Treasury is not giving with one hand and then taking with the other. Thank you.
Toby Perkins.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'd like to start by saying how happy I am, after 14 years in this place, to finally be responding to a budget from a Labour Party Chancellor. And that the Labour Party Chancellor is also the first woman to hold that position is a source of tremendous pride to me, and I know many of us on these benches. This is a budget that will first begin the long task of national repair and renewal after 14 years of steady decline. And if anyone was left in any doubt as to whether the Conservative Party might have some useful insights to offer us, this debate should have ended that misconception once and for all. First, we had the Honourable Lady for Tatton. She was their Minister for Common Sense. No wonder they lost. And then we had the Honourable Member here from Tonbridge and Melton. They got rid of him because he wasn't right-wing enough. So we know that the Conservative Party won't be able to help us, and so we must crack on alone. And the truth is we have a huge amount of work to do. There's one thing the Honourable Gentleman from Tonbridge said that I did agree with, which is that in order to get growth, you need private sector investment. Of course you need private sector investment. I ran my own business prior to coming into this place. And this whole budget is predicated on getting growth, on working with the private sector to do that. Our entire plans on energy development require consistency for the private sector to invest. So there's no dispute on that. But what we also need is public services that work. And as someone who's employed people for most of the last 25 years or so of my life, let me tell you that you don't get a good workforce if your staff are living in poverty. It is not progressive politics to say we're supporting people to be in work who have to visit food banks on the way home. We need an economy that works for everyone, and I think that this budget strikes the right tone. Now, in Chesterfield, we have a very proud history of coal mining, and the legacy of that history can be found to this day. And so I am very pleased that my right honourable friend has ended the historic injustice of the mine workers' pension scheme and over £1 billion being returned to 112,000 former coal miners. That was absolutely the right decision. And I'm sad to say that I have the dubious honour of representing a constituency that under the Conservative County Council was dubbed the pothole capital of the UK. And so we are very glad in Derbyshire that this government is putting an extra £500 million to tackle the scourge of potholes, and hope that Derbyshire County Council will now start filling in Chesterfield's countless potholes. The national minimum wage, national living wage increase is another policy that will support economic growth. If you give money to people who've got nothing, they spend it in our economy. If you pass on huge inheritance, as we hear from the party opposite, that money just ends up not being spent in the same way in the economy. There are real issues around some family farms, and they need to be explored, but the vast majority of farmers aren't going to be affected by this. And we heard members opposite talking about James Dyson, of course a brilliant inventor. But why do we think he suddenly found such attraction in buying up huge amounts of farmland? I think they ought to pull the other one. So this is a budget that makes the very first start of getting our country back on the road to growth, repairing the appalling damage that's been done to our National Health Service, supporting the army of carers who also support our NHS, and finally ensuring that at the very bottom of our economy we start making work pay.
Alex Easton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Like the provisional curate egg, this budget has its good parts, but significant issues remain. While I appreciate the additional funding for policing in Northern Ireland and the PSNI, it must be emphasised that this does not resolve the structural underfunding that the PSNI has persisted since 2010, and it does not alleviate the problem of recruitment, which is now in a crisis point. I warmly welcome the £1.5 billion allocated for Northern Ireland, but it is essential that this funding is utilised prudently and effectively by the Northern Ireland Executive. It is unacceptable that we face the highest waiting lists in the United Kingdom for healthcare services. Due to time constraints, I want to concentrate on 3 critical areas: GP practices, inheritance tax for farmers, and the winter fuel payments for pensioners. Firstly, GP practices are struggling. Where, I ask, will they find the funds to cover the increased national insurance contributions for employees? They are not eligible for the employment allowance, which makes it unacceptable to take resources away from patient care. The Chancellor must be aware of the latest research in the Commons Library showing that over 5 million people in the survey, approximately a quarter, cannot get through to their GPs. This additional burden adds further financial pain to a broken service. Secondly, the proposed change to inheritance tax will severely impact farmers, with estimates suggesting that over 70% of farmers will be affected. This contradicts the government's projections and puts the future of farming in jeopardy. I urge the Chancellor to heed the concerns of the Ulster Farmers Union and the National Farmers Union. Our food security is dwindling, currently standing at 62%. We cannot afford industrial action from our farming community, who are already facing a financial crisis. Farming must be made viable. Finally, while additional funding was a hope to support pensioners' winter fuel payments, the Chancellor has failed to deliver. We now face the grim reality of many pensioners, many of whom just exceed the pension credit limit, being left in the cold despite having worked all their lives. This is plainly wrong, and is why I will not support this budget. In voting against the budget, I want to make it clear to the Chancellor that the situation for pensioners, businesses and farmers is not just bad in parts, it is downright rotten. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Lizzie Collins. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I've been sat in this chamber gobsmacked by the lack of comprehension on the opposite benches about just what has happened over the last 14 years in our public services. I see the Honourable Member for Tonbridge's priority is quoting billionaires who are worried about paying a bit more tax. Those are the Conservatives' priorities. Madam Deputy Speaker, last month I held a constituency surgery in one of my large villages, and they told me about the difficulty they were having in getting appointments in their home village. Because when you're trying to travel between villages with buses at most once an hour, it really makes a difference where that appointment is.
Yeah.
The lack of home village appointments leaves my constituents at risk of conditions worsening and goes against everything we know to be best for patients and the NHS. Early help at the right place at the right time. Down in Morecambe and Heysham, even as the transport is a bit better, getting an appointment can feel like a lottery because services are having to triage the most urgent patients. Our residents are travelling too far, waiting too long, and getting more poorly as they wait. But last week's budget gave me hope. Not only that the NHS will get the investment that it needs, but that finally the people in charge are people who have integrity and the skills to dig us out of this mess. Unafraid of listening to experts, unafraid of making long-term decisions, and unafraid to stand up for the people who matter, the patients. Last week's budget also showed us that this government will invest wisely in the NHS. Now, some people say you can't just throw money at it, and they're right, you can't just throw money at it. Look at what happened with the investment from the last government, nothing.
Absolutely.
And that's because the people in charge were fundamentally unable to organise at either a strategic or a practical level. They were unable to join the dots. So local safety initiatives, whilst very welcome, were brought in to try and tackle what were fundamentally national issues. The vacancy rates, the sickness rates, the increasing levels of complexity in patients caused by a nation in poorer health that was caused directly by austerity. So no, it's not just a case of more money, but sometimes it is. Money invested wisely can make a difference. If you have creaking digital infrastructure, that means medics are spending more time rebooting computers than treating patients. You need to invest, which is what this budget does. It also fulfils our commitment to access to the latest diagnostics and treatments. Through my health scrutiny role in Lancashire, I knew that thrombectomy, a life and brain-saving treatment, which is suitable for about 10% of people who have strokes, is not available 24/7 in all areas. And when I was scrutinising this care pathway, you needed to be lucky enough to have a stroke on a weekday morning to be able to get thrombectomy. So when, in February 2022, my grandma had a devastating stroke on a Friday night, I sat with the knowledge that she wouldn't have access to this treatment even if she could benefit from it. I can't describe the pain that caused me, and this is pain that my constituents and people across the country are feeling every day. We have a health system that has been systematically undermined for 14 years. A recent national report showed that less than half of the people who could benefit from a thrombectomy are getting one, and that is not good enough. I think I've spoken for long enough. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Will Forster.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was surprised to be called so quickly, so thank you for that. I just wanted to highlight several things. I was really pleased with the Secretary of State's earlier statement that he is looking at how to compensate those in the health and the social care sector on national insurance rises. I've got Central Surrey Health, which is a not-for-profit, employee-owned group in my constituency that serves much of Surrey. They stand to lose £500,000 as a result of the government's proposed changes. They deliver community services across Woking, across Surrey, but they deliver much of the services in my constituency of Woking as well. So it would be awful that if we were to lose health services as a result of this government and this budget that is meant to invest in the NHS. And I welcome the government's investment in the NHS, but they cannot make the mistake of increasing national insurance on social care firms, health partners and GPs. I am really concerned about the elephant in the room, Madam Chair, that is social care. Local authorities are really struggling, and our health system is really struggling. But it's social care that helps fix things. It is more efficient use of our money to invest in social care and invest in prevention than spend at primary care at hospital. And the government is rightly investing in the NHS, but they have failed to invest in our social care system. Surrey County Council is under huge pressure where I am, and Woking Borough Council has already gone effectively bankrupt. And it's reported that almost 50% of all of our local authorities could go under if further support is given. By this government not investing in social care, I really fear they're going to make the mistakes that we don't want you to make and that the other side, the opposition benches, made. We need to invest in social care. I really hope the government will agree to a social care cross-party agreement that tackles these things. I want to widely touch on the cost of living. This government has got an awful record to turn around from the previous government. They have made some good measures with suggesting they would increase the tax threshold, which is something that we've long campaigned for, but I'm really concerned about the national insurance rises. That is something that will hit small businesses hard. I met with many of them this morning in Woking, and they are really concerned about the impact. I do like the rhetoric of the Prime Minister and the government on being a government of service and a government that wants to promote growth. I do recognise that that the government is using the correct wording, but that wording needs to be followed up with good rhetoric and with good announcements. And this government says it is going for growth, but its actions are not. They are ignoring Brexit, you're ignoring social care, which is undermining our local authorities, and you're undermining small businesses. This budget is better than the previous government's budget, but that is nothing to shout about. This budget should be a lot better for my constituents of Woking and for other constituents across the House. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah. Just to help members, there will be a reduction in the time limit to 3 minutes following the next speaker. And a note, when I'm in the chair here, I'm Madam Deputy Speaker, not Madam Chair. That's for Westminster Hall, or if the House is sitting in committee. Richard Bergen.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. And this budget is a welcome break from over a decade of austerity, and especially from the Tory slash and burn plans announced at their last budget, which would have meant even more deep cuts. And it's good to see public investment being emphasised. That's key not only to rebuilding our public services, but to driving growth and better living standards. Likewise, the boosts in day-to-day spending for public services over the next couple of years is welcome in, for example, funding 40,000 extra NHS appointments a week and recruiting 6,500 new teachers. And as someone who's campaigned against poverty pay for many years, I also welcome the boost in the minimum wage, though there's more to be done here. The budget included positive measures for those like me who want the wealthiest and tax dodgers to be made to pay their fair share. That's why we've heard so much squealing from the Tories and the right-wing press in recent days. It seems that defending the super-rich is the main reason they get out of bed in the morning. Progressive taxes, like ending the non-dom scheme. Why on earth would they have a problem with that? Higher capital gains taxes and extending the windfall tax on oil and gas profits are how we need to fund our services, and we'll need more of it because public services will need more funding. The increases announced in the budget after the initial boost over the next couple of years won't be enough to repair the damage done by a decade of Tory cuts. So in my view, the government should grasp the nettle and introduce a series of wealth taxes, starting with a 2% tax on wealth above £10 million. That would raise billions more for our public services. In terms of other things, I would have liked to see the budget do more on tackling poverty, because I'm concerned that real-term cuts to benefits next year appear to be planned. Now, that must not happen, and disabled people must not be subjected to more cuts and attacks. I'd also say that the two-child limit needs to go, and needs to go fast. A Labour government should eradicate child poverty, not allow more children to fall into it. The last Labour government lifted so many children out of poverty, and that's what we want to see again. And I'd also say that the winter fuel allowance cut should be reversed. I must say, to me, this cut makes no sense morally, politically, or even economically, and it's not too late to think again and scrap it. So this budget is a welcome break from a decade of austerity. It contains moves on progressive tax measures, but I would say that more needs to be done going forward, now and going forward, on poverty reduction. It's a budget which has been put together after inheriting a completely toxic economic inheritance from the Conservatives, and it would have been good to see more than a handful of Conservatives on those benches this afternoon, because who knows, they might be able to learn something.
I call Tom Gordon.
There are two key points that really stick out for me in this budget, and the first one has already been referenced by colleagues across the House, and that is the elephant in the room that the Liberal Democrats keep referring to, is social care. People have already eloquently put the point about if you don't fix social care, you won't fix the NHS. And a great example of that is a personal experience of mine. A couple of years ago, my grandfather sadly passed away. He spent the last 6 months of his life bed blocking in hospital, repeatedly getting COVID and pneumonia because he couldn't get out of hospital and home. I don't blame the NHS for his passing, but I do acknowledge and recognise that if he'd been better cared for by an adult social care package at home, then there might have been a different outcome. The problem that we've got with the budget is that whilst there's a token gesture to local government, it doesn't go near enough. It doesn't go anywhere near enough to fix that gap that we've got when it comes to adult social care. This house is full of people who've been in local government and served as councillors who understand that, often more than half a budget goes on adult social care. And it's not going to be tinkering around the edges that will fix it. So we need a lot more to support both that and the NHS. What worries me are some of the unintended consequences. Just a couple of weeks ago, I met with a constituent who is currently working in the NHS. She's a single parent and her daughter has SEND issues. And as a consequence, because the state and the schools in the local area couldn't meet the provision from a local authority point of view, she then paid for her daughter to go to private school, to an independent fee-paying school, to get that support that she needed. She's now saying with that the increase of VAT and introduction of VAT onto school fees, she's now probably going to have to look at leaving the NHS to work in the private sector to be able to afford to meet the need of her daughter and keep her in that school. So what really worries me is the knock-on of some of those decisions and the wider ramifications. In this instance, it would be taking healthcare staff out of the NHS because of budget measures in other areas. So I would hope the government would reflect on that and think about what more can be done to make sure that we're supporting NHS staff in their current roles, whether that be giving them more pay rises that are fitting, whether it's more support for them in the workplace, or not seeing them need to take leave that NHS role to be able to afford to keep the provision of their daughter's SEND needs and capabilities. I think the final point I would make as well is that when it comes to health, the point which was made by the Secretary of State earlier is about prevention quite often, and they often, local authorities again provide that first line of public health and prevention, and again the money that is underpinning that just isn't enough. We know that every pound spent saves countless more for the NHS, so I'd urge them to have a stronger approach to prevention and invest in community pharmacies too. Thank you very much.
I call Paul Davies.
The Chancellor's announcement of £22.6 billion increase in the day-to-day health budget and a £3.1 billion rise in the capital budget over this year and next marks a pivotal moment for our National Health Service. This substantial investment underscores our government's unwavering commitment to enhancing healthcare services and ensuring the well-being of every citizen. One of the most pressing issues we face is the backlog of elective surgeries and appointments, with waiting lists currently at 7.6 million. The additional funding will enable us to deliver the 40,000 extra operations and acute sector appointments each week. And let's remember, this isn't just about numbers. This is about reducing the anxiety and suffering of millions who've been waiting for essential medical procedures and have been badly let down by the last government. By addressing these delays, we're taking a significant step towards restoring public confidence in our healthcare system. The budget also allocates £1.5 billion for new surgical hubs, scanners and additional beds. And this is crucial to expand our treatment capacity, particularly in emergency departments. As a survivor of cancer, I'm personally pleased to see that cancer treatment, a critical area of concern, will also see significant improvements. The allocation of £70 million for new radiotherapy machines will enhance our ability to treat cancer much more effectively, and this funding is a testament to our commitment to fighting this devastating disease and supporting those affected by it. Mental health, often overlooked, receives a much-needed boost of £26 million dedicated to opening new mental health crisis centres. These centres will provide critical support to individuals experiencing mental health issues, ensuring they receive the care and attention they need promptly. Further, the budget includes a dedicated fund to upgrade around 200 GP surgeries. By strengthening primary care, we can prevent minor health issues from escalating into major problems, ultimately reducing the burden on our hospitals. Finally, almost said Mr. Speaker, finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, the autumn budget 2024 represents a comprehensive and forward-thinking approach to healthcare. It addresses immediate needs while laying the foundation for a more resilient and efficient health system. We on the Labour benches campaigned loud and clear at the general election for change, and this is what this budget has delivered.
I call Helen Maguire.
Madam Deputy Speaker. So first of all, it's really important that we recognise how the previous Conservative government left the NHS in an absolutely weakened state, with soaring GP waiting times, crumbling hospital buildings and promises of new hospitals that they simply couldn't deliver. We absolutely welcome the 22.6 billion funding into the NHS and the 3.1 billion worth of funding into capital funding for the NHS estate. However, when we look at GPs, there's just simply far too many people who are struggling to get a GP appointment when they need one. And this can often lead to misdiagnosis, and they've just been missed or delayed, and often people have to go to A&E instead. Now, it's great that there's, within the budget, it's included dedicated funding to improve GP practices, but more focus is needed on the recruitment and training of GPs, and also ensuring that we retain those really experienced GPs. So it's disappointing to see that GP surgeries are not exempt from the employer's national insurance rise, because this will ultimately reduce the number of staff that they can employ, which will affect everyone. We really need to prioritise general practice so that more people can be treated in the community. This is better for individual health and it will cost the NHS less. We believe that everyone should have a right to see a GP within 7 days. I was also disappointed that there was no specific mention to dentistry in the budget. Tooth decay is one of the most common reasons for hospital admission in children aged between 6 and 10, and over 100,000 children were admitted to hospital with rotting teeth since 2018. More funding is needed to guarantee access to an NHS dentist for everyone needing urgent and emergency care. On the new hospital programme, we have one of the new hospitals, hopefully, which might at some point be built in our constituency, but I was disappointed not to hear more about this. It's good to hear that the hospitals that have RAC, that they will be addressed urgently, but we desperately need more details on this now. Because buildings like St Helier are simply deteriorating, with issues like sinking foundations, leaking roofs and outdated infrastructure. And Epsom Hospital can no longer cope with the current demand. We urgently need the new specialist emergency care hospital. My constituents simply can't wait any longer for their promised new hospital, and the country should not be forced to fund inefficient health provision. So I do look forward to hearing from the Secretary of State in the new year more information about that. Now, on the winter fuel payments, many constituents who are just above the threshold for pension credits have contacted me to express the lack of the allowance and how it will affect them. And it's particularly going to affect those people with ill health because they need to turn on the heating earlier and for longer. And while pensioners have been asked to apply for the pension credit, Dora May from Age Concern in my constituency has contacted me because she says applying for pension credit is a minefield, and that's why they go around all the time to help elderly people and support them in applying for it. With charities and small businesses, they're also going to be affected, and this is disappointing. And so I'm just going to wrap up and basically say that what we really need to do is I urge the government to look at raising money by reversing the Conservative tax cuts for big banks and asking social media giants to pay their fair share.
I call Lauren Edwards.
This is a budget that will improve the lives of so many of my constituents in Rochester and Stroud. They will see the benefit in their wage slips, see the things that they care most about in their community, like their local pub and their high street supported, and their public services finally invested in again. The investment in the NHS in this budget is key. It was the #1 issue raised on the doorsteps during the election and is perhaps best exemplified in the struggle to book an appointment with a GP. The simplest of tasks, to seek help from a medical professional when you are ill, made into what felt like an impossible task after 14 years of Conservative government. I reminded voters many times during the election that the NHS is always safer in Labour's hands, so I'm delighted to see that our first budget sets us up to meet that promise so quickly. As others have mentioned, a record-breaking £22 billion increase in day-to-day spending. 3.1 billion capital boost to pay for new technology and to improve our buildings, and a landmark public consultation to set out a long-term plan for how the NHS develops over the next decade. I'm very proud that we are a government that has been transparent and honest with people about its priorities to fund this investment. The Chancellor has delivered a budget that protects working people and instead asks big businesses and the well-off to contribute. It is a budget that doesn't dodge the tough choices just to get through the next media cycle. Instead, it is a budget that is informed by Lord Darcy's thorough point-in-time assessment of the state of the NHS that was handed back to us by the party opposite. It lays the foundation to take the NHS from the analogue to the digital, from hospital to community-led care, and from treating sickness to focusing on prevention and promoting good health. These approaches will take different forms across the country, but I would like to draw Ministers' attention to the potential for an elective care centre in the former Debenham store on Chatham High Street in my constituency. I've written to the Secretary of State on this proposal and would really welcome a conversation about its merits, particularly as it is a good example of the invest to save model that is promoted so well in this budget. Not only would it free up space at the Medway Maritime Hospital and help tackle waiting lists, it would also have further benefits by supporting town centre economic regeneration. I would like to welcome provision in the budget for a £600 million increase in local government spending to support social care. Like many MPs, I have a background in local government and I understand all too well how much the uplift is needed. But we all know the social care sector needs to be transformed. I've only got 20 seconds, so apologies I won't. We all know the social care sector needs to be transformed, and I hope that over time that we can move to a more fully integrated health and social care system in this country, and that future budgets may be able to apply the same exemptions to charitable care homes that they do in the NHS to the benefit of places like Finsbury House in my constituency that is run with great care and compassion by the Mortimer Society.
I call Andrew George.
Right, 3 minutes, 3 quick points, which I hope I have the attention of the Chief Secretary. On the first point, with regard to the NHS, I welcome the Secretary of State's introduction today. Certainly, the government have inherited the worst crisis in the NHS history, and it has a massive challenge on its hands. And I like the way in which the 10-year plan has been framed in relation to hospital to home, sickness to prevention, etc. But the Prime Minister was right when he said that those with the broadest shoulders should bear the greatest burden. The way in which this government is raising tax through national insurance, I'm afraid, is actually hitting some of those who will be struggling most. And I do hope that he'll look again the way in which the Liberal Democrats have framed it, that we propose to raise the money by reversing the tax cut for big banks, by increasing taxes for the oil and energy giants and for those large social media multinationals. And surely that would be a far better way of raising the money. The way in which the Secretary of State responded to questions about the impact that the national insurance rise would have on GPs, hospices and on care providers was one that he clearly recognised that there was a mistake, I suspect a mistake made, in that these were overlooked, and I hope that the Chief Secretary is shaking his head. Really does need to address those issues because a crisis is going to continue to occur. In relation to that point, I will give way, although he's only just walked into the chamber. I think it's rather cheeky of him, but carry on.
Cheekiness accepted. But the Honourable Gentleman is quite right. The 600 million extra is for both children and adult social care, whereas adult social care alone is expected to have a £2.4 billion hit. If the NHS, however well funded, cannot move its patients out into social care, then this investment, this expenditure will not work. Does the Honourable Gentleman agree?
Yes, I do, although I think it's rather rich of the Honourable Gentleman to come in and intervene on me when he left and he knows that he and his party left the country in the state that it was. And another issue is in relation to the housing emergency. We haven't debated it much today, but I welcome the additional £500 million which the government have announced, which will supplement the affordable housing programme up to 2026, and that is very much needed. However, I hope that he'll also address the issue which is a very large number of shovel-ready projects which have got planning permission, have got all the pre-development work in place. And I have to declare an interest, as I come as a former chief executive of a registered provider myself, that what I hope the government will do is to actually look at the impact of the very significant construction inflation over the last 4 years, which are holding up a lot of development which could be addressing housing need within our communities. In fact, only 9,500 social homes were built last year. We need a great deal more if we're to address this very, very serious housing emergency which exists in this country. And I have a final question for the Chief Secretary, if I can have his attention for a moment, and that is in relation to the announcement that there was two layers of business rating which would apply to the retail, hospitality and leisure sector. Now, a lot of holiday homes have managed to abuse the system by using the small business rate relief. I hope that those won't also have further opportunities to take advantage of loopholes which a lot of second-home owners have, and I hope that he will investigate that and make sure the money goes into housing for first homes rather than second homes, which I'm afraid is a loophole in the system. Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker.
I call John Grady.
Glasgow has the shortest life expectancy in Scotland and Western Europe. The people in my city, who bring me so much joy, live shorter and less healthy lives than anywhere else in the UK. Far too many die too soon. They do not get the happiness that the autumn of life brings. Time with grandchildren, time with friends, volunteering, their local church or their local mosque. And my constituency has some of the highest levels of poverty in the United Kingdom. And poverty is one of the principal causes of ill health and early death, which is the topic of today's debate, health. Many of my constituents cannot afford to pay for the essentials and live in shocking housing conditions. They live every day petrified at what tomorrow brings. This budget confronts poverty. It increases the national living wage, giving a pay rise to the lowest paid in my constituency, and gives pensioners over £400 this year under the triple lock and over £1,700 over the course of this Parliament. This budget makes a choice. It targets our scarce public resources at the poorest, and I support this budget. My constituents, Madam Deputy Speaker, rely on the Scottish NHS, but the Scottish NHS is in crisis. Almost 1 in 6 Scots are on NHS waiting lists. And Madam Deputy Speaker, I'm discussing Scotland. This is a serious topic about my constituents' health. And may I say, given the waste of the Scottish Government, hundreds of millions returned to the EU unspent. Hundreds of millions spent on ferries wasted. That could be diverted to the hospitals in Glasgow. That could put beds in the Royal Infirmary at the moment where there aren't beds. Almost 1 in 6 Scots are on NHS waiting lists. The SNP are never to blame. The 62-day cancer treatment standard has not been met for over a decade, despite cancer being one of Scotland's biggest killers. I've met countless pensioners who have been forced to pay for thousands of pounds to go private for their own hip replacements and knee operations because the Scottish NHS waiting lists are so long. And this budget means £1.5 billion this year for Scotland and the Scottish Government to spend on the NHS and an additional £3.4 billion next year. Our budget puts Scotland first, it puts the people of Scotland first, and it enables the SNP to fix the mess they have made of our health service. Madam Deputy Speaker, this budget, with its record increase in Scottish funding, demonstrates our commitment to Scotland. I'm obliged, Madam Deputy.
Ian Room.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Very few hospitals in Britain can claim to be as essential as North Devon District Hospital. which is the remotest acute hospital in mainland England. North Devon District Hospital serves a truly massive catchment area spanning almost 1,200 square miles and more than 165,000 people, as far afield as Linton in North Devon and Bude in North Cornwall. Thousands of my constituents would face over a 2-hour drive to reach their nearest trauma unit, and during the tourist season, our hospital's emergency demand increases by a full 20%. Yet, shockingly, North Devon has just 6 beds inside its intensive care unit and only 4 elective operating theatres, far fewer than the NHS expects for any hospital of this size, and both now approaching 50 years old. Its endoscopy and women's and children's buildings are already end of life. It has a significant backlog of £80 million of overdue maintenance costs, half of which are categorised as critical or high risk. North Devon District Hospital was placed on the new hospital programme in 2019, but if it does not receive the funding now, critical and acute services will be at serious risk of service failure, and there is no alternative provision for over 40 miles. The last Conservative government promised a major infrastructure upgrade and spades in the ground by February this year. Neither have materialised. What a surprise. Worse still, the last government changed the terms of reference on the hospital's submitted business case, not once, but twice, pushing essential work on crumbling infrastructure beyond 2030. The thing is, Madam Deputy Speaker, my local hospital has a track record of delivering projects on time and within budget, such as the new discharge lounge, electronic patient records and the Jubilee ward. The path ahead could not be clearer. The business case has been submitted. The land is owned. The rebuild has the backing of Devon Integrated Care Board. Phase 1's enabling works covering key worker accommodation, new road layout and upgraded helipad would be complete as soon as April 27. Phase 2's clinical build, replacing operating theatres and the old intensive care unit and providing a replacement women and children's centre, should have already been started before the next general election. Everything, Treasury Department, everything is ready to go. Madam Deputy Speaker, the can has been kicked down the road far too long enough under the Conservatives. I really do sympathise with the position of this new government and what it finds itself in. The only thing harder than having to deliver on your own promises might be having to make someone else's good.
Jazz Atwall.
Deputy Speaker, our NHS is literally a lifeline for so many of us across the country. Last year, I witnessed this impact firsthand. From riding 85 miles on a Sunday, I went for precautionary tests on the Monday, and to my horror, the arteries round my heart were completely blocked. It was an incredibly difficult time for me, for my family, but the NHS was there for me. Whether it was the NHS doctor, the cardiologist, who told me the news in such a nice way that it felt as if nothing was wrong, the surgeon who operated on me very urgently because it was something that I needed done quickly due to the impact or potential impact it could have had on me, or the nurse or the nurses who nursed me back when I needed the care the most. Like so many in this chamber and across the country, the healthcare professionals, the doctors, the nurses, the administrative staff is the reason why I stand here today, in good health, to be able to address this chamber. Amongst them the very neighbours that took care of me during my time in hospital. But as members of this House are all too well aware, the NHS is far from perfect. The Tory austerity decimated the NHS. The COVID mismanagement added to the fuel on a burning fire that was engulfing the NHS. Our waiting lists, record levels. 7 million waiting for elective treatments. 10% of patients now waiting 12 hours or more in A&E. And the 350,000 people a year waiting for mental health support. This is the worst crisis of our NHS since its formation 76 years ago. Protecting our NHS is crucial so that people can get the treatment they need and when they need it. Whether it's a heart bypass like mine, a transplant or cancer treatment, this Labour budget delivers a decisive shift from the disastrous.
Before I call the next speaker, can I give a gentle reminder to members that we're on a 3-minute time limit, and also that when I'm stood up, please do sit down. I now call Tom Morrison.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The Liberal Democrats have long been pushing for this budget to be a budget for the NHS, so it was pleasing to see so much investment in our National Health Service. The boost in capital expenditure is particularly welcome, particularly as Cheadle's local hospital, Stepping Hill, is in dire need of support and investment. Now, only a few weeks ago, Stockport NHS Trust released figures that showed the maintenance bill required to bring the hospital up to scratch was over £130 million, up from £80 million just 5 years ago. The cost of the last government is there for all to see. Last year, the hospital's outpatients building was condemned and demolished. In March, the intensive care unit was temporarily closed because the ceiling was coming in, and since January, almost 10,000 people have had to wait for longer than 12 hours in A&E. 70% of Stepping Hill's estate is now classed at the highest risk category. In fact, when I was just there a few months ago, the incredible nurses talked me through how they had to place buckets down to ensure, on rainy days, to ensure water was caught that was coming through the roof. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is utterly shameful, and my constituents are suffering. One constituent contacted my office shortly after I was elected to tell me about their experience. After waiting months for a simple surgical procedure, the partial collapse of the ICU led to their surgery being delayed, which was then confirmed again to be delayed. Then after that was rearranged, there was a further delay because there were not enough beds for aftercare. Now, each time the delay seemed to be imposed last minute and out of the blue, which of course drives uncertainty and worry, not just for my constituent, but for their friends and family. Madam Deputy Speaker, I want to put on record that this is not the fault of the doctors and nurses. The doctors, nurses and NHS staff do an incredible job in the worst circumstances, and they are suffering also. They're being forced to work in these conditions. They are the ones that have to break the bad news to the patients when their surgeries and appointments get cancelled, although it's rarely their fault. Every day, those staff show up and deliver the best service that they can for their patients. The fault lies with the Conservatives. For 14 years, they sat back and watched the Stepping Hill, like many other hospitals, crumbled. I'll just carry on, I'm nearly done. For 14 years, the Conservatives ignored health professionals and patients who were crying out for their hospital to be fixed. As these cries were ignored, the problems got worse and worse and worse. And we are now facing a repair bill of £130 million, and without urgent action, this will only get more expensive. So the new government must act now. I'm delighted there is a commitment to our hospital, but they must act now and give patients, the staff and my constituents the hospital they need, or delay with further costs will only rise and even more parts of the hospital's building will crumble.
I call Mary Rimmer.
Speaker, this budget is one that will deliver to communities like mine. Can I begin by welcoming the Mine Workers Pension Scheme resolution? This is £1.5 billion of miners' pensions payments into their fund. It will be distributed between 112,000 former miners and families. It's absolutely right that this injustice has been corrected. They've waited far too long. It's shameful that the previous government has failed to budget for the resolution of Post Office Horizon and the infected blood scandals. I applaud our Chancellor for making that correct now. I urge those pensioners who will not get the winter allowance, those who are just missing out, to apply for universal credit. There is £6.5 million in St Helens unclaimed. I regret that we've been unable to remove the two-child cap allowance and right to injustice, the injustice to the WASPy women. I would like to turn now to the issue of local authority funding for adult and children's social care. Local councils bore the brunt of austerity. Successive government cuts since 2010 have left councils in dire straits. Yet this disproportionately affects those people who are most likely to access social care. There have been increasing pressures to find savings, not only cuts in services and jobs, but seriously limited to invest in cost-effective preventative services. 73% of St Helens Council budget is spent on adult and children's social care. I welcome Chancellor's 3.2 real-terms increase in local government funding, £600 million to support social care. It is good that Labour government... No. It was good that Labour government will target additional grant funding in the short term for councils most in need. Yet this needs to be the start of a process that reverses the years of financial decline. For too long, local council funding formulas have worked against underprivileged communities. Areas that need it most often not getting their fair share. Sadly, it creates a downward spiral, ever-increasing percentage of local government funding being spent on social care. It is not sustainable. As previously stated, 73% of the council's budget on social care in St Helens. 48 councils, the Sycamore Group, are unable to invest in their local area in a way that their counterparts are because of the funding formulas. 1 in 4 households in England reside within a Sycamore Council authority. At present, social care services are a postcode lottery, and it needs to be addressed. It needs a methodology that takes into consideration actual needs and the funding follows. I applaud the Chancellor for the £250 million to children's social care and also for the £600 million to adults.
Speak with shout.
Speaker, it's been a long time since I've had the pleasure of speaking in a budget debate. Usually there's a bit more competition for opportunity to speak here, and given there's a much diminished numbers, I've got this chance today. And as being more of an observer in the past few years, there's one thing I've noticed about the budget, and it's its form, the tempo and the rhythm that seems to be part of every single budget that gets from this House. It always, of course, starts with a high fever crescendo of excitement. The government reel off all the staccato of freebies and giveaways. Cheers come from the back benches, order papers get waved, and the nation feels almost bamboozled by this apparent avalanche of largesse. Then, of course, the first cracks appear. A negative forecast from the OBR here, bad news on the gilt markets there, and beyond that, it all starts to fall apart. Once they realise what it means to them and get over that intoxication, the hangover starts with the public and the first opinion polls start to come out. There was one in Scotland at the weekend. It showed a calamitous decline in Labour's fortune. Just as they thought they were measuring up the curtains for Bute House, it is not so straightforward for them anymore. So I want to do something different. I want to actually praise the Labour government. I want to thank them and say well done for getting that funding for infected blood. Great. I also want to thank them for the extra funding Scotland's going to get. It would be churlish not to do so. It's what we asked for, and I'm really glad that they started to listen to us, and I wish they would just do a little bit more of that. But of course, there are issues with all of this. And one of the main issues, of course, is that the National Insurance employer contributions. And this has caused a real problem for some of our colleagues that we have in Scotland, because we don't know what we're going to get in terms of a block grant. Are we going to get fully funded for these national insurance contributions in health and peace and for our budget? So we need to have clarity, and that has to be in addition to the block grant funding, not in place of it. So I would like clarity from the Minister when it comes to this. And there's one local issue I want to raise, and that's about the levelling up funding for Perth. Levelling up funding was pork barrel politics at its most gratuitous, and we were the only city with a local authority with a city that didn't get 1 penny from the Conservative government. We finally got a paltry £5 million, and we were so excited about this. We've got 3 shiny projects in the city centre of Perth that we were going to develop. Then, of course, the budget came along. After securing practically nothing from the Conservatives, a Labour government is taking that money away from us. So I want to hear the government say they will give Perth what it's due. But budgets are like fireworks on bonfire nights, Madam Deputy Speaker. They go up like a rocket, all with lots of noise and colour, then they come down like a damp squib. And today, their budget feels very much like that damp squib.
Yeah. I call Becky Gittins.
I'd like to begin by welcoming the tobacco and vapes bill, particularly the part around smoke-free spaces. For those of us with anaphylactic allergies, vapes represent a higher risk, with those clouds of vape smoke containing some of the allergens that people are allergic to, and we have seen the first reports of anaphylactic reactions to second-hand vape smoke, so I very much welcome the prevention that's included in the bill. Now to move on to the budget. There is a reason, Madam Deputy Speaker, that across Wales people overwhelmingly rejected the conservatism that crashed our economy, failed to fund our public services and oversaw economic decline. But more than that, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Conservative government weren't honest about the challenges that we faced. They weren't honest with the farmers in Clwyd East, the small business owners, the public servants or the potential investors. They spent money that just wasn't budgeted for, the height of irresponsibility. To say that they overpromised and underdelivered would be a colossal understatement. But last week, Madam Deputy Speaker, this Labour government delivered an honest budget and one that gave hope to the people of Wales, with the largest funding boost Wales has received since devolution, £21 billion, with £1.7 billion Barnett Formula uplift for the Welsh Government to support the vital public services that my constituents rely on. This includes £250 million for capital investment. This is the biggest budget settlement for Wales since devolution, working with the Welsh Government to invest in our NHS, increasing the national minimum wage, benefiting more than 70,000 workers across Wales, £2.3 billion for prison expansion to sort out the mess that the previous government made of our criminal justice system, providing £5 billion for the farming budget to accompany a new veterinary agreement that this government is seeking to cut the red tape and get Welsh food exports moving. £100 million to support steel communities, £25 million to make coal tips safe, and importantly, ending the injustice of the mine workers' pension scheme. As someone who grew up in a coalfield community whose family worked at the Point of Ayr colliery, I was proud to stand on a manifesto pledge to return the investment reserve over £1 billion to those who need and deserve it, the former miners themselves. This means a huge amount to the nearly 300 former mine workers in Clwyd East. We owed them this, and we delivered it. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, whilst this budget makes difficult choices, it sets us on a path to growth, provides vital investment for Wales, and it has my full support. Thank you.
I call Claire Young.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. While this budget has some welcome measures, including adopting Liberal Democrat proposals on increasing the earnings limit for carers allowance, others raise serious concerns. The previous Conservative government left our NHS on its knees. People in Thornbury and Yates are fed up with struggling to get a GP appointment or register with an NHS dentist. So I'll be holding the government to account to ensure that the extra funding actually delivers for patients. But on that note, I am deeply concerned about the knock-on impacts of raising the employer's national insurance contributions on those parts of the system not in the public sector. GPs and pharmacists play a vital role in preventative health and in detecting serious problems early. Yet because many are privately run businesses, they will be left footing a huge new tax bill. I've already been contacted by several concerned local GP surgeries. One told me that as they have a large number of part-time workers who were previously exempt but will now be eligible, the national insurance increase alone will wipe 2.5% off their top-line budget. Another told me, I quote, This change will have a significant financial impact on general practices, including my own, and can only serve to directly undermine access and patient care.
Will the member give way?
I will give way.
In Blackburn has some of the highest number of, the third highest number of patients per GP. Would the member agree that the increase in national insurance, whilst the ring fencing the funding that GP surgeries get, will essentially reduce the number of available appointments at GP surgeries?
I thank the honourable gentleman for his intervention and would say that is exactly the point that my local GP there was trying to make. So, and I'm not clear from the remarks from the Secretary of State earlier whether this will be addressed. Similarly, the majority of social care providers are privately run companies. They play a huge part in reducing pressure on hospitals, and raising employers' national insurance will deal a hammer blow to struggling providers. That's why I urge the government to think again and provide them with the same support they've done for publicly owned NHS services. They should instead look to raise the money needed by reversing Conservative tax cuts for the big banks or asking the social media giants to pay their fair share. I was also disappointed that the budget made little or no reference to social care, and I urge ministers to start cross-party talks on social care now. The other area I want to touch on is flooding. Briefly, I draw attention to the letter I sent ahead of the budget about the need to support local authorities to prevent and respond to flooding. My Thornbury and Yate constituency recently endured 50% of its annual rainfall in just 1 month, to which the council has had to respond within its already overstretched budget. While I welcome the funding for flood resilience projects, there also needs to be recognised that years of underfunding under the last government has left councils struggling to maintain their infrastructure to prevent surface water flooding. Given more time, I would like to cover other topics, like the concerns that the additional SEND funding will barely touch the sides, the impact on farmers, bus users and small businesses, and the ongoing financial crisis in local government. Instead, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will conclude by noting that the unintended consequences lurking in this budget put at risk much-needed improvements to our public services. I hope the government will think again and make the right decisions now for the long term, including fixing social care and delivering long-term infrastructure improvements.
I call Kevin Benavia.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. First, I want to start by saying this. We cannot and should not ever underestimate the power and strength of the message that having our budget delivered by the first female Chancellor in history sends to young women and girls across the country. There should be no limit to their ambition. In Stevenage and across the country, 14 years of Conservative rule have left a crippling cost of living crisis, record NHS waiting lists, rapidly reducing school funding, worsening public transport, and I could go on. But I represent a town of aspiration. The people of my town have had their ambitions and hope dampened by decline and held back by a broken Britain. But once this budget was delivered, there was a clear signal sent. Labour have started the work of getting politics to work for working people again. One of the most fundamental promises of the Labour manifesto was about fixing the foundations of our broken public services. I recently attended a local Older Persons Day hosted by Stevenage Borough Council, where we talked about pensioners' priorities. The budget maintains a triple lock, which will be worth an extra £470 next year for pensioners, on top of the benefit of over £900 this year from the same commitment. I spend a lot of time speaking to carers in my area, looking after their loved ones in testing circumstances. This budget delivers the largest increase in the carers' allowance since its introduction, starting the work to recognise the huge sacrifice they make. And I know this work will only be complete when we fundamentally reform our broken social care system, and I very much look forward to that. I'm afraid I won't. I represent a constituency with multiple borough and district councils who've borne the brunt of 14 years of government cuts. This budget delivers £1.3 billion extra for local councils to provide essential services that are vital to our communities. And now I turn to our NHS. In my local trust, 50% of patients wait longer than target treatment times. 31% wait over 4 hours to be seen in A&E. Despite the heroism and hard work of NHS staff, something simply has to change. The Health and Social Care Secretary has made the brave decision to stand up and fight for our NHS, boldly supported by our Chancellor. I greatly welcome the shift in focus from sickness to prevention, from analogue to digital, and from hospital to community. This crisis can't be fixed in one budget. It may even take a few. But at least now there is hope when there was none before. Thank you.
Call Sarah Gibson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Since this budget was announced, I have had many healthcare providers across my constituency telling me how worried they are about last week's announcement. These healthcare providers, like our GP surgeries, dental practices and healthcare operators and pharmacies, are small businesses. They are operating in the heart of our communities, and they have been doing so much with so little over the last 14 years under the Conservatives. And I welcome the increased investment in this budget. But this Labour budget was supposed to be a breath of fresh air for primary care, for our health service, and instead our GPs, pharmacists and dentists feel taken for granted. They feel let down and they're scared. The rise in employers' national insurance contribution and the lowering of the threshold for earnings is life-threatening for GP surgeries like Rowden Surgery in Chippenham. They don't have the profit margins to absorb the cost, and they can't pass it on to their clients. As they are designated as public authorities, they're not even eligible for the employment allowance. This means that they are going to take the full weight of this employment rise of costs. This is something they simply cannot afford. A GP practice partner in my constituency told me over the weekend, "I love my job. I have never regretted becoming a GP until this week. Now I'm seriously contemplating my future in this role." This GP is one of 8 partners in their practice, delivering care to 19,000 patients in my constituency, but the financial pressure on them is bleak. If our GPs cannot afford to run their practices because of this budget, they will have to reduce their services, lose staff, or worse, they will cease to exist. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, my constituency cannot take the pressure of losing a single GP, let alone a whole practice. Will the Minister consider meeting with us or with me to look at options that there might be to mitigate the increased costs faced by GPs in my constituency due to the rises of national insurance contributions and the lowering of the earnings threshold for surgeries like Rowden in my constituency? Thank you.
Peter Lamb.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I am very grateful to be called as part of the budget debate, particularly on this section about the UK's most beloved national institution. The NHS may well be well loved, but unfortunately it has not been well cared for over the last 14 years. And don't we all know it? Our inboxes are filled with people crying out for our support to get the treatment that they desperately need. All of the data shows the problems. In my own area, we have people waiting in A&E for over 4 hours at over 4 times the national target rate for the NHS. And in terms of elective operations cancelled at the last minute, back in the first quarter of 2010, when the last Labour government was in, that number in my area was just 75 cases. It's now at 520. I think we can see the scale of the problem we face. And we know it from our own personal experiences that whenever we come into contact with the NHS, that NHS workers bend over backwards, often in their overtime, to try and make things work for us. But mistakes and delays are inevitable in a system which has been systematically under-resourced. Madam Deputy Speaker, NHS workers need a government that is on their side, and in this budget we are doing exactly that, delivering the £22.6 billion increase in NHS funding, the 40,000 new elective appointments per week, and the new surgical hubs and scanners, which are going to get on with the job of clearing the Conservatives' backlog. And just on that point, Some of the comments which have been made by members opposite I found deeply surprising in the course of this debate. I think best summed up by the honourable member for Tonbridge, that he wrings his hands for the millionaire families, but was perfectly happy seeing child poverty in the UK grow to over a third. But they talk of debt, plunging people into debt. Well, they racked up £2.6 trillion worth of debt, 3 times what they inherited from the Labour government. They talk about levels of tax on businesses, while at the same time ignoring that working people in the UK have never been more highly taxed than under the last government. They talk about businesses and being on the side of them, but ignore that it was the Prime Minister that they put into office who had a very rude 4-letter word to say what he thought about businesses in this country. I think the one thing we can all rally round on in terms of NHS investment is that it is desperately needed for the research into the collective amnesia of the members of the benches opposite. I would be remiss if I didn't say, while the Chief Secretary to the Treasury is here, that Crawley could really do with a brand new acute hospital if they're being dished out. But as this government isn't one which tends to promise hospitals and then not put any funding aside to deliver them, I'll leave that debate for the future. What is needed today, however, is for the services that we do have to be delivering for patients once more. The Darcy report has shown us the way forward, and this budget puts us back on course for delivering that world-class cradle-to-grave health service that past Labour members gave to the country in the 1940s, the Labour members rescued in the 1990s, that members here today will save again in the 2020s. And if the members opposite wish to save that service, they are perfectly happy to join us in the division lobbies later in this week.
I call Joe Robertson.
Madam Speaker, thank you. A budget for growth, this is not. On the Treasury's own figures, from 2% next year, growth will decline for the rest of the decade. And on the OBR's analysis, this budget is inflationary. Madam Deputy Speaker, it's not on small businesses that this should land. Small businesses employ people. Small and medium-sized businesses drive the UK economy. If you tax them, you tax growth. If you tax their greatest asset, the people who work for them, then you take away employment opportunities for hard-working people.
Quite right, Joe.
But, Madam Deputy Speaker, I would like to talk more substantively about the dire impact on health and social care of this budget, the impact on health and social care providers that are not the NHS. The national insurance contributions will cause great difficulty and great hardship for GP practices, for charities like hospices, for dentists, for pharmacies, crucial providers of health services, and of course for social care providers too. Now, these organisations, charities, businesses thought they might have a friend in a Labour government, but I can assure the benches opposite they don't feel that you are their friend right now. I have been speaking to GP practices on the Isle of Wight in my constituency, and one practice said to me, our increase in tax from this budget is the equivalent of a salary of a practice nurse. There will be no new practice nurse for us.
Will my honourable friend give way?
I will give way.
I'm grateful to my honourable friend for giving way. Would he agree with me that no one would think less of the government if they listened to these arguments, they heard the message about social care being hit by £2.5 billion of extra costs, that the £600 million given to local authorities won't cover that, and if they simply listen and change, people will think much better of them, and we will have a social care system to support the NHS rather than one which stops the NHS being able to do what it needs to do.
I agree with my honourable friend, and in fact we've had a common theme throughout the debate in the last 3 hours. GP practices, charities like hospices, dentists, pharmacists and social care providers taxed by this government. In a time when they need government most, they find increased pressure on their ability to employ and provide services to the British people. So yes, there would be no shame if the Labour Party, the Labour government, were to do something about this gross problem with their own budget. But moving on to social care, the government, indeed the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care, said no more money for the NHS without reform. And yet the Chancellor provides £22 billion for day-to-day spending without any attachment to reform.
Yeah. Where is it?
For social care, he gives, both the Secretary of State for Health and the Chancellor, just 2.5% equivalent of that £22 billion for social care, 600 million, a tiny fraction.
Makes no sense.
Yet the biggest reform that health needs, that our NHS needs, is fairer funding for social care. Money better spent to relieve pressure on hospitals, to get people out of hospital beds who do not need to be there, who do not want to be there because they have nowhere safe to go to. And social care providers will not only face the full burden of national insurance contributions on them as employers, they receive a small fraction of funding through this budget as compared to the NHS. So I urge the government to go back to the drawing board and provide for our GPs, dentistry, pharmacy, charities like hospices and social care.
I call Tim Rocker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. So the first Labour budget in 14 years does need us to take a clear-eyed view on what has been inherited, to look at the Conservative legacy to our country. Terrible, almost non-existent average earnings growth, productivity per worker hour lower than in every G7 country aside Italy, GDP per capita growth stalling for a period not seen since the end of the war, record debt, high taxes, poor public services. And, Madam Deputy Speaker, the lack of growth in real wages is unprecedented in the last 200 years of British economic history. That is their record, and that is what they have to face up to. Particularly savage, as honourable members have pointed out, were the cuts to public investment. They inherited a debt-to-GDP ratio in 2010 of 65%. 10 years later, pre-COVID, it was 83%. They promised to eliminate the deficit in 2010. Then they promised to eliminate it in the 2015 election. Then the 2017 election. And then they gave up the ghost entirely in the 2019 election. And after that dazzling record, we were then treated to the Liz Truss magic. Liz, currently a prophet not recognised in her own land, who presented a mini-budget with £45 billion of unfunded tax cuts. No forecast. They like the OBR today. They didn't like the OBR then, did they? And we know what happened with that mini-budget, Madam Deputy Speaker. Tory chaos, and that's what we can never go back to. So when my right honourable friend came to office as the Chancellor, she looked in the hood, and what did she find? More chaos, unfunded policy decisions, undisclosed pressures and overspends, and the OBR listed them. The previous government promised but didn't allocate a penny for the £10 billion infected blood compensation scheme, promised but did not budget for the £2 billion Horizon Post Office scandal. So I am glad to see stability and common sense finally return, fiscal rules that make sense and will be adhered to, bringing the current budget into balance so that we don't borrow to fund day-to-day spending, moving to proper recognition of net financial debt that takes into account investment that delivers. Sound, sensible decisions that put us on a sustainable path. Compared to a Conservative Party that would rather we continue to founder with old habits and rotting institutions, that is content, to borrow a phrase, for Britain's hull, I won't give way, I've only got 25 seconds left, for Britain's hull to be encrusted with nostalgia and for us to drift off into the 21st century. Well, this is the story of national decline that they were writing for our country. We won't stand for it. We're going to build a better, greener, fairer future for our country.
David Chadwick.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the theme of this debate is about public services, but there has been a distinct lack of discussion from the benches opposite about what delivers the finances necessary to fund these services. This is the budget, after all, and quite simply, it is the productive economy and the small businesses in particular.
The government talks a good game about wanting better funded public services, and each and every one of us in this House would be hard-pressed to find a constituent which would disagree with that. But the measures in this budget, particularly the jobs tax, but also the government's wider agenda, whereby we're moving to French-style labour laws through the Employment Rights Bill, an attack on where that ready money comes from. We must always remember that every single penny of money spent by the British state has to be earned in the private sector. And chucking money at unreformed public sector whilst ballooning public sector pay on the back of the productive economy and small business shows the distinct lack of real-world private sector experience on the government benches. My very first memories of my parents going to night school on alternative evenings in order to get the qualifications they needed to set up their small business. Their aim was simple. It was to give my brother and I opportunities that they themselves could never have dreamed of. But in doing so, and I ended up with quite a prosperous upbringing, I will admit, but in doing so, they paid hundreds of thousands of pounds of money into the government exchequer. They've created apprenticeships and skilled jobs in a tough part of urban Greater Manchester. So they transformed our lives, but they improved the lives of children around them and created opportunities for local people, whilst paying for public services with the taxes that they paid.
Will my honourable friend give way?
Yes, certainly.
I wonder if my honourable friend agrees that the absence of anyone with any experience of actually running a business that creates the wealth, that pays for public services on the front bench opposite may explain why they come up with a budget that is so financially illiterate as this one.
I thank the honourable member. So I think absolutely that does show through. And I think we see that in the OBR forecasts that the honourable member for Isle of Wight East mentioned. Because the results of putting taxes up into an unsustainable place means that there might be an adrenaline into the public sector from this injection of cash. But the medium and longer term result of that is lower growth. And that means that the public services are just getting a larger slice of the smaller pie. It's clear to me, Madam Deputy Speaker, that the tax burden is higher than is necessarily sustainable, and so tax rises now will not necessarily flow to greater revenue, particularly in the medium term. I would ask the Government to check its approach, support small businesses first and foremost, and focus its public service efforts in the first instance at productivity reforms. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Katrina Murray.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The independent report from Lord Darcy pronounced that the NHS in England was in critical condition. But by commissioning the report and the announcements in last week's budget, this government has declared its intention to fix our NHS and to put a firm foundation for the future. I particularly want to commend the action in the budget to invest in mental health crisis centres, to move those who are experiencing a mental health crisis away from the accident and emergency unit. Whilst we will always need crisis support, mental health provision, like physical health provision, should focus on intervention at the earliest possible juncture and not relying on emergency care. So often those in need of mental health care face barriers in being able to access help. They face difficulty in getting GP appointments. They face difficulty in getting referred to the appropriate waiting lists. They spend years on the waiting lists. And particularly if it's a young person with a neurodevelopmental condition, they might spend years as a teenager not getting seen by the local CAMS service until either their case gets referred to the private sector just because they're about to turn 18, or they get transferred to the bottom of the adult waiting list and missed there. The budget is clear. There is a need for investment. And also, being quite clear, as a member of the representing a Scottish constituency, my constituents have been failed by two governments. The previous Conservative government that has rightly been the focus of much of the debate today, but also the current Scottish government, who quite frankly have been asleep on the job. All of the signs that made Lord Darcy say that the NHS was in crisis in England apply just as much in Scotland too. 1 in 6 Scots on a waiting list for treatment, tests or appointments. Hospitals posting on social media not to come into accident and emergency unless your condition is life-threatening, as happened with my local hospitals on the 27th of October. GPs at breaking point with prescription system, which still requires paper and fax machines. No NHS app for Scottish patients. No e-prescribing either. I commend the largest budget settlement for the Scottish Government in the history of devolution. And now the Scottish Government need to use this to fix the system they broke. Devolution is massively important to me. I knocked the doors and campaigned for the creation of the Scottish Parliament. I will defend devolution with my life. But we want to make sure that it works for everyone. No chance of Big Boy Done It ran away.
Jarvis.
Madam Deputy Speaker, over the past few days I've been contacted by GPs from St Andrew's Surgery in my constituency, whose busy practice looks after 13,200 patients. They include Dr Katie Popplewell, who told me that the proposed increase to employer national insurance contributions is likely to cost the practice a whopping £27,000, the equivalent of 2 GP sessions a week, and that's before other staffing costs are factored in. As she puts it, at a time when the government has promised to repair and invest in the NHS, this decision to place a further burden on practices must change, or we will see an adverse impact on patient care on offer in Eastleigh and more practices closing their doors for good. Madam Deputy Speaker, every member on these benches recognises the challenges facing the country after years of Conservative mismanagement, but I hope the Chancellor will consider exempting GPs, small businesses, pharmacies, dentists, care homes and charities from the proposed increase to employer national insurance contributions. While I was pleased to see a commitment to more funding for breakfast clubs, there was no mention of the 2-child benefit cap in the Chancellor's statement, and frankly I'm at a loss to understand why. The Conservative government trapped hundreds of thousands of children in poverty with their cruel, counterproductive 2-child limit. As numerous charities and the Liberal Democrats have pointed out, scrapping the 2-child benefit cap would be the quickest and most effective way to lift children out of poverty in constituencies like mine and Eastleigh and across the UK, with huge long-term benefits for our society and our economy. In Eastleigh, we are also facing a local transport crisis. Hampshire County Council has withdrawn funding from multiple routes over the last year, which has had a huge impact on my constituents, particularly in Chelmsford and Valley Park. The bus fare hike will impact those in my community who can least afford it and could result in yet more routes being cut with no alternative public transport. Finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, there are also thousands of women in my constituency who were born in the 1950s and impacted by the DWP's failure to communicate changes to their state pension age. It was incredibly disappointing that the WASPI women didn't get a single mention in the Chancellor's speech. It is 8 months since the Ombudsman found the DWP had failed to adequately communicate the changes. I implore the Chancellor, please make resolving this issue a priority. Don't leave it until the next budget. These women have already waited long enough.
I call Kevin McKenna.
Thank you for calling me to speak in this debate about the budget, a budget I'm very, very proud to support as the first Labour budget in 15 years. I'd also like to thank the various members that made maiden speeches in this debate, particularly because so many of them have worked, like myself, in the NHS. And I know that many of those people have felt the urge to get selected and elected for this House because of our experiences over the last 14 years. Because I understand from the opposite benches that, there's a feeling that maybe we don't understand business. Well, I can tell you people here understand the public sector and public services and our communities. And actually, that's a disservice to all the people on this side who actually have run businesses. More than that, it's particularly important to me that a couple of them are NHS managers in their previous experience. Lord Darcy, in his report, made it very, very clear that one of the problems that the NHS has faced is an undervaluing of the management side as well as the clinical side, and I know that their voices will be really important in this debate. This budget gives us solid foundations for investment and rebuilding this country. That, I have no doubt. This budget is also what the people in my constituency have been crying out for, because they know our public services are frayed almost to the point beyond repair. And honestly, that's what people in my constituency keep telling me. And unlike some of the members who've apparently had some very, very negative responses to the budget, I can tell you from canvassing at the weekend and what's in my inbox, it's a really, really positive response to this budget. They are really, really glad to see that the investment has started, and frankly, a sense of reality that this is not going to be a quick fix.
Yeah.
And on the health service in particular, and health and social care, I really applaud the fact that the Secretary of State has commissioned not just the diagnostic investigation from Lord Darcy, but now a 10-year plan for the NHS. But I don't think so. It's this plan that's going to be needed to get it back on its feet. And as a counter to some of the comments about national insurance and burdens on businesses, first of all, I would like to say that the Secretary of State was very, very clear that he's going to look at the NHS allocations towards GPs and other people supplying the NHS. It comes with the plan. And beyond that, also, it's really important to recognise the damage to businesses that has been done over the last 14 years with all of these other costs that have been accrued. Mental health crisis damages recruitment. Mental health crisis damages retention. And across the board, these are the things, the extra costs that businesses have had to cope with.
Jeremy Corbyn.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome this debate, which is centred around health and inequality within our society. The hospitals are in a crisis situation with huge demands on them, insufficient resources and underfunding, and of course huge debts from the past which are not being addressed. In an intervention earlier with the Secretary of State, I asked a question about the future of private finance initiatives, which are taking over 15% of most hospital budgets. I think PFIs need to be taken over by the Treasury, as was envisaged in previous manifestos, as a way of releasing that cash directly into the National Health Service, which would of course help the question of waiting lists and for operations and all those demands that are being unmet at the present time. The second point I want to make is that healthcare is not just about hospitals, it's also about social care and it's also about mental health. In the case of my own borough, Islington, a very typical inner-city borough in many ways, our social care costs are going up by £20 million all the time because there are more and more people in demand, families are moving away, more and more people are isolated, and demands are getting greater and greater. There has to be a change in the whole social care policy, and I hope the government will bring forward serious proposals to bring in a universal wraparound national care service to take away the pain and stress that so many families face over social care costs. Likewise, the mental health crisis is real, it's serious, and it's here, particularly amongst young people, sadly, often amongst young males. Now, I realise it's early days for this government, but I hope they will appreciate that we do need a much more effective and efficient mental health service, but we also need to recognise that mental health stress comes from other stresses in society, such as housing, jobs, families, environment, and many, many other issues. And you cannot separate the question of healthcare and health needs from poverty within our society. So ending the two-child benefit cap would release a number of people and children from the desperate poverty they're in at the present time. Not taking away the winter fuel allowance to a number of very poor pensioners would help a great deal. And likewise, the questions of housing stress, the huge rent levels in the private rented sector, desperate levels of overcrowding of many people in communities like mine have to be addressed and have to be dealt with. No, I won't give way. Under the proposals of the 1945 Labour government, health and housing were linked together, and I think we need to look very, very seriously at all of that. And the last point I make in the 15 seconds I've got left is simply this. My local authority has lost, Islington has lost £105 million in payments since 2010. That's typical of local government. We need the money put back in to deliver the services our people need.
Leingham.
Thank you, Madam Deputy. I join my colleagues in welcoming this budget
and all that it represents in making a real difference to the healthcare outcomes of my constituents in Stafford, Eccles and the villages. In a way, campaigning on rebuilding the NHS during the election was easy. I didn't have to explain to my constituents that our health service is broken. The NHS is not something that happens off in the distance. The NHS is your GP who's at the end of a phone, or the ambulance service that come running the second you call 999, or the kind nurse who sits with your grandparent in their hospital bed. It's the real beating heart of this country. My constituents feel the impact of the NHS every day of their lives. Except now, for many across this country, the phone call to the GP now takes 40 minutes at 8 a.m. The ambulances arrive in several hours, if you're lucky, and there aren't beds in hospitals. We are seeing the impact of the last 14 years on our health service, after the shameful legacy left by those on the benches opposite. This budget is the first step of delivering the change my constituents voted for. It represents a new chapter, a commitment to put health and community first, and the beginning of rebuilding what has been lost. I know that the Minister for Care has recently stated that the government is determined to shift more healthcare out of hospitals and into our communities. I wholeheartedly support this goal, particularly when it comes to palliative and end-of-life care, which local hospices in Stafford provide very faithfully. I recently met with Catherine House Hospice in my constituency to discuss the importance of palliative care. I was very moved to see the care and the empathy in which they provide the services in our community. This budget is a reset for our NHS, allowing us to focus on preventing ill health in the first place, moving healthcare from hospital to community as we build an NHS fit for the future. I welcome it, as do my constituents.
I call Angus MacDonald.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I think it's very appropriate that I'm following your words about the palliative sector, and I'm very grateful for the substantial settlement for the NHS, particularly because in Scotland we will get 3.4 billion of that, and that makes an enormous difference in Scotland. The Belford Hospital in Fort William has been condemned effectively for 25 years. Unfortunately, I have very little confidence in the Scottish Government to spend that 3.4 billion well. I recently spoke with Kenny Steele, the CEO of Highland Hospice in Inverness, who told me that total increases from changes to employer national insurance contribution is expected to add an unaffordable £177,000 to the annual salary bill. £177,000. This comes on top of their need to remain competitive of a 5.5% salary increase awarded to NHS staff. Marie Curie anticipates the NI increase will cost them £3 million a year, out of £3 million they don't currently have. The government's planned increase in employer NI contributions to 15% from April 2025 is an impossible amount for the palliative care sector. If these essential care providers cannot absorb the additional cost, their survival is at risk. And if hospices fail, the patients they support will inevitably turn to the NHS, placing greater pressure on an already overstretched system. If the Health Minister could listen to me and put his phone down for a minute, I'd be grateful. Could you listen to me just for a second? Thank you. These palliative care charities are essential.
Can I just remind the honourable member not to address other people in... Please sit down. Please sit down. Not to address other people in the chamber as you, because you're actually addressing me. Please continue.
These palliative care charities are essential partners delivering compassionate, dignified end-of-life of care on behalf of and much cheaper than the NHS. Organisations providing health care for the NHS should be treated like NHS bodies in these decisions. Increasing NI contributions for the NHS, but not hospices, only places these providers in a critical financial position and firmly indicates that this government sees organisations like Highland Hospice as second class.
I call Pam Cox.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I'm proud to speak in this debate on a budget that marks a turning point for our country and for my constituency of Colchester. It's a budget that fixes the country's foundations and a budget that works to repair and reform our NHS. Now, we all know our health service means a huge amount to those we represent and to their families. Our health and social care staff do an amazing job day in, day out, and those for whom they care have long deserved better. And members of my own family have spent decades working in the NHS. My mother as a midwife, health visitor and then public health champion, my sisters as nurses, one now a diabetes specialist, one supporting a parish nursing community programme. And I've heard from them firsthand about the challenges they face. The challenges are immense and they will take a long time to address. And the budget recognises that. It walks towards those difficulties rather than kicking the can yet further down the road. And the Chancellor faced a stark choice, and she rightly chose the hard road. As a government, we could have continued with the failed policies of the last 14 years, with the low growth and austerity that have left our public services on their knees. Yes. Instead, we opted to change. We opted to invest in those services, in the workforce that makes them possible, and in the technologies that must transform them. So I particularly welcome the extra £25 billion for the NHS across resource and capital budgets to cut waiting lists and invest in new equipment. And this, combined with increases in minimum wage, will help those frontline workers who struggle to make ends meet. On that note, like workers at Colchester Hospital in my own constituency are fighting plans to outsource their jobs to the lowest bidder. On that particular matter, I'm backing those staff who, like our wider workforce, deserve better pay and conditions. Now, as the Secretary of State for Health said in his opening remarks, new investment for the NHS must be combined with innovation and take full advantage of the full potential of life sciences and new technology. Now, Colchester is home to the University of Essex's Institute of Public Health and Wellbeing at the university, and it's a group that's leading the charge on this. So together with local and global health partners, they're developing digital health, health informatics, health analytics that will help us to meet the challenges of the future. They're also working with our integrated care board to improve existing community and preventive services, something that my mother would have cheered to the rafters. She was rather old school on this matter. She believed, what people need. You need the high-tech stuff, you also need the low-tech stuff, the basic things, supporting people to live healthier lives through access to good food, green spaces, good housing, early years support, all those things that a Labour government will bring, and I'm proud to stand here to support that and this budget. Thank you very much.
I call Graham Ledbetter.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The theme today is fixing the NHS and reforming public services. In order to do that, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Government will require both a strong will to drive reform, but also financial support for public services that have been hammered for far too long by 14 years of Tory austerity. As a former council leader who dealt with tightening public sector budgets against the backdrop of changing demographics that increased pressure on the NHS, care services and early years, I'm well aware of the impact of austerity on our communities in Scotland and indeed throughout the UK. I do welcome a substantial increase in investment in public services in this budget. However, the Government could be generating more to support the NHS and public service reform. I'm referring to the completely flawed increase in spirits duty, which follows on from the brutal increase in spirits duty that the Tories introduced last year. I'm proud to represent Moray West Near and Strathspey, home of 48 distilleries, including some of the best-known brands in the world, brands you will find in pretty much every major airport and high-end department store. The industry has a GVA of over £7 billion and exports over 40 bottles of whisky every single second. The whisky sector has been investing heavily in sustainable operations and decarbonising their production. This has led to incredible innovations in hydrogen for energy, waste treatment, waste heat transfer, shortening their supply chain and much, much more. Innovations that are then being used in other sectors, including the public sector, to drive sustainable reform of how services are delivered. Yet, despite independent studies showing that the Treasury lost £300 million because the Tories' duty increase went too far, the incoming Labour government has pushed that even further, a move likely to cost the Treasury even more in lost revenue when a duty cut would in fact have driven sales of high-quality product and generated increased revenue, supporting jobs and investment. In the election campaign, the Prime Minister stated, and I quote, "I will back Scottish producers to the hilt. The Scottish Whisky Association described that commitment as being broken, with the Chief Executive Mark Kent stating, "This is more than a broken promise. To many it will smack of a betrayal. Scotland's national drink and the associated investment in jobs has been actively undermined and discriminated against." These are strong words, and words that the Government should take heed of. Instead of penalising this incredibly successful and innovative jewel in the crown of our food and drink sector, the Government must cut the duty on spirits to generate more sales and more tax revenue to support public services. Revenue that could be used to protect GP practices, like the rest of our NHS, from employers' national insurance changes, or it could be go some way to avoiding the outrageous cut to winter fuel payments, which is a particularly difficult impact in my own constituency with some of the highest in altitude communities in the UK and some of the coldest. I really hope that the Government will listen and act on these concerns.
I call Dr Zabir Ahmed. I call Dr Zabir Ahmed, no? I call Dan Aldridge.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It is a privilege to serve in this Parliament, and I am immensely proud to stand in support of this budget, the Chancellor and her remarkable team. As someone raised by strong, brave and kind women, I cannot in good faith ignore the significance of having a woman lead the charge to rectify the economic instability left by the men before her. This budget lays the foundation for a fairer, more productive economy and aims to fix a very bedrock of our society. It's genuinely inspiring to see how her team has embraced the challenge of balancing both the big picture of reform and national renewal and the critical details that support those most vulnerable to economic shifts. The investment outlined in this budget cannot come soon enough, especially in constituencies like mine, where average earnings are nearly £7,500 below the UK average. My own sister is a nurse at Western General, at the heart of my constituency, and as a family we know the true weight of the crisis in healthcare. Indeed, last week my mother, who has Parkinson's, fell over and we waited 9-10 hours, and eventually we ended up dragging her into the car. There was no dignity in that, and this is the state that we have been left with. For us, if Labour hadn't won this election, healthcare free at the point of use would have been at risk of disappearing forever. Thankfully, under this Labour government, the NHS has been given a vital 11th hour reprieve. The £22.6 billion investment promised in this budget will not only prevent further decline, but actively rebuild our health services. For Western General and our GP surgeries, this means more appointments, long overdue maintenance and improvements, and a sense of hope for our community. This budget isn't just about holding back the tide of decline. It's about building a dam to protect the future. It's progressive, it's targeted investment, and it's where it's needed most. In Weston-super-Mare, increasing the minimum wage will see nearly 4,000 workers in North Somerset up to £1,400 better off each year, and with £1.6 billion allocated for road maintenance, we can start to tackle the huge backlog of potholes that plague Western World and everywhere between. The £6.7 billion investment into education will mean better funding for Western schools and colleges, and the £1 billion uplift for special educational needs and disabilities and alternative provision. It's a particularly welcome change for so many families in my constituency. Will begin a much-needed reform of SEND provision. While we know it will take time to properly address the crisis in local government funding we have inherited, the £1.3 billion of new grant funding will increase resources for North Somerset Council, supporting essential services for our communities. This budget delivers on why we were elected: to tackle the cost of living crisis, to get our NHS back on its feet, and to lay the foundation for an economy that not only grows, but does so in a way that builds stronger, healthier and more resilient communities. When people see the changes in our hospitals, in our surgeries, in our schools and roads, they will once again believe that government can be a force for good. This is just the beginning of our journey towards a fairer, more hopeful future.
Luke Taylor.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Members of this House will have seen that celebrated Scottish comedian Janey Godley passed away on Saturday after her long struggle with cancer came to an end in the Prince and Princess of Wales Hospice in Glasgow. In her final days, Janey used social media to highlight the wonderful hospice care she received, and when her daughter announced her death, she took time to mention that her mother's passing was peaceful and a nice transition. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is the profound value of hospice care to our society and to the nation's families. Janey Godley's choice to highlight the care she was receiving in her final days should remind us all why hospices matter. And yet across the country, it's not an exaggeration to say that hospices are at breaking point, as we've heard from members across the House this afternoon. Many hospices are grappling with severe staff shortages and tight budget constraints. Redundancies and supply shortages have become alarmingly common, highlighting a systemic issue within the hospice sector. This most vital of services is reliant upon an unsustainable funding model that on average requires 2/3 of hospice funding to come from some sort of charitable donations. This leaves hospices vulnerable, reliant on charity shops and large contributions with no guarantee of financial stability, and also adds the postcode lottery for patients. And even the NHS funding hospices do receive fails to keep pace with inflation. Nowhere is this crisis more evident than at St Raphael's Hospice in my constituency of Sutton and Cheam. St Raph's is more than just a healthcare facility, it is a sanctuary for those seeking to die in dignity. The compassionate care provided there not only supports the dying but also brings comfort to their families during one of the most challenging times in their lives. And yet it only receives 25% of its funding from the NHS, substantially below the national average. In recent months, the hospice has been forced to reduce its clinical community nurse team by 20% and has completely discontinued its hospice at home programme, which once made sure that patients who wanted to spend their final days in the comfort of their own home could do so with dignity and support. Over the last 4 years, St Raph's running costs have risen by more than £1 million, but NHS funding to the hospice has only increased by £140,000. In last week's budget, the Chancellor pledged £22.6 billion to the NHS, which is long overdue after years of Conservative neglect. Yet hospices were notably absent from Labour's 10-year plan for the NHS, and the rise in employer NI contribution threatens to push hospices already struggling with fragile finances over the cliff edge. If this government is serious about delivering change, they will exempt hospices from the rise in NI contributions and listen to calls from the sector and inside this very House to sort out a proper funding deal to rescue our hospices.
Terry Jeremy.
Deputy Speaker, prior to the election, I've spent the past 10 years running my own business. And since July, one of the aspects of the role that I've enjoyed the most is going out and talking to local businesses about how we can work together and how I can support them. I hear time and again from local businesses that they need a healthy workforce to survive. Businesses do not want their staff sat on NHS waiting lists, unable to come to work or with health conditions impacting their productivity. We all rely on strong public services, and we've all felt their decline over the past 14 years of Conservative government. Businesses also need customers, and in South West Norfolk we will really benefit from the national living wage increase. We are sadly a very low wage area. In my experience, when people on lower incomes get a pay boost, they spend it. They replace something that's broken, such as a toaster or a microwave, or they get the children some new clothes, or they complete home repairs. That's money going back into the local economy, supporting, I hope, as much as possible, local businesses. Now, despite covering some 500 square miles and containing 100,000 people, nowhere within the boundaries of South West Norfolk do we have a hospital, not even a minor injuries unit. Towards the south of my constituency, our nearest hospital is West Suffolk in Bury St Edmunds, a 15-mile drive even from the constituency border, and it's roughly the same journey in the north of the constituency with the Queen Elizabeth Hospital in King's Lynn. When you do eventually get there, there is a similar greeting. Both hospitals are massively oversubscribed. Both those hospitals that serve my residents are riddled with rack. In the case of the Queen Elizabeth, literally held up by more than 5,000 metal and wooden props, and I saw for myself over the summer how it was inevitably making life difficult to provide excellent patient care. I am delighted the Chancellor made reference to the West Suffolk Hospital in her budget statement last week. We're desperate to see that hospital replaced, and the same with the Queen Elizabeth. I am very pleased that this Labour government is so focused on the RAC challenge. We simply cannot expect NHS staff to deliver first-class hospital care when the buildings are literally falling down around them. And it's not just the focus on hospital buildings that will be welcomed. The more than £20 billion of extra funding for NHS services will go a long way towards addressing the huge backlogs. Access to health and social care services came up time and again during the election in South West Norfolk. Difficulties accessing a GP appointment and the near impossibility getting to see a dentist. This focus on health and social care and supporting those on low incomes is just what is needed in my constituency, and I look forward to supporting this budget boost for West Norfolk.
Iqbal Mohammed.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I congratulate my honourable friends who made their maiden speeches in this House today. The first budget of a Labour government in nearly 15 years is definitely an improvement on the 14 years of Tory austerity and waste, but it was a missed opportunity to bring about the transformative change this country needs. I welcome the increases in the national minimum wage and carers allowance, but it is disappointing that these changes have been accompanied by cuts to social security and disability benefits. I am also grateful for the long overdue investment in hospitals and the NHS. However, the government must guarantee that these resources go into our NHS and not into the pockets of private shareholders. 4.2 million children are growing up in poverty. 250,000 people are homeless. Meanwhile, we are on the brink of an irreversible climate disaster. These crises demand bold solutions. The government could have implemented wealth taxes and closed corporate tax avoidance loopholes to bring about a more equal and sustainable society. Instead, it has chosen to bake in decades of inequality by feigning regret over tough choices it does not have to make. That includes keeping the two-child benefits cap, cutting winter fuel allowance, and increasing the bus fare cap by 50%. At the same time, the government has committed to an additional £3 billion on military spending. I echo my right honourable friend from Islington's comments on the link between housing and health. While I welcome the measures to increase funding for housing in the budget, I am concerned that these measures do not nearly go far enough. Real security is when everybody has a decent home, and we will only solve the housing crisis with rent controls and a huge council house building programme. The government will be aware that plans to freeze the local housing allowance will have a detrimental impact on hundreds of thousands of families struggling in temporary housing or facing eviction. According to the Joseph Rowntree Foundation, if the LHA remains frozen over this Parliament, on average, private renters on housing benefits will be around £700 worse off. If the government is serious about tackling child poverty and homelessness, it needs to start by ending the freeze of LHA and link housing costs to housing support. And while I welcome the commitment from the Deputy Prime Minister to deliver 5,000 new social and affordable homes, the fact is it's only scratching the surface. The government proposals in the budget don't nearly go far enough. The situation is simply not sustainable. The ability...
The right honourable gentleman give way. Would you agree, in terms of the winter fuel allowance that you mentioned, would the member agree that by freezing pensioners, that will only increase the resource on the NHS and the hospital times that have already, the hospitals are already struggling?
I thank the honourable friend for his intervention, and I completely agree of the direct link between pensioner poverty and the demands on the NHS. The government proposals in the budget don't nearly go far enough. The situation is simply not sustainable. The ability to provide the bulk of its citizens with a roof over its head is a litmus test for the success of any state. Unfortunately, it's a test that has been failed by successive governments. Without more radical measures to increase the stock of affordable housing, I fear it's a test that this government will also fail. Thank you.
I call Douglas McAllister.
Madam Deputy Speaker, this budget delivers the largest Scottish block grant in the history of devolution, delivering a total of £47.7 billion for Scotland's budget in 2025 to 26, including the boost to spending of £3.4 billion through the Barnett formula next year, on top of the £1.5 billion this year. Our Chancellor has provided £2.8 billion extra for day-to-day spending, and £610 million for capital investment, including £20 million to my hometown for the Clydebank Town Fund and tens of millions for Dumbarton regeneration. This budget marks the end of the era of austerity, raising much-needed funds for our public services in Scotland. This budget keeps our promises to Scotland and to my constituents in West Dumbartonshire and demonstrates the value of Scotland having voted Labour in July. This historic level of funding must be used by the Scottish Government to fix the NHS and support our public services. The SNP Government is now out of excuses. The SNP must show the same level of ambition for our NHS in Scotland as this Government does. The SNP must not squander this opportunity with its usual financial mismanagement. No more excuses, no more blame game. The SNP Government is facing a make-or-break chance to revive Scotland's failing NHS, with 1 in 6 Scots stuck on hospital waiting lists. Yes, I will.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the honourable gentleman for giving way. He's making a very good speech outlining the Scottish context. Should it not be the case that the SNP Government should repair the damage done to maternity services in the north of Scotland where mothers have to make a more than 200-mile round trip to give birth? They should attend and put things right in the north of Scotland and all parts of Scotland.
Yes, I agree with the honourable member, and I thank him for his intervention. The SNP are not here this afternoon, but I would highlight that this budget means that the Scottish Government is receiving more per person than equivalent UK spending in the rest of the whole of the UK. The SNP just need to get better at spending it, because Scots can see that the SNP have lost their way, are out of ideas, their ministers are incompetent, and they are as bad with their money as they are for taxing us and giving us more. Taxing us more and giving us less. But thank you for the intervention. Figures released today for last month reveal the scale of the crisis. These monthly figures reveal that the Scottish NHS is flagging on multiple fronts. The number of operations cancelled due to hospital capacity rose to their highest level since August 22. Delays to patient discharge rising to an average 29 days, while thousands of Scots attending A&E again waited more than 8 hours to be seen, and 50,000 fewer planned ops in the last 12 months compared to the same point pre-pandemic. Therefore, this Government's new money announced in this budget should not be diverted by the Scottish Government. The SNP must spend every penny of the extra NHS cash on Scotland's ailing health service. Use the boost of billions of pounds to cut waiting lists. The message should be clear. You've got the power, you've now got the money, no more excuses, no more hiding places. Get the money to the front line and get the 1 in 6 Scots off the hospital waiting lists. This is a very good budget for Scotland, but only if finally the Scottish Government is able to display a semblance of economic competence. But not for too long, Madam Deputy Speaker, just until 2026, when the people of Scotland get to complete the job of getting rid of both the failing Tories and the SNP. Thank you, Madam Deputy.
I call Victoria Collins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. After over a decade of Conservative chaos, there is no doubt that the Government inherited a challenging task, and we all recognise the enormous responsibility faced by the Chancellor this autumn. Whilst the Chancellor's announcement on increasing NHS investment is indeed welcome, my concern is that the budget ignores the back door of the NHS. The crisis in our NHS cannot and will not be fixed until the Government fixes social care too. My inbox has also been full of GP practices, like many across the House, concerned about the increases to employers' national insurance contributions. With no shareholders and no ability to increase prices, some of my local GPs have said they fear layoffs will be the only option. Without an exemption from the tax rise, the vast majority of health and care providers, as private companies, including hospices and pharmacies, will not benefit and further threaten the integrity of the Government's commitment to the NHS. For the backbone of our local economy, it is more important than ever we protect our beloved local businesses, from hospitality to accounting to local shops, run by working people. Like Threads and We in Harpenden, Fancy That in Tring, Gray's Life or Oakman Group, who is really worried about the pre-profit money that he will have to raise and what that means for actually his business. Along with fellow Liberal Democrats, we're therefore calling for better business support, including fairer reform of business rates. Our local communities also rely on our councils, and they're the ones who are also delivering on social care and local services. They need the funds to deliver that too. Our local communities are also fed by our farms. Already working on tighter and tighter margins, they now face selling off land and breaking up their farmland. Jamie from Sandwichbury Farm is already contemplating how he will have to break up their family farm and what that means for his 2 daughters, as well as growing food for our communities. The Conservatives left our economy in a mess, but we have an opportunity to turn things around. I call for better support for all our healthcare providers, but also our SMEs. This budget must support our communities. That includes our local businesses, our local government, our local farmers, and of course at the heart of that, our health and social care deliverers.
David Burton-Sampson.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This budget starts to deliver the change our country voted for, the change our country needs. It's a tough budget that makes the right choices to start repairing the foundations of our economy, whilst investing in our public services, where investment is most needed. After 14 years of the last government, it's now clear that the adults are back in charge. And looking at the attendance or lack of on the benches opposite, it's very clear that the Tory party have called a general election, handed back the keys and run away from any responsibility. However, this government will fix our NHS and invest in our hospitals, something that is badly needed in my constituency of Southend West and Leigh. Things are so bad in my local hospital that just recently hospital staff have been banned from ordering new uniform as part of new cost-cutting measures. Excluding cancer pathways, Southend University Hospital has average waiting times of 29 weeks for outpatient appointments and 26 weeks for general surgery, which are sometimes much longer. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is simply unacceptable as people wait, suffering in pain. This budget will start to fix this. There are also huge gaps in mental health provision. I am sure you'll agree that we need parity of care with as much emphasis on mental health as physical. For young people in need of mental health services in my constituency, the aim is for assessments within 12 weeks and treatments within 18 weeks. But the reality is that waiting lists can be as long as 18 to 24 months. Although practitioners such as the Lighthouse in my constituency are working very hard to bring those numbers down. So it's really pleasing to see, on top of the money committed, the 26 million for new mental health crisis centres included in this budget. And of course, we know that families waiting for assessments for special educational needs are being let down. So I'm delighted to see the £1 billion uplift in SEND provision. New funding for the NHS for mental health services and SEND provision will provide much needed help to my constituents. Without our health, our nation will struggle to rebuild our economy. So the long-term plan for the NHS will develop as a result of the current consultation and through our 10-year plan of national renewal. The days of sticking head in the sand are over. Hope is not a plan, and I thank the Chancellor and her team for putting in place a credible plan to fix our NHS. Thank you.
I call Steve Witherden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a pleasure to follow the Right Honourable Member for Southend, West and Leigh. I welcome this budget, which marks a significant milestone for Wales, the largest funding boost since devolution. I'm particularly proud of the 25 million allocated for the continued safe maintenance of coal tips, which is vital for places like the Bersham Colliery spoil tip in Rossduchlan in my constituency, made famous by the Hollywood-style Wrexham sign. This budget is a testament to the positive impact of 2 Labour governments working together. Never forget the 14 years of brutal austerity under the Tories. Their legacy has left vital services in disarray. record low living standards and over 4 million children living in poverty. After such devastation, investment is not just welcome, it's essential. I would also like to address the topic of farming and food security. Food security is one of the most pressing issues the UK faces. The Tories failed our farmers, as seen dodgy trade deals with New Zealand and Australia, delays to post-Brexit payment schemes and the closure of 12,000 farms, leaving many struggling financially. It's clear that investing properly in farming and addressing farmers' concerns is essential for the industry's future. So I welcome the 60 million allocated to the Farming Recovery Fund to support farmers affected by last winter's extreme wet weather. I also welcome the 208 million for protecting against disease threats such as PPR, blue tongue and other diseases that blight the lives of our farmers. Additionally, I welcome the 5 billion for the farming budget over the next 2 years. Inequality in our society is stark. Raising the national living wage by 6.7% to £12.21 per hour is a key step forward, benefiting around 70,000 minimum wage workers in Wales. Keeping petrol duty frozen is crucial for those of us in rural areas where affordable fuel is essential for daily life, work and accessing essential services. I know this was a major concern for many of my constituents ahead of the budget. Our Labour government will invest in public services, particularly the NHS and schools, which are devolved yet vital. I wholeheartedly welcome the increase of the core school budget by £2.3 billion, enabling the recruitment of 6,500 new teachers and enhancing school maintenance. As a dyslexic and dyscalculic child who was illiterate until the age of 11, I know the government's commitment of £1 billion to special educational needs and disabilities will make a real difference.
Amanda Martin.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Does the Chief Secretary to the Treasury agree with me that the depleted benches opposite continue to paint a picture that the last 14 years of Tory neglect were not a choice? Made even more delulu by the attacks on the changes this government has made to fix the foundations and improve lives of people in constituencies up and down the country. Madam Deputy Speaker, this shameful attempt to rewrite history would be laughable if it wasn't so tragic for the people who live in my city. This budget is the first step to a different and positive direction. I'm proud to say that this government has seized the opportunity to create real change for my constituents. In Portsmouth North, there are 9,600 minimum wage workers, proportionally higher than the national average, and many working in our public sector. Increasing the national living wage to £12.21 per hour is a huge win for those low-pay workers in my constituency, and the national minimum wage for 18 to 20-year-olds increase to £10 gives young people a decent chance to starting their independent lives. There are more than 12,300 unpaid carers fighting to provide vital care in my city, and unpaid carers deserve our unwavering support. And I'm proud that we're raising the threshold for the carers' allowance, which will be a vital boost for those families. Also, the review into the carers' allowance overpayment scandal seen under the last Conservative government is very much overdue, and I'm pleased we're launching this. In Portsmouth NHS Trust, 63,000 people are waiting to start treatment, and almost half for more than 18 weeks. Injecting in health spending in the NHS is real-term growth rate of 4%, and additional funding to support the delivery of extra appointments, reducing waiting times and delivering an 18-week target for those people, vital for my constituents. I'm also looking forward to hosting the first joint NHS public consultation in December with my honourable colleague from Portsmouth South and feeding our city's views into the 10-year plan for the NHS. In Portsmouth North, 6,730 people are on universal credit. Our reforms to universal credit will mean the introduction of a fair repayment rate of debt, bringing the payments down from 25% to 15%, helping so many people. And as a teacher, it would be remiss of me if I didn't mention the 43,000 children in my city who are in education. And we are bringing in breakfast clubs, ensuring that children are set up every day. removing the VAT exemption and business rate relief for private schools so that 94% of the kids in our country get money into their schools, recruiting teachers and crucially supporting 14,000 children with SEND in my city.
I call David Baines.
Madam Deputy Speaker, I welcome this budget not because it solves all the problems in the country, we've heard a lot about them this afternoon, which should be impossible to do so quickly, but because it begins to. In many ways, this budget is a reset moment for our politics and our economics. It's a deliberate choice to invest in growth and in essential public services in St Helens North and the country, not least in our NHS. It's a deliberate choice, just like the austerity that we suffered under previous governments was a deliberate choice. As Liz Truss's Chancellor was reported as saying last week, Labour are dealing with their mess, and we have that responsibility because in July people voted for change. They want a change in direction because the consequences of the choices made by previous governments are clear for us all to see. The funding black hole in social care, the crisis in SEND, our crumbling state schools, roads falling apart, councils going bankrupt, the crisis in our prisons and the justice system. In St Helens North, the number of children living in poverty rose by more than 50% between 2015 and 2023. Shocking. Was that good for business? This is the mess we're cleaning up. And of course, we can't talk about the mess that we're cleaning up without talking about public health and the NHS crisis. The recently published report by Lord Darcy spells it out. Life expectancy increased under the last Labour government, but plateaued during the 2010s under the Tories. That isn't a coincidence. The absolute and relative proportion of our lives spent in ill health has increased. That isn't a coincidence. To quote the Darcy report summary, many of the social determinants of health, such as poor quality housing, low incomes, insecure employment, have moved in the wrong direction over the past 15 years, with the result the NHS has faced rising demand for healthcare from a society in distress. A society in distress. Is that good for business? No. Madam Deputy Speaker, this budget provides the largest cash injection into the NHS outside of COVID since 2010, but this government also recognises the need for reform, and I encourage everyone in St Helens North and the country to take part in the largest NHS consultation in its history, which is happening right now. Last month I met with representatives of North West ambulance workers, and there's frustration, anger, heartbreak and exhaustion at the circumstances they're being forced to work in. That's just one of the messes we've got to clear up, and it won't all be fixed overnight, but with this budget and other measures including Employment Rights Bill, GB Energy, GB Rail, renters' rights and more, we are taking big steps to clearing up the mess that they left behind. Thank you.
Dr Becky Cooper.
Madam Deputy Speaker, a healthy economy means healthy people, but let's not forget that conversely, healthy people are the backbone of a healthy economy. This budget is working its way through some very difficult circumstances and dealing with problems that have been ignored for far too long. Problems in our financial economy have had an adverse effect on the health of the people that we are here to serve. So I am heartened to see that this budget is aware not only of the need to get the financial engine room running again, but also to rebuild the foundations of good health for this country. This budget rightly prioritises the NHS with vital capital investment and increased spending. I know many of my constituents and constituents across the country will welcome the announcement of funding for mental health crisis centres, providing services which are so desperately needed and go some way to taking the pressure off our A and E departments. I would also like to highlight a couple of the investments made beyond our NHS that are so vital for our health. I'm delighted to see investment in giving all children the best start in life, with spending on early years and family services rising to £8 billion. And the £30 million expansion of breakfast clubs will ensure children start their days with a meal and positive social time. I have seen how much value is added where the catering is integrated into a school's wider vision for health, well-being and pastoral care. I am also encouraged to see that the debilitating cuts to local government funding in recent years have finally stopped, and a plan has been put in place to support these essential providers of frontline services to continue their essential work. As well as a 3.2% real terms increase in local authority core spending power, the additional £500 million put into the Affordable Homes programme will kickstart the increase to decent, social and affordable housing. and finally begin to address some of the unacceptable emergency accommodation that our constituents find themselves in whilst waiting for far too long on our housing waiting lists. Yeah. As we move forward and build on the healthy economic foundations outlined in this budget, I look forward to considering the reforms that will be needed for social care. The £600 million grant funding for this is a good starting point for the necessary work to come. And similarly, the public health grants within local government must be protected and funded properly in order for us to sustainably move from treatment to prevention. We know that our public services and NHS cannot be fixed overnight, but I congratulate the Chancellor on delivering a budget that has given us a firm marker of intention and direction. The measures of our collective health and well-being are not GDP per capita alone. We can rebuild the services that we need to lead healthy and productive lives, and with this Labour government, we will all thrive.
Yeah. I call Danny Beales.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. The last few years have been incredibly difficult for our constituents and our National Health Service. Public services are on their knees. A £22 billion black hole left in our public finances and falls in real-term incomes and living standards. The party opposite are still labouring away, as we've heard today, on the fantasy that no problem exists, that they're sitting in opposition, well, few of them are sitting in opposition, through no fault of their own, but some sort of electoral misfunction, and they're entirely unwilling to say what they would do to fix broken services, what they would do to fix our NHS, and what they would do to close the financial gaps that they've left. I'm pleased that we have taken the tough and necessary decisions on spending and taxation to put our NHS back on a firm footing. Tough decisions that any Chancellor and any government would have to make. The party opposite have continually shirked those tough decisions. Yeah. This budget ensures that no one will see higher taxes in their payslip. No increase to employee national insurance or income tax or VAT, promises that I made door to door to my constituents and promises that we are keeping today. Yeah. The tax rises in this budget, which are necessary, rightly fall on those with the broadest shoulders, asking the wealthiest and largest businesses to pay their fair share to help rebuild our NHS and public realm. And this budget is fundamentally pro-growth, focused on investment into our country's future. We've heard today the party opposite continually make the tired argument that it's the private sector alone that drives growth. As members have rightly said, economic growth relies on a strong public and private sector. Without a functioning public sector, businesses cannot thrive. If trains are late, you can't get to work. If staff are off sick, they can't pay tax and they can't contribute. And if workers don't have the necessary skills they need, productivity and growth stall. This budget addresses these issues and these determinants of growth, and that's why I'm proud to support it today. Over 14 years, the Conservatives have starved our NHS of vital funding. And today we talk about the vital £25 billion investment in our NHS, the biggest investment in our National Health Service since the last Labour government, excluding COVID years. This investment is much needed and is transformative. I hope some of this vital spending will be made available to primary care and to community pharmacy, the desperate, underfunded front door of our NHS. And I'm really pleased that in recent days we've heard a commitment from the frontbench health team of a further £2.5 million to support the development of proposals for Hillingdon Hospital. And I'm sure that is an issue that I will return to discuss with the team in the days ahead. In summary, this budget delivers on our promises on tax, delivers on our promises to growth and on the NHS, and I'm delighted to support it.
Yeah. Rachel Hopkins.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As we all know too well, politics is about choices. The choice at this budget is clear. 5 more years of the same failed Conservative policies and more austerity, or change with a Labour government that will invest in Britain's future so we can fix the NHS and rebuild our country. The Chancellor's tough but fair choices will benefit so many across the country, including in my constituency of Luton South and South Bedfordshire, delivering on tax commitments to help fund our vital public services. This includes ending both the non-dom tax loophole and VAT tax breaks for private schools, so everyone pays their fair share. So I'm pleased to see an investment of £11.2 billion into our education system to give every child the best start in life, increasing per pupil funding in real terms, providing £1 billion in additional support for the SEND system, allowing for the rollout of free breakfast clubs in thousands of primary schools. For far too long, working people have paid the price of the previous government's failures. Whereas previous Conservative government focused on funneling pounds into the pockets of their friends with dodgy COVID contracts, this Labour government has made the choice to put pounds in the pockets of working people. The increase in the national living wage to £12.21 is therefore very welcome for people in my constituency, where over 3,000 people in Luton alone will be better off per year as a result. And as well as a boost in people's wages, I'm delighted we'll deliver the biggest boost to affordable housing over the course of this Parliament, with a £500 million boost to the Affordable Homes Programme to build up to 5,000 additional affordable homes, reducing the discounts on the Right to Buy scheme and enabling councils in England to keep all the receipts generated by sales will also deliver on our commitment to protect existing council house stock. Of course, the cornerstone of our public services is our NHS. Investment in education, jobs and homes is fruitless if we do not have a healthy population. Under the previous government, our healthcare system was pushed to the brink, with months or even years-long waiting lists for vital scans and operations, 24-hour-plus waits in A&E and the worst staffing crisis in history. The creation of the NHS was the pride and joy of a post-war Labour government, and it is a Labour government that will rebuild it once again with an extra £25.6 billion in investment over the next 2 years. This will mean reduced wait times with 40,000 extra elective appointments per week. Whereas previous budgets felt like reading lines from the same tired script, it's with pride I can say that the first budget from this Labour government really is the start of a new chapter towards making Britain better off. Better wages, an NHS that is there for you when you need it, and an investment in rebuilding homes, infrastructure, our roads, railways, to create wealth and opportunity for all. That's the power of a Labour government.
Jen Croft. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This budget will make a real difference to the lives of my constituents. It is a budget to fix the foundations of our economy, turn the page on the failed policies of the previous government and deliver the change people across the country and in my constituency voted for. Because, as contributions from honourable members across the House have made clear, we have all seen, experienced and heard about the decline of the last 14 years. The economic failures of the previous government left our constituents worse off than they were in 2010. I hear daily from families in Thurrock about the challenges they face. Public service performance is at a historic low, and behind every statistic is the real-world experience of one of my constituents. Whether it's a tragic loss of life while waiting to see a doctor following heart surgery, the learning disabled man I met who had resorted to pulling his own teeth out as he could not see an NHS dentist, or the parents desperate to receive a diagnosis for their child's special educational needs and start receiving the support that they need. Nowhere is the austerity and broken promises of the Conservatives more obvious than in our NHS. My constituents face some of the most acute GP shortages in the country, with each of our local surgeries caring for an average of nearly 3,500 patients. People continue to struggle with NHS dentistry, with only 31% of adults in Thurrock having seen an NH dentist in the last 2 years. And nearly a third of patients at the local trust are waiting over 6 weeks for a diagnostic test. So I welcome the commitment to an extra £22.6 billion of funding for day-to-day spending for the health service, to cut waiting times and deliver 40,000 extra appointments every week. And the commitment to more capital funding cannot come soon enough. And I look forward to working with ministers to ensure the benefits are felt in Thurrock, particularly in areas like Tilbury, where health inequalities are most keenly felt. On a personal note, I welcome the commitment in the budget to deliver for unpaid carers. I know from my own experience as an unpaid carer that the increase in the amount that carers can earn without losing their carers allowance and a commitment to reviewing the current cliff edge of carers allowance will be welcomed by those who do the vital work of caring for their loved ones. For so many people, this is a budget that will tackle the challenges our country faces. This is the party that founded the National Health Service and brought it back from the brink after years of Tory neglect. On the campaign trail, I told my constituents that we did it before and we will do it again. This budget delivers on that promise and I am proud to support it. Baker.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This budget delivered a game-changing announcement for my community. The news that Frimley Park Hospital will be rebuilt as one of the 7 hospitals severely affected by RAC concrete is such welcome news that will make a real difference in Aldershot and Farnborough in the years ahead. Frimley is my local hospital. I've spent my fair share of nights there and have seen firsthand the incredible work NHS staff are doing in a hospital that is in parts literally crumbling around them. So I want to thank the Chancellor, the Secretary of State and the wider health team for listening to the argument that myself and my honourable friend, the member for Bracknell, made to prioritise Frimley as part of the new hospitals programme. Because it is clear from this budget that this vital project was in real jeopardy from the truly dreadful deficit inherited from the previous government. My community needs a new hospital in the right location, one that works for residents from Aldershot to Blackwater and Yateley, and I will continue to campaign for that hospital until the day it has been built. And when I reflect on this budget and its investment in our NHS to bring down waiting lists and lay the foundations for our 10-year health plan, I believe that this is a welcome investment in our economic future, because a healthier nation is a wealthier nation. If we can help the 2.8 million people currently unable to work because they are on long-term sick leave, many of them stuck on waiting lists, this would not only help us grow economically, but would allow more of our neighbours to live their lives to the fullest. Let me share one example. Gloria Cornwall, who came to my surgery shortly after I was elected. She lived in agony, in desperate need of a hip replacement, struggling to get an NHS appointment for 5 long years. In early October, she emailed me, delighted to have finally been given a date for the operation in November, but it was sadly too late. She passed away from natural causes just 12 days ago. From the brief time I spent with Gloria, I could tell she was a very special lady. She was the linchpin of her family and was so proud of her grandchildren. Gloria's story is a powerful reminder of the lives that at best are not being fully fulfilled and at worst are being lost because people cannot get the health care that they need. I know just how much hope that appointment letter had given Gloria just before she died. So when I hear my right honourable friend, the Health Secretary, is bringing forward 40,000 more elective appointments each year, it is cases like that, it's cases like Gloria that I will remember.
Sorry, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm grateful. The Chancellor's budget last week finally ended the Conservative Party's austerity. It is a budget which fixes the foundations to deliver real change by fixing the NHS, cutting hospital waiting lists, reforming public services and rebuilding our country. As the Chancellor said, this budget is about investment, investment, investment. This government, a Labour government, is investing over £25.5 billion over 2 years in the NHS to cut waiting times so that patients do not have to wait longer than 18 weeks from referral to consultant-led treatment. With 40,000 extra appointments, new surgical hubs, diagnostic scanners, building capacity for more than 30,000 additional procedures and over 1.25 million diagnostic tests, providing new radiotherapy machines to improve cancer treatment. We are investing in NHS technology and digital to run essential services and to drive NHS productivity improvements, freeing up staff time. We are dedicating capital fund to deliver upgrades to GP surgeries, boosting productivity and enabling delivery of more appointments. We are investing £26 million to open new mental health crisis centres. At last, Madam Deputy Speaker, We have a government that is committed to tackling the root causes of mental health problems and supporting people to remain in work and to return to work. Yeah. We are supporting social care through at least £600 million of new grant funding, increasing local government spending, alongside an £86 million increase to the Disabled Facilities Grant, supporting more adaptations to homes for those with social care needs, thereby reducing hospitalisations and prolonging independence. This government is cutting down barriers to opportunity for all by increasing the core schools budget by £2.3 billion and supporting the recruitment of 6,500 teachers in key subjects and tackling retention issues, preparing our children for life, work and the future. We are providing £1 billion increase to SEND provision, to improve SEND provision and to improve outcomes, and an additional £30 million for further education to ensure that young people are learning and developing the skills they need to succeed in the modern labour market, which will help the City of Wolverhampton College in my constituency of Wolverhampton West. We are increasing investment in children's social care reform, and it's great to see real terms funding increase for local government spending. Madam Deputy Speaker, we are taking all of these decisions by also taking tough decisions on spending and welfare, eliminating fraud and error in the welfare system and closing the tax gap.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. As the first Labour budget delivered in over 15 years, it's a privilege to contribute to today's debate. Let me start by welcoming the Chancellor and her team's unwavering focus on improving the lives of working people by investing in our public services. This government has not ducked the difficult decisions as the previous government did, but has confronted them, committed to rebuilding our country and its public services, prioritising the lives and livelihoods of working people in doing so. This is why I take immense pride in standing on these benches to discuss the Labour budget. Having served since 2008 as a Derby City Councillor and my wife working in the NHS, we see first-hand the impact of Tory austerity, which, as Lord Darcy has highlighted, caused our NHS to face its most austere decade, and it has pushed many local authorities to the brink. In my Derby South constituency, the Florence Nightingale Hospital delivers critical care services to Derby's residents, ranging from inpatient rehabilitation to palliative care. Services like those provided by the Florence Nightingale Hospital must be protected. That's why I was delighted to hear the Chancellor announce the largest real terms growth in day-to-day NHS spending outside of COVID since 2010. Hear, hear. The record funding announced for our NHS and investment across our public services, there is much to welcome in the budget. Whilst the budget marks the start of a welcome new chapter delivering long-term stability and much-needed change, it's important that working people feel the positive impact of this Labour government. Continuing the focus on public service, I will now turn to the question of settlements for local authorities included within the budget. As in every constituency or our council plays an important role in providing families and individuals facing specific challenges, whether that's being social care, housing or the availability of SEND provision. Given this crucial role and the cost and demand pressures not unique to Derby but facing councils across the UK, I welcome the Chancellor's announcement of an additional £1.3 billion of extra funding. I will close again welcoming the Chancellor's budget, which last week took responsible, if difficult, decisions to redress Tory budget deficit and begin rebuilding Britain.
Coombs. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. For too long, our economy has not worked for West Bromwich. Low wages, low growth, broken public services, families unable to make ends meet, our huge potential going unfulfilled. That was the legacy of the Conservative government. That's why the country voted for change. And last week, finally, we saw a budget which turns the page. Madam Deputy Speaker, I'd like to thank the Chancellor for this historic budget and talk about three things. How this budget looks after the finances of families in West Brom, how it gets our public services back on their feet, and how it will turbocharge growth in the West Midlands. Last week, Labour's budget looked after ordinary families in West Brom. We promised in the election we would not put up taxes of working people, a promise we've kept. Carers were being trapped in poverty by the weekly earnings limit, so we've raised it. Young people were doing the same work for less pay, which we're changing. And perhaps most significantly of all, 12,000 workers on the minimum wage in Sandwell will receive a £1,400 pay rise next year. That's the difference a Labour budget makes. This was also a budget for public services and, critically, our NHS. In West Brom, our GP satisfaction rate is 15% below the national average. We have 80,000 people waiting for a hospital appointment, and we are in the absolutely scandalous situation that life expectancy in my area has been falling over the last 10 years. The Conservatives spent a decade destroying the NHS, and now it falls to us to rebuild it. Last week, our Labour Chancellor gave the NHS a cash injection that will deliver 40,000 extra appointments a week, state-of-the-art new equipment, and support for our NHS staff who have been pushed to breaking point. All of this is futile without reform, and the Minister set out earlier how we will achieve this. But the people of West Bromwich know that if you want a well-functioning and modern NHS, you have to pay for it. And we have made the difficult decisions to do that. I want to finish, Madam Deputy Speaker, by highlighting that this was a fantastic budget for the West Midlands. It will support manufacturing jobs in the automotive industry, which is so important to the region. It secured the future of HS2 to Euston, because people don't want to get on at Birmingham and get off at O'Dot Common. It funded the extension of the Metro to Brierley Hill. And it gives our Mayor, Richard Parker, a funding settlement for good bus services and local projects that will make a difference. Under a Labour government, West Bromwich is going to see the change they voted for. And I am proud that my party has delivered a budget which fixes the foundations, protects ordinary people and rebuilds our NHS.
Clive Jones.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. My constituency of Wokingham has suffered from the previous government's failure to fix our NHS. My constituents were promised a rebuild of the Royal Berkshire Hospital. It amounted to nothing. The Conservatives failed to fund the programme. They didn't allocate the proper amount of money. They did it and they delayed. Therefore, I welcome the government's extra funding for the NHS and its infrastructure in the budget. However, the government need to make clear how they will manage a backlog of maintenance repairs amounting to £102 million at the Royal Berkshire Hospital, on top of upwards of £1.3 billion required to build a new hospital. The Trust could start construction as early as 2028, but this requires urgent confirmation of funding going ahead. Does the Minister agree that a hospital sooner rather than later would deliver better outcomes for patients? Now, I don't blame the government for the financial mess that they have inherited from the Conservatives, but I must raise that when it comes to primary care, the budget has taken one step forward but two steps back. I simply do not understand why, at a time when Wokingham has an increasing GP to patient ratio and a growing population, the Chancellor has decided to levy a tax on jobs via the National Insurance Employer Contribution. This will impact GP care provision and leave our overstretched services struggling even more. I'm campaigning for the community of Arborfield to have their own dedicated GP practice. My constituents are crying out for change so they can get the services that they deserve. Therefore, will the Minister agree with me that GPs in Wokingham and across England should be protected from the national insurance hike? If this does not happen, we risk losing their services. And will the Minister please engage with my local Integrated Care Board to impress upon them the need to fund a GP surgery in the community of Arborfield? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. In July, I was proud to be elected as the new Member of Parliament for Kensington and Bayswater. A fantastic community, but one, like so much of the country, which has suffered from 14 years of low growth, stagnant wages and crumbling public services. We have some of the highest health inequalities in the country. The major local hospitals have the largest high-risk repair backlog of any NHS trust in England, and my casework is full of people in substandard temporary accommodation, battling damp and mould and slow repairs, victims of no-fault evictions and overcrowding. And Madam Deputy Speaker, what compounds this dreadful inheritance is the false hope, the fantasy new hospital programme, which told people in my community they would have a brand new St Mary's Hospital and overhauls of Hammersmith and Charing Cross, but was never budgeted for. Yeah. Instead of taking responsibility, they overspent, avoided the tough choices, and signed off cheques they knew would never have to be cashed. So I welcome this budget, especially the investment to meet our election commitments on reducing waiting lists and expanding surgical capacity and diagnostic hubs. And I also look forward to the 10-year plan for the NHS, and with the Chief Secretary to the Treasury here, also the spending review, where I hope we may also set out plans to build a new St Mary's and invest for the long term to get people healthier, improve productivity and deliver an NHS we can all be proud of. And of course our housing crisis is directly linked to challenges in our NHS. So I welcome the investment for affordable homes, for the Warm Homes Plan, the reduction in right to buy discounts with councils keeping the receipts, and after the damning National Audit Office report laid bare the cost of inaction on building safety this week, I also welcome the Chancellor's support for speeding up the remedial work. The NAO said that on current trends it will be 2037 before the last building is fixed, 20 years after Grenfell. That is unacceptable, and I look forward to the Government's plan to speed up the remediation work. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me end with one final reflection. Trust in politics has collapsed to an all-time low. The COVID VIP lanes, the lobbying scandals, the Liz Truss mini-budget for which my constituents have still not received an apology.
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I'm sorry for interrupting at this very last minute, my honourable friend, but he raised the important issue of the rebuilding of St Mary's Hospital. May I suggest to him that that should come alongside the full refurbishment of Charing Cross Hospital and also Hammersmith Hospital, as they all form part of the Imperial NHS Healthcare Trust.
Yeah, I thank my constituency neighbour for that point, and the Imperial College Trust have the highest major repair backlog of any NHS estate in the country, so we hope on merit that it will be a strong candidate for the Secretary of State's review of the new hospital programme. And in conclusion, and in fact as the Honourable Member for Brentwood and Ongar knows from our work together on open government and transparency internationally, I also welcome the Chancellor's focus on tackling corruption, fraud, tax avoidance and waste, the ending of the non-dom tax regime, the additional guardrails to ensure public investment is well spent, and the appointment of the COVID Corruption Commissioner to uncover those companies that used a national emergency to line their own pockets. Yeah. Taxpayers want that money back. 4 months ago, this government was elected with a mandate for change. This budget marks the end of the short-term cycles of chaos and mismanagement and the start of a serious plan to build a fairer and more prosperous Britain. Yeah.
Deputy Speaker, and I ask that you note my register of interests. This budget rejects 14 years of Tory austerity to public services and instead begins a process of investment and reform to the NHS and social care. The 4% increase in day-to-day spending and cash injection of over £25 billion in the NHS across 2 years will make an immediate impact improving patient experience. This budget begins to make good on Labour's election promise to get the NHS back on its feet and to address the issues laid bare in Lord Darcy's damning report, which set out so clearly the mess left by the party opposite. Highest waiting times on record, lowest public satisfaction. I also welcome the much-needed capital investment to ensure that rack-infested Airedale Hospital, which serves my constituents, gets funding for a new hospital. With Labour, promises made, promises kept. But the money is not enough. We need to change the NHS so it's more focused on improving health with more care delivered in the community close to home.
And these changes, I know, will be set out in the 10-year plan for the NHS in the spring, and I welcome the opportunity that everyone can contribute their ideas. Change means spreading best practice. Examples like Grange Park GP surgery in my constituency. I was pleased to show the Secretary of State for Health and Care this great community-centred general practice, which delivers continuity for patients, group therapy sessions like Singing for Lung Health, and on-site counselling. Investing in primary care and community health services is vital to a strong NHS. But as the Secretary of State also recognises, we need to also deliver with social care. Yeah. Local authorities have sought to provide social care in the context of severe budget cuts imposed over 14 years by the party opposite. The Chancellor's budget provides £1.3 billion uplift to local authority budgets, including £600 million of new grant funding for social care. This is hugely welcomed and much needed, as are the increases in the national living wage, which will lift thousands of care workers out of poverty. However, many non-profit care providers are already on the brink after 14 years of cuts to social care, and may be forced to hand back contracts if they don't get higher costs to reflected in the fees paid by local authorities. So I do urge ministers to explore these challenges with care providers and local authority commissioners to ensure that we have a strong foundation for a national care service. It is right that we asked those who with the broadest shoulders to pay their fair share to address the crisis in public services. I'm confident this Labour government can and will restore the NHS to the service we can once again be proud of, and that's why I support this budget.
Bayo Alaba.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I must say this budget represents a huge step towards restoring the vibrancy and potential to South and East and Rochford, my constituency. The commitments in this budget will support our hospitality and health service, revitalise trade and hospitality, and will knit the community closer together. Madam Deputy Speaker, over the last 14 years, our public services have been neglected, and the hospitality and retail industries have been unsupported. That's why I'm so proud that the Labour government are working to fix the foundations and reform our public services at its very roots. This budget invests £25.6 billion over 2 years for the NHS. This will cut waiting times by creating an extra 40,000 elective appointments a week, so the NHS will be there when we need it. I know how important this is in South and East of Rochford, where hospital health workers are working hard to serve their community. Madam Deputy Speaker, I know the businesses, restaurants and bars who are integral to South and East of Rochford, the local offer, will be pleased to see the measures announced in this budget. As someone who's run businesses in that sector for over 24 years, I know how important that is. The government, in choosing to protect small businesses by increasing the employment allowance to £10,500 and expanding this to eligible employers. This Labour government are making business rates fairer to protect our high streets and are permanently introducing lower rates for retail, hospitality and leisure. In South End City Council area, there are as many as 6,380 micro businesses which stand to benefit from these changes. These are steps which will deliver the change our communities deserve and regenerate our local economies. And finally, Madam Deputy Speaker, Labour are increasing the national minimum wage to allow for an increase of 6.7% to £12.21 per hour. This will serve to revitalise the hospitality and retail sectors. The Low Pay Commission estimates that 54% of all jobs paying at or below the minimum wage are in retail, hospitality, cleaning and maintenance occupations. The workers in these industries have been overlooked for too long. Labour's budget puts these workers back on the agenda and with more money in their pockets at the end of the month. My closing remarks, Madam Speaker. I welcome the actions of this Labour government to support essential services and equip our leisure and retail industries with the tools for the future. This budget turns a page on the last 14 years and begins to create the conditions for an area like South and East and Rochford to thrive. Thank you.
Lawrence Turner.
Deputy Speaker, and at the start I'd like to draw the House's attention to my declarations in the Register of Interests. And as we approach Remembrance Weekend in this debate on health, I'd also like to draw attention to the excellent work that the Royal Centre for Defence Medicine does in Birmingham. Madam Deputy Speaker, in July the people of Birmingham Northfield voted for change. It was a vote for economic stability and investment in public services after 14 years of chaos, 14 years of austerity and 14 years of running down our schools and hospitals. This budget is delivering that change. In the short time available, I would like to welcome the biggest increase in NHS funding in 20 years linked to service improvements. We are a young city, but 1 in 10 people in Birmingham are on an NHS waiting list. Some of my constituents have been waiting for years for life-saving treatment. Some of my constituents waited for too long. This is the sort of investment that will make a difference that people will feel, and that is a credit to the ministers on the front bench today. The investment in school buildings and equipment is also welcome. This is particularly important for the projects to rebuild Green Meadows Primary and King Edward VI Ballinwood Academy, which were committed under the Rebuilding Schools programme, but which also face rising construction costs, as well as a wider investment in education, particularly in SEND and further education. Reference has been made in this debate to the important commitments that have been made to the West Midlands Combined Authority. This is excellent news for the region as a whole, and money that can be invested in better housing and better transport services, alongside the additional money for social care and road maintenance in local government. And I look forward to seeing Birmingham's allocation ahead of a tough local government budget setting process next year. Madam Deputy Speaker, as a trade union official, I was proud to represent care and NHS workers, but I was ashamed of the conditions that they have had to work under for too long. And I feel that same sense of shame at the state that the Conservative Party reduced our public services to. This is a budget for investment in health and social care. It turns the page on years of failure, and it sets out the long-term certainty that businesses need, and I hope that it will be carried overwhelmingly tomorrow.
Peter Swallow.
Madam Deputy Speaker, and I start by declaring that my brother and his wife are both NHS doctors, and I'm incredibly proud of them. This budget begins the work to undo a decade of recklessness and neglect by the Conservatives, who left our NHS uncared for, our schools crumbling and carers unsupported. It will fix the foundations of our economy, build the growth we need to invest in public services, and end 14 years of Tory austerity. With this budget, Madam Deputy Speaker, my right honourable friend the Chancellor has put forward a bold, tough vision to deliver on our manifesto promise of change. £25.7 billion over 2 years for the NHS to slash waiting times with an extra 40,000 elective appointments a week. And £2 billion committed to technology to begin a serious transformation towards digital healthcare. On the government benches, we understand the need to properly fund our NHS, but we also understand that after 14 years of neglect, the NHS is badly in need of reform. You can't cure 14 years of sickness in one budget, but with this investment, we're finally taking the medicine we need. Madam Deputy Speaker, I warmly welcome the £1 billion investment the Chancellor is making to address the crisis in special educational needs, a first step in fixing a broken system. During the Conservative leadership contest, the new leader of the opposition endorsed the view that getting an autism diagnosis gets you economic advantages and protections, as well as better equipment and preferential treatment. Madam Deputy Speaker, let me tell you, this is a far cry from the experience of parents and children with SEND in my constituency. The Right Honourable Member for North West Essex would do well to listen to the former Conservative Education Secretary, who described the SEND system under her party as lose, lose, lose. This government's commitment to increase SEND funding by £1 billion is a step towards addressing the crisis. It must only be the beginning of tackling a huge long-term problem, and ultimately what the system needs is a root and branch reform, But with this money, we will start to make real, concrete differences and break down the barriers of opportunity for so many young people in Bracknell and across the country. And I will briefly also mention the fantastic commitment to set up a £44 million investment in trialling a new kinship carers allowance. Again, a real contribution to solving a problem that has long been neglected. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is a budget that invests in our NHS, invests in education, invests in families and working people. And if the party opposite choose to oppose it, they need to be honest with their constituents and the British people about what that means. Because opposing this budget means less money for our NHS, less money for our struggling SEND system, no additional support for the kinship carers who have felt invisible for too long. This government chooses to fix the foundations.
Order. Dr. Peter Prinsley.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the measures the Chancellor has announced to support our NHS as we begin the enormous task of repairing the damage caused by 14 years of neglect. And I absolutely commend this imaginative and transformative budget to the House. As the first ever Labour MP for Bury St Edmunds and a consultant ENT surgeon, I must also say how welcome the specific commitment to replace the rack-infested West Suffolk Hospital was. My ears certainly pricked up when I heard that. We will see great investment too in medical research, and I welcome that. This country continues to be very proud of our amazing historic contribution to discoveries and innovation, which are certainly the best ways to ensure we find cures for many mysterious afflictions. The government has rightly emphasised the need for investment in the NHS to be accompanied by reform. But with reform must also come value for money. I'd like, if I may, to bring a serious matter to the attention of the House. An example of a reform which, whilst at first sight appearing to be of benefit, is not value for money and is not the right thing to have done. And I'm sorry that so few of the previous team are here to listen. NHS eye surgery services are in difficulty, and I'm informed that we're in danger of creating ophthalmic deserts, just like the dental deserts familiar to us in the east of England. The last government took its eye off the ball, as cataract services were outsourced to private providers, taking with them the very same NHS surgeons and staff who were providing the service in the hospitals. The generous tariff for the provision of the cataract surgery meant that private clinics, often owned and run by the same surgeons, are springing up everywhere. The number of cataract operations shot up, and a relatively minor cataract, which is a cause of correctable visual difficulties, can be operated within a few weeks by a choice of private clinics, generating annual profits of well over £100 million. Meanwhile, NHS eye surgery departments, which are treating serious causes of irreversible blindness such as glaucoma and macular degeneration, are in trouble with long waiting lists, cannot recruit surgeons, and will struggle to survive. This is the next dentistry crisis. And just like in dentistry, a reform of the contracting system is now urgent. And I urge the government to do this. This will save millions of pounds and preserve the NHS eye surgery services. And as my ophthalmic colleague informed me, we can treat dental problems with false teeth, but false eyes don't work very well. Thank you.
John Slinger.
Madam Deputy Speaker, my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, inspired many people last week, including girls and women. The new Leader of the Opposition's unfortunate comments about the first budget by a woman Chancellor are not shared by the young women I've spoken to about this. My right honourable friend inspired us MPs too, not merely through big-ticket items such as the core schools budget, going up by £2.3 billion, but also a more subtle form of inspiration about the long term. It would be more popular in the short term to simply spend money on public services, but our government has taken the difficult choices, such as £5.5 billion worth of savings, and ensuring that public money is spent wisely through a new Office for Value for Money. My right honourable friend has taken the tough decisions on tax, spending and welfare to restore our economic stability, and this helps my constituents. Freezing the small business multiplier for 1 year will protect over 1,000 small businesses in the Rugby constituency from inflationary bill increases. Thousands of my constituents will benefit from the increase in the national minimum living wages, boosting incomes by up to £1,400. 1,100 carers in Rugby in receipt of carers allowance will benefit from the working limit being lifted, allowing them to earn more and still claim. Rugby's 19,000 pensioners will see the state pension increase by 4.1% by my right honourable friend maintaining the triple lock, more than twice the uplift given to people receiving benefits. Now, some in my constituency have expressed concern about local hospital health provision. Labour founded the NHS, will fix it and will fund it. It is because of my right honourable friend's decisions that this government can provide an extra £25.7 billion in 2 years to help cut waiting times and £1.5 billion capital funding nationally for new surgical hubs and diagnostic scanners. Madam Deputy Speaker, this much-needed investment couldn't have happened had my right honourable friend chosen immediate popularity by making unfunded promises that raise perfectly legitimate hopes among the public, just as the last government did when they promised 40 new hospitals without having funding streams in place. The toxic legacy of this false hope is felt by the public and expressed to every one of us in our inboxes. So, Madam Deputy Speaker, it'll be this Chancellor, this Labour Party, this government that restores faith in the very concept of that government can improve lives. It would perhaps have been more popular to pretend that there were no difficult decisions, only sunlit uplands, to pretend that green shoots don't require watering, that public services can improve without proper investment. Madam Deputy Speaker, we don't seek short-term popularity. This budget lays the foundations for long-term economic stability, growth, investment and fairness. It enables us to begin delivering much-needed change to improve our constituents' lives. As we do this, we will have the opportunity to earn the trust of the public we serve.
Zara Sultana.
Deputy Speaker, the government has a profound duty to tackle poverty with urgency and ambition. After 14 years of Tory austerity hollowing out our public services and leaving our communities struggling, eradicating poverty must be at the heart of the government's agenda. Yet this budget falls short. Without bold action, the most vulnerable in our constituencies will continue to suffer. Madam Deputy Speaker, ending austerity is not just about stopping cuts, it's about real action to lift people out of poverty. The critical first step must be to scrap the two-child benefit cap, which unfairly punishes families for having more than 2 children. If it remains, according to the Resolution Foundation, an additional 63,000 children will be in poverty by 2025. We must scrap it immediately. We must also reverse the means testing of winter fuel payments. No pensioner should have to choose between heating and eating in a cost of living crisis. Providing warmth to those at risk should be non-negotiable for a Labour government. The 50% rise in bus fare caps is equally unacceptable. Affordable public transport is vital for low-income families, students and those without cars. Increasing fares deepens and entrenches inequality and also hinders our climate goals. Madam Deputy Speaker, the Labour government must also ditch Tory welfare reforms that will slash billions from disability benefits, pushing people into more severe hardship. They must be rejected root and branch, not piecemeal. Over 330,000 excess deaths in the last decade remind us that austerity costs lives and politics is a matter of life and death. In one of the world's wealthiest nations, no family should be in poverty, no child left hungry, and no pensioner unable to heat their homes. So our response must be transformative in rebalancing the economy for the many, not the few. We need a fair tax system that places the burden on those who can pay the most. A 2% tax on assets over 10 million could raise 24 billion annually, and equalising capital gains with income rate thresholds would bring in an additional £17 billion. These funds could truly transform our NHS, schools and communities. Finally, we need a bold economic plan to secure a future with a worker-led just transition to renewable energy, creating thousands of unionised jobs and ensuring no one is left behind. Madam Deputy Speaker, my constituents in Coventry South and communities across the UK deserve a budget that marks the end of austerity in action, not just words, and a true commitment to ending poverty. Thank you.
As we agreed the point of order, please continue.
Thank you very much. I must apologise to the House for not making a declaration at the beginning of my speech, I am a governor of the Royal Berkshire Hospital, and I have a family member who has shares in a health club, a health company, and I apologise for not mentioning it at the beginning of the speech, Madam Deputy Speaker.
No, before you made the point of order, most definitely relevant to the debate, and the transparency will be noted. Neil Duncan-Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I should place on record that my wife is a hard-working NHS employee, and she'll thank me for saying that. I have today met with representatives of the Royal College of Paediatrics and Child Health, who have raised very serious concerns about the waiting times that children with conditions like motor neurone disease are facing when it comes to accessing community services and hospital treatment. And I'm hopeful that children's health will be targeted for additional resources in the budget, because we recognise that if we can tackle children's health early, we can help to reduce poor health in later years. I also want to welcome the key measure in the budget, and that is that the increases in public spending on issues like health absolutely benefit lower incomes the most. Likewise, the increases in tax are concentrated on the households with the highest incomes, as I believe it should be. Now, on the specific issue of raising national insurance contributions for employers, I have received representations from hospices in my constituency, and I would urge the Chancellor to consider granting these an exemption in recognition of the difficult and much needed work that they do. The announcement of £1 billion of additional funding towards the area of SEND is very warmly welcomed, and I would be keen to see exactly how this will be distributed to benefit the children and families that have been struggling for so long. The announcement of compensation for both the Post Office Horizon scandal and the infected blood scandal are very welcome steps in recognising the injustices that have occurred thus far. But I would urge the Chancellor to also see what similar support can be given to those women born in the 1950s who were never properly informed about the changes to their state pension age. I also recognise the £600 million grant funding for social care for local authorities, but understand that the entire sector urgently needs reform, especially if we are going to realise the government's stated aim of moving healthcare from hospital to community. I also want to again finally raise my concerns about the decision to means test the winter fuel allowance. I am looking forward to meeting the Pensions Minister tomorrow to discuss this further, when I hope we can explore what further support we can give to those who are just above the pension credit threshold. There is much to welcome in this budget, but I believe that those with the broadest shoulders need to carry the heaviest burden.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to speak in this budget debate on the first Labour budget for nearly 15 years. I also need to disclose that I worked in the NHS for the past 22 years as a mental health nurse. As a result of this budget, the NHS will receive the largest rise in day-to-day spending outside of the pandemic since the last Labour government. The additional £22.6 billion over 2 years will play a major role in cutting waiting times from the current unacceptably high levels. We all know that money on its own will not be enough to create an NHS fit for the future. So I agree with the Right Honourable friend, the Secretary of State of Health and Social Care, that it is important the increased investment outlined in the budget also comes with the necessary reform of our NHS. On that point, I was pleased to see that there will be more than £2 billion spent on healthcare technology and digital investment to run essential services and drive improvements in NHS productivity. I believe that this will have widespread support from my former colleagues working in the NHS. Ensuring that all trusts have access to electronic patient records will not only be much better for the patient, it will also increase staff productivity, freeing up more time to treat patients. When I paid a visit to the William Harvey Hospital in Ashwood constituency in August, there were 19 patients being treated in corridors. This is deeply concerning, as during the summer there is supposedly less demand on the A&E department, so this money will be well received in hospitals like the William Harvey and others. I was pleased by the recent confirmation from the Health and Social Care Secretary that there will be more details of new hospitals programme in the new year. I would like to make a strong case for the William Harvey and the other hospitals in the East Kent Hospital Trust. In 2019, when he was Prime Minister, Boris Johnson promised that East Kent would get a new hospital. Proposals were drawn up for either a new hospital in Canterbury or to upgrade the facilities at the William Harvey Hospital and Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother Hospital in Margate. Despite what Boris Johnson had said last year, the Conservative government broke this promise. At the time, it was reported that at least £210 million would have to be spent over the next 5 years on essential improvements to the hospitals in East Kent just to maintain safe services. As we look to deliver an NHS fit for the future, I would say to my right honourable friend on the front bench that money spent patching up ageing buildings would better invested in improving standards for patients in East Kent. I would therefore hope that these proposals and promises from the previous government can be reconsidered. The choices made by Chancellors to invest in this country's future and fix the broken public services left by Tories is clear rejection of the failed policies of the party opposite. So I welcome this budget. Thank you.
Elaine Stewart.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. This budget was a huge victory for mine workers. I was born in a mining community in a pit village called Bellsbank. Today, sadly, coalfield communities like the one I was raised in are still left behind the national average of growth and prosperity. Unemployment, poor health and lack of opportunity have created a legacy of deprivation in these once lively communities. With that in mind, I was immensely proud to stand on a manifesto to end the injustice of the mine worker pension scheme, so that the people who powered our country would receive a fairer pension. I am delighted that we have a Chancellor who listens to colleagues and a government committed to ending injustices. Now almost 700 pensioners in my constituency of Ayr, Carrick and Cumnock will receive £29 a week more in their pension. This was a pension uplift for 112,000 former mine workers across this country. This budget protects the working people in Scotland and injects more money than ever before into our public. The Scottish Government will need to ensure that this additional funding for public services reaches the front lines, bringing down waiting lists in the NHS and raising attainment within our schools. People in Scotland rightly expect results. The SNP are pretending that their hands are tied and somehow their decisions do not matter. But it's not just about having more money, it's about spending money better. The NHS in Scotland is in a perpetual crisis because of this SNP government chaos, mismanagement and incompetence. After 17 years of the SNP in power in Scotland, we are left with the reality of a two-tier health system. Patients in pain are forced to scrape together to go private. Over 860,000 patients, equivalent to 1 in 6 Scots, are on an NHS waiting list for tests and treatment. My sister awaits a heart replacement and has done for over 14 months. Decisions in this budget means that the Scottish Government is receiving more per person than the rest of the UK. The Labour Government is committed to growing day-to-day spending on essential services and delivering 40,000 extra appointments a week and reducing NHS waiting lists. Madam Deputy Speaker, when will we see the same ambition from the Scottish Government and the SNP?
Mike Reader.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I welcome this Government's commitment to fixing our National Health Service and delivering the real change that my constituents in Northampton South voted for in July. Now, Madam Deputy Speaker, Northampton South is home to 4 hospitals. Our General Hospital, St Andrews and Berrywood Hospitals, both providing fantastic mental health care provision, and the Three Shires Hospital, part of the Circle Health network. But despite all this choice, time and time again, constituents tell me that they are struggling to get appointments. Each week at my constituency surgeries and via my inbox, I hear from residents across Northampton South who are desperate to see a doctor or are desperate to try and secure an appointment for much needed surgery. And as their representative in this House, I have a duty to speak up for them and to welcome the changes this budget will bring to their lives. I'm particularly proud that this budget delivers funding for 40,000 additional appointments every single week. And that commitment means more residents in Northampton will get the care they need when they need it. And that means fewer days off work, less time in pain, but more importantly, better health outcomes. But Madam Deputy Speaker, as someone who joins this House from the construction sector, and I should declare as someone whose team were working within the new hospital programme supply chain, we must also be honest about the state of our NHS buildings. The previous government's empty promises of 40 new hospitals became a national embarrassment, a classic example of headline-grabbing announcements that deliver little for our communities. But instead, this budget delivers real, tangible investment. £3.1 billion in capital funding, including £1 billion to tackle the critical maintenance backlog. And in Northampton, we know all too well the impact of ageing NHS infrastructure. Northampton General Hospital and our sister hospital, Kettering General, have served our community well, but are now showing signs of their age. And unlike many other members here, I'm not going to ask the Treasury for some more money for my own hospital, but I am going to support my local ICB's calls for major investment in Kettering, just down the road. And I hope the review of the new hospital programme, once complete, will see a positive outcome for our county. Madam Deputy Speaker, I will just finish by acknowledging the dedication of our NHS staff in Northampton South. The doctors, the nurses, specialists, healthcare assistants, porters, cleaners, managers and administrators who keep our NHS running deserve our thanks and our support. This budget gives them the resources they need to do their jobs effectively in buildings that are fit for purpose with technology that works for them rather than against them. And this budget delivers our first steps in building an NHS fit for the future.
Holly Billington.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Even those of us who are new to this place know well that we should expect more communication from our constituents about what is wrong than what is right. So it is notable that I received emails of thanks and indeed congratulations from constituents last week after the Chancellor delivered her historic budget. Yeah. Stability is highly prized by people after so much chaos, and investment, especially in our NHS, is something people have been crying out for. But we must be honest with ourselves about the state of our NHS in East Kent and in coastal communities like mine. East Thanet has been overlooked for far too long, and when they have had to endure the chaos and incompetence of the last 14 years, the service itself has not been as resilient as other places to withstand such an onslaught. The Director of Public Health in North East Lincolnshire, Stephen Pintus, has previously described people living in coastal communities as being old before their time. We need to reform the way we deliver NHS services in coastal communities. Investment on its own will not be enough. Redesigning our health service to answer the questions: what care do people need? Where do people need it? And how do people need it delivered? My constituents have been suffering with poor NHS services for far too long. East Kent Hospitals Trust, which runs the Queen Elizabeth, the Queen Mother Hospital in Margate, is now ranked as the third worst in England for 12-hour waits for emergency services. Its maternity services have been deemed inadequate. When staff were asked if a friend or relative needed treatment, would I be happy with their care? Only 45% of staff said yes. I have people emailing me about their urgent care and essential appointments being delayed by waiting lists. People in dire need of mental health care being told to wait for months to get the help they desperately need. Denial of continuous care due to costs and a lack of staffing. And shockingly, poor communication and record keeping resulting in a cancer patient being misdiagnosed. In a 2021 report by Chris Whitty, Health and Coastal Communities, he highlighted the problems faced by constituencies like mine, finding that they had some of the worst health outcomes in England, with low life expectancy and high rates of major diseases. One of the major reasons for this, quite simply, is a lack of access to healthcare services, both a lack of NHS services in coastal communities and a lack of transport options for those that are available. Whatever the reasons we have when we deal with the challenges in coastal communities, we need to see reform. The extra funding that the Chancellor announced last week is crucial to bringing down waiting lists and stopping the chaos of the last 14 years of mismanagement. The British people delivered us a mandate to fix the NHS, and if done well, this reform will be transformative for the country and especially in coastal communities like East Thanet.
I'm about to call the final backbench contribution. No doubt lots of colleagues who have contributed will be making their way back to the chamber for the front bench speeches. I now call Matt Termaine.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. Prior to being elected to this place, I worked in health and social care, and so it has been interesting to hear some of the pronouncements coming from the mouths of the members on the benches opposite, which are frankly farcical in many instances. Madam Deputy Speaker, in my constituency of Watford, the legacy of 14 years of failed Conservative government is plain to see. People unable to get GP appointments, a lack of NHS dentists for residents to sign up with, poor mental health support for young people and adults, and of course, the undelivered promise of a new hospital in Watford, cancelled under the Coalition, failed to be delivered by the Conservatives over subsequent years. The previous government's track record is one of decline. In 2010, average waiting times were 18 weeks and satisfaction levels in the NHS were at their absolute highest. What a contrast to 2024 with the NHS on its knees. The Chancellor of the Exchequer has announced in the budget an additional £22.6 billion to support the NHS. This will help to deliver more appointments for my constituents in Watford, and this will make progress towards once again having to wait no more than 18 weeks from referral to treatment. As has been said before, we've done it before and we'll do it again. I also welcome the Chancellor's £1.4 billion to help rebuild schools, and the Chancellor mentioned Watford in her speech, noting that schools in my constituency will benefit in relation to RAC. RAC also brings us to the new hospital programme. I know my friend, the Chief Secretary of the Treasury, will be listening loud and clear when I say Watford is desperate for a new hospital, and has been the case for many years. The Trust's plan is ready to go, but I recognise that the Chancellor has achieved the seemingly impossible by managing to start the new hospitals programme with moving forward those affected by RAC, or those hospitals affected by RAC, and we hope that the rest will follow soon. I campaigned in good faith in the general election for a new hospital and to honour the commitment made by the previous government. But as we heard from the Chancellor in the summer, there was no money there. The Chancellor has worked wonders with this budget. She has dealt with the financial black hole. She has got the country back on its feet, and she has put it on the road for recovery. It's an excellent budget for the people of Watford. It's an excellent budget for the country, and I wholeheartedly support it. Thank you.
We've been able to get in over 80 contributions, so thank you very much to everybody by abiding by the time limits. I now call the Shadow Minister, Alex Burkhardt.
Thank you very much, Madam Deputy Speaker. It's a great pleasure to play a part in bringing today's interesting debate to a close. And I'd like to take this opportunity to welcome the Chief Secretary of Treasury to his post. I know that he's been in his post for a few months, but we haven't had the chance to get to know each other. And I must say, Madam Deputy Speaker, I've been very impressed by him. He's a fluent speaker, he's good on detail. This is not sarcasm. I was once warned by Hansard that sarcasm did not come across well in the written record. But I know what it is to be sent out to defend the indefensible. And I can see that he has a fine skill developing in this route, and that he's some way on his way to mastering it. And I just gently say to a man starting out in his front bench career in government, don't get too good at it, because you'll find that your party are going to give you a lot of ample opportunities to be defending the indefensible in the years ahead.
Minister, Shadow Minister. I don't think you're speaking to me when you say you. You're obviously speaking to the Minister opposite. Alex Burkhardt.
It's been a long day, Madam Deputy Speaker. I hope you will forgive me. But enough of these, enough of such pleasantries. This, Madam Deputy Speaker, is a bad budget. It's as bad can be. At its heart is a decision to tax business hard, very hard, to tax businesses and through them workers until the pips scream. A budget which sees the total effective tax rate on low-earning roles increase to its highest level since 2010, hitting working people hard, as the Chief Secretary of the Treasury admitted on Sky on Friday. We know that taxing business is a bad idea. As my right honourable friend from Tatton said earlier, businesses and working people are the dynamo of the economy. If we denude and degrade them, there is nothing for public services to feed on. But we discover as this budget unravels that it's not just businesses that are being taxed. It's GPs, it's care homes, it's hospices, as the honourable gentleman from Poole pointed out. It's dentists, charities, childcare, higher education, school support staff. Now, I understand that honourable members opposite will want to support big tax rises in this budget. But before they vote on them, I ask them to consider whether they want to vote for tax rises on these services. In answer to my honourable friend from Hinckley and Bosworth, who's clearly behind me, the Health Secretary earlier said that he was going to listen to GPs. But either the money for this next contribution is in the budget, or it's not. Either it's in the envelope, or it's not there. So has the thinking been done on this? At the moment, it would seem that all of these services are in limbo. Yesterday, the Education Secretary was asked by my right honourable friend, the Shadow Secretary of State for Education, and the Shadow Minister, whether support staff in schools were going to be affected. She could not answer. These are serious questions. The government must know. The HMT must have this data, and it must publish it. So I first ask the Chief Secretary of the Treasury if he will publish figures on who his national insurance contribution tax rises hit, what the costs are to those services, and whether they will get compensation. As I say, the Treasury must have this data. If he doesn't have the data at his fingertips, I ask him to put it in the library of the House of Commons as soon as possible. Look, we all want better public services, Madam Deputy Speaker. The question is, do we think we can get them if the services I've outlined are being taxed? Without reform more generally, as the Chief Secretary of the Treasury said on television the other day, without reform, money will just follow money out of the door. Now, we're told that Labour does have a plan for improving the NHS. We know this because the Prime Minister gave a speech. He told us on the 11th of September, and he told us that in the spring he would have a plan. And that plan would contain a transition to a digital NHS, moving more care from hospitals to communities, and focusing efforts on prevention over sickness. And who can argue with these very sensible measures? It was very good to read in the budget that His Majesty's Government intends to invest more than £2 billion in NHS technology and digital to run essential services and drive NHS productivity improvements that will deliver a 2% productivity next year. Very sensible. But a strange sense of déjà vu comes out of this, because one remembers that in the spring budget this year, the then Chancellor, my right honourable friend for Godalming, announced £3.4 billion in additional funding for the NHS to deliver 2% annual increases in productivity through new technology and digital transformation across the health service in England. So part one of Labour's three-point plan is not new at all. It's a Conservative initiative, already accounted for by a Conservative Chancellor. On to part two. Moving more care from hospitals to communities. On this, the Red Book says absolutely nothing. On part three, prevention. A small increase in tobacco duty and a vaping products duty. Not content with taxing us to growth, Madam Deputy Speaker, the Chancellor intends to tax us into health. But it's all right, because apparently the Prime Minister has a plan to have a plan in the spring. I'll tell you a funny story about the spring, Madam Deputy Speaker. When I was first working as a parliamentary researcher, there was some long-forgotten report that the Department for Children, Schools and Families was producing, and we asked when it was going to be published, and we were told the spring. So we replied and said, when does spring end? And the Department for Children, Schools and Families said, when summer begins. And in this tale, Madam Deputy Speaker, is an insight in the way to which Labour governments think. It's tomorrow and tomorrow and tomorrow, and never reform comes. So that's the plan for the NHS. It's relatively well developed. next to the non-existent plan for welfare reform. Now, my right honourable friend, now the Shadow Chancellor, started that work, but now silence has descended. More workers are needed to grow the economy. The OBR was quite clear on that. The Chancellor has chosen tax over employment, and this will not deliver growth. So the government's plans has been to tax, to spend, to think a bit, to set up a website, to get told to serve waffles for every meal, to think a bit more. Then it will be to see if any money's left, and it will discover there isn't, and it will need to increase taxes again. What is becoming painfully apparent is that Labour wasted opposition. It had 14 years to come up with a plan for the NHS, but it didn't, and now it is scrabbling to find one. By the time we see the Prime Minister's fabled plan, more than 10% of this Parliament will have passed, and very little will have been done that wasn't already being done before. The Prime Minister said there would be no extra money without reform, but that's precisely what he's given the country. That is the price of political complacency. This is the price of thinking government easy. This is the price of believing your own hype and the price of failing to be honest with yourselves. There are some people, Mr. Speaker, who say that the Labour Party was trying to pull the wool over people's eyes. I was one of them. I thought that behind the great ambiguities of their manifesto there would be a game plan. But game plan has come there none. £140 billion of extra borrowing, £10 billion more in higher debt repayments, mortgage payments up, austerity for employers, austerity for workers. A loveless landslide has become a loveless tax rise for the British people, and they will not wear it.
I now call the Minister, Darren Jones.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. I rather enjoyed that. I hope you can take a breather now, Minister. But seriously, can I welcome the new Shadow Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster to his place? And from what he said today, and I should confess, Madam Deputy Speaker, I am not a clinician, I think he may have some amnesia about the performance of his party in government. But maybe his friend, the former Minister for Common Sense, can help him find some before he next appears before the House. And Madam Deputy Speaker, whilst I'm here, Madam Deputy Speaker, can I also welcome the new Shadow Chief Secretary to his place? Some members of this House will know, Madam Deputy Speaker, that you, the Shadow Chief Secretary, and I worked very well together for many years on the Business and Trade Committee. And clearly, some things have changed and some have not. You, Madam Deputy Speaker, are now very much in control in the chair. I, Madam Deputy Speaker, am on the other side of the table answering the questions. And the Shadow Chief Secretary, Madam Deputy Speaker, will still shout at ministers, irrespective of whether they are Conservative or Labour, for being too socialist. Madam Deputy Speaker, every government comes into office seeking to improve the country. But it's now clear that the last Conservative government didn't come into office to improve public services. In a recent report from the Institute for Government, two key conclusions were drawn. First, that most public services are performing substantially worse in 2024 than they were in 2010. And second, that public service performance has been damaged by a lack of capital investment. After 14 years of failure from the party opposite, this government will begin the work of implementing a bold programme of public service reform. And this budget starts that work by choosing a different path, by choosing investment over decline. In doing so, we will make sure that every pound is spent well and that reform is baked into our approach to governing. But we have also signed up to that much greater challenge, to fundamentally reform our public services. Madam Deputy Speaker, I see no greater an opportunity than modernising the very nature of the state, not to get stuck on the old debate of the size of the state, but to fundamentally rewire and improve the state of the state. This budget, Madam Deputy Speaker, was a generational budget, a budget that meets the scale of the challenges we face as a country. To illustrate this more clearly, it is worth the House reflecting on the story so far, where the country found itself before this new Labour government came to office. A country where our national debt is almost the same size as our GDP. A country where our investment share was the lowest of any in the G7. And perhaps most significantly, a country where our growth lagged behind other OECD countries over the course of the last government, resulting in lost growth, lost opportunity, totalling £171 billion.
Shameful.
The impact of this is painfully clear in our fiscal picture, because the public finances we were told we had inherited from the last government have proven to be a fiscal fiction. Ahead of the election, we all knew that the public finances were bad. That was no secret. But nobody expected to discover a negligent, shameful, hidden secret, a £22 billion black hole of in-year spending. That was hidden from this House, it was hidden from the media, it was hidden from the Office of Budget Responsibility, and it was hidden from the public. I encourage honourable members on the benches opposite to look at the evidence from the OBR to the Treasury Select Committee today, making just this point. These issues were a direct result of 14 years of papering over the cracks in our country's foundations instead of fixing them. And it is... I shall.
I'm very grateful to him for giving way, and he's repeating a statistic I think we'll all be very familiar with, of the £22 billion black hole. But I think it's really important to make the point that that £22 billion isn't the extra money they were spending compared to what they were bringing in. The deficit last year was £120 billion. This was the extra money worse than £120 billion deficit we already knew we were inheriting.
My honourable friend is absolutely right. These were promises made by the last government which they knew they did not have the money to pay for. This was spending from the General Reserve, the money put aside for genuine emergencies each year, which they blew 3 times over within the first 3 months of the financial year. Anyone that runs a business, anyone that runs family finances, anyone that should be in charge of the country's finances should know that is shameful, and they should apologise to the country for it. Now, nowhere is this story more true than in our public services, which has suffered as a consequence of the mismanagement of the party opposite. For example, Lord Darcy's independent report into the state of our NHS found that the past 14 years had left the NHS in a critical condition. From education...
Minister, we very much welcome what the government is doing in relation to the contaminated blood. Very much welcome what they're doing for the Post Office Horizon. Can I ask the Minister a very gentle question, but a question that needs answered in relation to the Waspy woman? And particularly, whenever that old gentleman was in this side of the chamber, we all supported the issue for Waspy woman. Now that the honourable gentleman is in government, can I ask, as I understand the government are looking at this issue, what will happen to the Waspy woman? Can we expect in this term to have that addressed? Thank you.
Minister.
I thank the honourable member for raising the question. As he knows, the Ombudsman reported to this House before the last election, making a number of recommendations, but did not conclude the basis on which a compensation scheme might apply and on what basis. Further work is therefore required, which the Secretary of State for Work and Pensions is looking at. But I would point him to the fact that this government is a government that honours its promises. If you look at the infected blood scandal, if you look at the Post Office Horizon scandal, an issue that I worked on for many, many years, we were told by the party opposite they were doing the right thing by compensating those victims, but they did not put £1 aside to pay for it. Madam Deputy Speaker, from education to our justice system, we have inherited public services that are on life support. But I don't need to tell working people this. Sadly, they know it all too well. Because for both our public finances and our public services, the last government lost control. This budget and this government will get both back under control. I will now outline how we should do this by focusing on one simple word: reform. Reform is urgent because we can't simply spend our way to better public services. This is a government for working people, and we are determined that they will get the best possible public services for the best possible price. But public service reform is not just about policy or IT systems or procurement, as important as that is. It is about people. The people at the end of each of our decisions. Like a patient in the hands of the NHS, with worry and hope in their heart. A pupil in a school or college or university with aspirations that should be met. A pensioner who wants to feel safe walking to the shops on their high street. And behind each of those people is a doctor, a nurse, a teacher, a police officer, or a civil servant. Public servants who have chosen to work in public service to serve the public, as this government does. Public servants and people who today feel frustrated by not being able to access public services and not being able to deliver them. Public services that, when performing well, deliver a well-functioning state and help keep workers educated, well, and able to help grow our economy and protect our country. It is for these people that my right honourable friend, the Chancellor, confirmed we will deliver a new approach to public services. One that is responsible, one that looks to the future, one that balances investment to secure public services for the long term with reforms to drive up the quality of those services today, with reform as a condition for investment. And as a Labour government, from the Attlee government founding the NHS to the Blair government reforming poorly performing state schools, reform is in our DNA. Madam Deputy Speaker, I will turn to some of the points made by Right Honourable and Honourable members today. And can I begin by congratulating my honourable friends for Broxtowe, Sunderland Central and Stourbridge, and the honourable member for Yeovil for delivering their maiden speeches. Madam Deputy Speaker, there were so many speakers today, colleagues will have to accept my apologies for not being able to go through all 80 of them individually. But in general, I welcome members, I join members from this side of the House in celebrating this budget, because building an NHS fit for the future is one of this government's 5 missions. That's why we have invested over £22 billion in funding the highest real terms rate of growth since 2010 outside of COVID. And I've heard the voices from honourable members from Northern Ireland and Scotland, including the member for Inverness, who encouraged me so dearly to listen to his speech but has not arrived back to the House for summing up. And I will say to those voices, listen to this. Under this Labour government, in Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland, the largest real terms funding increase since devolution began has been delivered. A Labour government delivering from Westminster for the people of Scotland, Wales and Northern Ireland, and a government here in Westminster that will work with devolved governments in partnership to deliver the change people voted for, and that we've now given the devolved governments the money to deliver.
I think he wants to say, and we do appreciate that, and we thank the Minister for that. But one thing you can reassure the Scottish Government about right now is that up to £500 million on national insurance contributions for those that work in the public sector. Will that money be given back to the Scottish Government in full compensation and not be put as part of the block grant?
The greatest real terms increase in funding since devolution began. The devolved government wishes to take responsibility for devolved matters, they should do so. If they do not wish to do so, this party at the next election will happily take over and deliver better services for the people of Scotland. Moving to some of the specific issues, Madam Deputy Speaker, I was asked to comment on the new hospitals programme by many members. And as the Secretary of State for Health and Social Care has confirmed to the House, this government is committed to delivering a realistic and deliverable plan, and that we will deliver the outcomes of that review to the House in due course. I've been asked by many members about the difficult decision to increase employer national insurance contributions in the context, of course, of this party honouring its promise to working people not to increase employee national insurance or income tax in their pay slips. It is right that the government is not legislating to exempt non-public sector organisations from these changes. But, as the Secretary of State for Health has said, we do pay for these services, it will be reflected in their settlements. And to answer the Shadow Chancellor Duchy of Lancaster with his request, whether in the, now or in the spring, at the conclusion of the spending review, those departmental settlements will be published in the normal way. I was also asked to comment on social care. We in government...
I'm very grateful to him for giving way at this stage in the debate. Doesn't he think it's important that honourable members see those figures, see the amount that those services that I set out are going to be taxed before they vote on this budget? Wouldn't that be transparency?
The honourable member perhaps forgets that the vote is tomorrow, and no doubt he will come to this House and vote to support £22 billion of extra funding for the National Health Service so that they can cover the cost of the doctors and nurses who, under his administration, were on the picket line striking when ministers were refusing to talk to them, whereas under this government they're back in the wards, they're back in the theatres, delivering for the people of this country. Moving on, Madam Deputy Speaker, I will move to the question of social care. We on this side of the House recognise that reform is needed to the social care system, and we thank those that work in it for the work that they do to help those in need. That's why we agreed a £600 million increase in funding for 2025-26, and we'll come back to this issue in the second phase of the spending review. But might I say politely to members, I'll just finish my points if I may, if I could politely say to members across the House, I understand the temptation to ask for more spending. I did it often in opposition. But when you are in government, you have to explain how you are going to pay for it. And if members opposite want more spending or indeed less tax rises, they have the opportunity to set out to the House, perhaps tomorrow now, what they would do differently. Would they increase income tax and national insurance on workers once again? Would they increase VAT on people who go to the shops? Would they increase corporation tax, a pledge that we made not to do for business? Or indeed, would they reject the investment in schools and hospitals and the police service in the future of our country? Or taking their behaviour under the last administration, do they wish to just borrow money every single month to pay for the bills, month after month after month after month, increasing the national debt, increasing the cost of the national debt, but not investing in the fabric of this country like this government will do? I give way to one of them.
Thank the Minister for giving way. Can I take him back to the question of social care? I understand what he's saying, and I understand that proposals are going to be brought forward. Two things. Immediately, there's a crisis in local government about simply paying for existing social care. And for families all over the country, there is a crisis on how they're going to support people that are in care at the present time. Is there an aspiration to bring forward a much more comprehensive model which will provide some hope for people who are going often deeply into debt, selling property, all kinds of things, just to support a loved one who is in desperate need of quite profound social care?
I thank the Right Honourable Member for his question, and there is. This government has aspirations to be able to improve the social care system, and we'll set out further detail on those plans in due course. Can I just lastly say, whilst it wasn't related directly to the NHS or public services, I also welcome the supportive comments from members across the House for the Mine Workers Pension Scheme and the Post Office Horizon scandal. These are two issues, Madam Deputy Speaker, as you know, that I worked together on for many years in opposition. We failed to persuade the former government to do the right thing, and the great thing about being in government is you can just say it so, and it has been so. That is the difference a Labour government can make. Madam Deputy Speaker, this Labour Party has a proud heritage of delivering public services to meet the needs of the nation. The National Health Service, social security, comprehensive schools, the Open University Academy schools. This new Labour government will seize the generational need to reimagine public services once again. We have an ageing society, fewer working people paying tax, increasing demand, failing standards and increasing costs. After 14 years of a Conservative government, this is the legacy they have left this country, and we will not walk by on the other side and ignore those challenges. So we will set out how we will reform our public services, building on this budget of investment, choosing over decline, focusing on outcomes, prevention, devolution and innovation in order to modernise our public services. But as I have set out today, the big opportunity, the opportunity to build the new foundations of the new public sector is technology. The productivity of our public services is held back by IT systems often dating back to the 1950s and the 1970s. Fax machines in the NHS, an inability to share information between public services, tens of thousands of public servants doing their best to administer casework using paper, and this had not been affected in any positive way over the past 14 years. Madam Deputy Speaker, this is not about machine learning algorithms, it's about old computers in cupboards that are in desperate need of being transferred to the cloud. It's about the unnewsworthy but vital work of integrated software across departments, an area of spending that I protected and encouraged in phase 1 of the spending review. It's about what might seem obvious to people at home who are now used to doing their banking on an app or their online shopping, but can't get through to a GP surgery, can't get a decision on their universal credit, or can't get an answer to their tax question without a lengthy and often unsuccessful attempt to speak to someone on the telephone. This is why our new digital centre of government will drive digital transformation across government. Because modernising public services isn't just a great opportunity, it is a non-negotiable requirement for any modern party of a modern government today. If we had followed the Conservatives' path of further decline, we'd have broken public services that cost more whilst failing the public who rely on them and the public servants who work in them. But this party, this government, by choosing to invest, we will deliver a modern state that meets the needs of the nation and delivers a bright future for us all. Reform and growth. Investment over decline. These are the choices reflected in this budget, and this is the change this Labour government will deliver.
This debate be now adjourned.
Debate to be resumed what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Shall I do it again? Yes, because we're a bit early. The question is, the debate be now adjourned. As many of their opinions say aye. Of the contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it now. The debate to be resumed what day?
Tomorrow.
Tomorrow. Tomorrow. I'll just allow the front benches to change over.